The Great Xia Empire, Linjiang City, Linjiang No. 1 High School. Every October, high schools across the nation hold the annual Totem Awakening ceremony. On the school field, over 1,000 first-year students stood in neat rows, their faces filled with nervous anticipation. In this world dominated by the demon race, humanity could only gain the strength to resist them by awakening their totems. At this moment, a tall, strikingly handsome young man stood among the crowd, his expression tense, fists involuntarily clenched. His name was Chen Gu, and he stood out distinctly because he was not a first-year student but a senior in his final year. After failing to awaken a totem for 2 consecutive years, do I really have a chance this time? Chen Ji's heart was filled with unease, his brows tightly furrowed. Could it be because I'm a transmigrator that I can't awaken a totem? Yes, Chen Gu was a transmigrator, a typical template character from Earth in the 21st century. However, unlike other transmigrators, Chen Gu had no system or special advantages. On the contrary, his identity as a transmigrator seemed to be the reason why he repeatedly failed to awaken a totem. In this world, there had never been a case of failed totem awakening. Even the weakest individual would at least awaken an F-rank totem. But for 2 years, Chen Gu had returned empty-handed, becoming a famous figure in Linjiang City. Is that the Chen Gu from senior year? He's good-looking, but what a waste of potential. God gave him a window but sealed the door shut. Ha, I can't stand people who are better-looking than me. This is his last chance this year, and he's bound to fail again. Exactly, no one else has ever failed to awaken a totem. What a pity, he's just a failure. Mocking whispers and disdainful gazes came from all around. While their words were harsh, there was some truth to them. In this world, even beggars had totems, but Chen Gu, who failed to awaken one, was almost universally regarded as the failure among failures. As the awakening ceremony progressed, the teacher's voice echoed continuously. Zhang Yu, awaken totem, E-rank Windhound. Li Hua, awaken totem, E-rank Spirit Hawk. Wang Dali, awaken totem, D-rank Earth Tiger. Lin Foam, awaken totem, F-rank Spirit Mouse. With each announcement, some students were overjoyed while others were disheartened. Those who awakened F-rank totems looked despondent, while those with D-rank totems cheered as if they had hit the jackpot. As for those with E-rank totems, their expressions remained neutral, neither thrilled nor disappointed. Watching all of this, Chen Gu clenched his fists tightly, silently vowing, "This is my last chance. I absolutely cannot fail again. My expectations aren't high, even an F-rank totem would be enough." Finally, it was Chen Ji's turn. He stepped forward, facing a massive crystal orb that radiated a peculiar, soothing light. "Place your hand on it," the teacher overseeing the awakening said indifferently. When he saw Chen Gu, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Chen Gu, the one who failed to awaken for 2 consecutive years? What a shame. I heard his theoretical scores are the best in the city, but without a totem, it's all just a castle in the air, the teacher thought with a sigh. This year's awakening results seemed subpar. There hadn't been a single C-rank totem so far. In previous years, there would have been at least 4 or 5 C-rank totems among the students. Those students would then receive the school's top resources, paving their way to the nation's top 10 universities and becoming the hope for the future. If this year's first-year students continued to show poor results, it would undoubtedly be a significant blow to Linjiang No. 1 High School standing in the college entrance exams 2 years later. At this moment, Chen Gu cautiously extended his hand, placing it on the crystal orb. He took a deep breath, every nerve in his body on edge. He knew this was his last chance to awaken a totem. If he failed again, he would forever remain a totemless failure. Gods of heaven and earth, 3 pure ones, Heavenly Emperor. Chen Gu prayed silently in his heart. Please grant me a totem. My expectations aren't high, even an F-rank totem will do. Just let me awaken one, please. The instant Chen Ji's hand touched the crystal orb, it suddenly erupted in an incredibly dazzling light, as if it were tearing through the fabric of space itself. Chen Ji's eyes snapped open, a wave of disbelief and shock surging within him. In the past 2 awakening ceremonies, the crystal orb had shown no reaction at all. But this time, the brilliance was clearly tied to the level of the totem being awakened. Could it be that this time, he would finally succeed in awakening a totem? At that moment, a cold, mechanical female voice echoed in his mind. Strongest totem system unlocked successfully. Starter gift pack has been distributed. Would the host like to open it? Chen Ji's heart surged with joy. Having read countless novels in his previous life, he instantly understood what this meant. A system, it had finally arrived. The predecessors of transmigration had not lied to him. Yes, he shouted excitedly in his mind. In an instant, the light exploded outward, as radiant as the brilliance of the sun, engulfing Chen Ji's entire world. Congratulations to the host for obtaining SSS-Rank Totem Vermilion Bird, Innate Skill, Southern Bright Flame, points times 100. Before Chen Gu could even react, the crystal orb's light reached its peak, shining so brilliantly that it outshone the sun in the sky. At the same time, a surge of scorching energy burst from within him like a tidal wave. Sure, a resounding, majestic cry pierced the heavens, shaking the entire Linjiang No. 1 High School to its core. All eyes turned toward Chen Gu in unison, filled with astonishment. Their jaws seemed ready to hit the ground. In their sight, flames swirled around Chenggu, and crimson spiritual energy flowed ceaselessly. Behind him, the massive phantom of a crimson divine bird emerged. With a gentle flap of its wings, it seemed capable of sweeping across the firmament. The oppressive aura it emanated spread outward, like a mountain of 1,000 blades pressing down on everyone's hearts. Such terrifying pressure. I can barely breathe. My newly awakened D-rank totem is trembling. The surrounding students cried out in fear. Even the teachers were stunned, their faces pale as they struggled to breathe under the suffocating pressure. This overwhelming force was something even they couldn't withstand. Crash! At that moment, the crystal orb before Chenggu shattered into countless fragments, scattering to the ground. Though only a few seconds had passed, it felt like an eternity. Everyone was left in utter shock. As the spiritual energy dissipated and the oppressive aura receded like a tide, the crowd on the field collectively sighed in relief, gasping for air as though they had been on the verge of suffocation. Now, all eyes were fixed on Chenggu, filled with unparalleled shock. The colossal divine bird phantom had vanished, but the lingering awe remained deeply imprinted in their minds. Chenggu slowly opened his eyes, his deep gaze brimming with excitement and joy. He had finally succeeded in awakening his totem, and it was an SSS-Rank Totem, the legendary Vermilion Bird. Vermilion Bird, one of the 4 sacred beasts, so powerful that no further explanation is needed, beyond question. At this moment, the teacher before him was trembling slightly, his pupils violently vibrating as he looked at Chenggu in utter disbelief. He murmured, "Chenggu, what is your totem?" "Teacher, my totem is the Vermilion Bird," Chenggu said slowly, trying his best to suppress the excitement surging in his heart. Vermilion Bird, Vermilion Bird, the teacher repeated to himself, his eyes flashing with a dazed light. He had never heard of such a totem before. In this world, even the mythical beasts familiar to Chenggu in his past life did not exist. Just then, a few figures rushed over frantically, surrounding Chenggu. One of them was a middle-aged man with a slightly protruding belly, wearing a white shirt neatly tucked into his trousers. He was Gaoi, the principal of Linjiang High School. Another was the homeroom teacher, wearing black-rimmed glasses, with faint wrinkles on his brow. "Principal Gao," one of the teachers exclaimed anxiously. His awakening crystal ball shattered. Hearing this, Principal Gao's expression instantly became one of utter shock, as if he was at a loss for words. He blurted out, "Oh my, this is actually an S-grade totem." His voice trembled, and his eyes shone with disbelief, as if the entire world was quaking at this moment. The surrounding students, too, were drawn by the sudden shock, casting confused yet expectant gazes toward him. At this moment, time seemed to freeze. The air was thick with tension, as though even the sound of a heartbeat was magnified. Everyone knew what the appearance of an S-grade totem meant. It was a power that transcended the norm, a symbol of destiny-altering potential. "My God, is this truly an S-grade totem?" Principal Gao's face was filled with astonishment, his gaze brimming with disbelief. The crystal ball used in the high school awakening ceremony can, at most, support the awakening of totems ranging from F grade to A grade. But the energy of Chen Ji's totem, it shattered the crystal ball. This means that Chen Ji's totem is an S grade. Before Principal Gao could finish speaking, the entire city of Linjiang was thrown into an uproar. Even within the entire Xia kingdom, the number of individuals capable of awakening an S-grade totem could be counted on one hand. As for the legendary SS-grade and SSS-grade totems, those were beyond imagination. Principal Gao did not even dare to entertain such a thought. What? An S-grade totem? The crowd erupted in astonished exclamations upon hearing this. An S-grade totem. In their memory, it had been years since Linjiang City had even seen a B-grade totem. An A-grade totem was something they had never witnessed, let alone an S-grade totem. This was the kind of legendary existence they could only watch on television or see on their smartphones. And now, the mythical S-grade totem was standing right in front of them. How could they not be utterly shocked? At this moment, Chenggu chose not to refute anything. As they say, the tallest tree catches the most wind. While the S-grade totem was shocking, it was still within the realm of acceptance. But if he were to reveal now that his totem was actually an SSS grade, that would undoubtedly invite a storm of trouble. After all, he had just awakened his totem. Even though the Vermilion Bird was an SSS grade totem, it was still in its infancy. For now, what mattered most was to develop quietly. With this thought, Chenggu decided to let others believe that he had merely awakened an S-grade totem. At that moment, Principal Gao stepped forward, his eyes filled with admiration. "Chenggu, I always knew you were extraordinary, but I never expected you'd give us such a massive surprise today. You've endured a lot over the past 2 years. Don't worry, I will immediately report your situation. You will receive the treatment reserved for top-tier prodigies, without missing a single thing." Chenggu nodded. "Thank you, Principal Gao." Afterward, Principal Gao enthusiastically engaged Chenggu in conversation for a long time before reluctantly allowing him to return to his classroom. On the way back to class, Chenggu was deep in thought about his system. First, the beginner's gift package contained 3 items: the SSS grade totem Vermilion Bird, a talent skill called Nanmingli Fire, and 100 system points. A talent skill. Chen Ji's heart trembled as he realized that he had already already mastered a talent skill. I already have a skill. Waves of shock surged through Chen Ji's mind. He understood that even after awakening a totem, one still needed time to cultivate, absorb spiritual energy, and condense spiritual patterns before truly stepping onto the path of cultivation. Only after all that could one begin to learn skills. Some high-level totems might naturally comprehend talent skills as their level increased, but more often than not, learning from skill books was the standard path. Either way, it required significant time and effort. But now, he had directly mastered a talent skill. And not just any skill, it was the legendary Nanmingli Fire. Nanmingli Fire was said to be one of the most powerful flames in existence, on par with mythical flames like Samadhi True Fire and Solar True Fire. And this was only his first skill. Chengu could hardly imagine how terrifying Nanmingli Fire would be. Huff, huff. Chengu took deep breaths, trying to calm the excitement in his heart and stabilize his emotions. Amid this excitement, he finally arrived at Class 4 of Grade 12. Class 4 of Grade 12. As the fourth-ranked advanced class at Linjiang High School, most of the students there were diligently studying theoretical knowledge, striving to free up more time for cultivation. Damn it! That strange noise earlier scared me so badly, I still haven't recovered. Same here. I can't memorize anything right now. Judging by the direction of the sound, it seemed to come from the sports field. Isn't the totem awakening ceremony being held on the sports field? No way. Could it be that some genius emerged from the first years this time? Hey, wasn't Chengu also at the totem awakening ceremony? Chengu, ha ha ha, that loser? Even if he participates in the awakening ceremony again, there's no way he could awaken a totem. Hey, while Chengu might be a loser, why are you so sure about that? Think about it, no one has ever failed to awaken a totem before. Even the weakest ones are F grade. But Chengu actually failed to awaken one? That proves he's destined to be a loser. What does another ceremony have to do with that? Ugh, now that you mention it, that does make sense. The classroom buzzed with chatter. When Chen Ji's name came up, many showed expressions of mockery and disdain. In this world where strength reigned supreme, weakness was a sin. Weakness naturally invited the bullying of the strong. So no one felt there was anything wrong with such a mindset. On the contrary, it seemed perfectly reasonable to them. It's honestly a bit of a shame, though. Chengu is so handsome, but he's just a loser. Yeah, if he at least had an F-grade totem, I'd totally go after him. What a waste of that good-looking face. Several girls sighed wistfully. Just then, a figure rushed into the classroom in a panic, practically stumbling in, his face full of shock as though he'd just seen something utterly unbelievable. Wang Hu, what's wrong with you? Weren't you supposed to check out the situation at the playground? What happened out there? Everyone turned to look at him, asking urgently. Wang Hu appeared utterly shaken, his face filled with disbelief, as if he had just witnessed the most incredible thing in the world. Something big has happened. You all could never imagine what just went down. Then Wang Hu took a sip of water to steady himself. Seeing this, the others couldn't help but roll their eyes at him and pressed him anxiously. What on earth happened? Wang Hu, hurry up and tell us. Damn it, are you trying to keep us in suspense? Do you need a lesson or something? Spit it out already. Wang Hu hurriedly swallowed the water and said in an urgent tone, that terrifying sound just now, you all heard it, right? That was actually released when someone awakened their totem. As soon as they heard this, everyone froze in shock. What? Are you saying that the person who just awakened their totem caused that massive commotion? The sound, that overwhelming aura, it even made my heart tremble. How could it possibly be one of the freshmen who just awakened their totems? Wang Hu, are you messing with us? The group bombarded him with questions, refusing to believe a word he said. Wang Hu quickly explained, I'm telling the truth, but it's not a freshman. Hearing this, everyone became even more puzzled. Not a freshman? Then who else could it be awakening their totem? Exactly. Other than the first-year students, can any of us awaken a second totem? Wait a minute. Soon, they realized something. They exchanged glances, and from each other's eyes, they saw a single name. Indeed, aside from the freshmen, all the upperclassmen had already awakened their totems. But there was one exception, Chengu. No, impossible, right? Are you saying, Chengu? Everyone stared at Wang Hu in disbelief, their gazes drilling into him. Under the intense stares, Wang Hu felt a bit nervous but still nodded firmly. That's right, it's Chengu. The commotion just now, it was caused by Chengu when he awakened his totem. Even Principal Li went there personally. At this, the classroom fell into a brief silence, broken only by the sound of swallowing. How is this possible? Even if Chengu did awaken a totem, he hasn't even fully stepped into the first tier yet. How could he cause such a massive disturbance? Exactly. Wang Hu, can you at least make your lies more believable? You really scared me for a second there. Everyone shook their heads, still unwilling to believe it. Seeing this, Wang Hu's expression grew serious. Have you ever considered, maybe Chen Ji's totem is extremely powerful? Suddenly, everyone froze, and instinctively asked, Wang Hu, what do you mean? What kind of totem did Chengu awaken? What level is it? Wang Hu took a deep breath, looked around at everyone, and then said, word by word, with a voice like a hammer on steel, Chen Ji's totem is S rank. Chen Ji's totem totem is S rank. In that instant, the entire classroom fell silent. You could hear a pin drop, but soon, the silence was shattered by an explosion of mocking laughter. Ha 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 ha, that's hilarious. S rank. What a joke. Wang-Hu, what kind of nonsense is this? Are you trying to come up with an even bigger joke? They doubled over with laughter, clearly not taking him seriously. After all, if it were anyone else, the reaction would be the same. It was like telling a beggar on the street that he had suddenly become a millionaire. Everyone would think it was a joke. I'm telling the truth. This is what Principal Li said himself. Wang-Hu's face turned red as he tried to explain, but the people around him were unmoved and continued to laugh at him. Alright, Wang-Hu, you really made me laugh this time. That was the best joke I've heard all day. Everyone returned to their seats, not taking the matter to heart at all. At that moment, a figure walked into the classroom. It was Chen Gu. Instantly, all eyes turned to him. Hey, Chen Gu, Wang-Hu just said you successfully awakened your totem, and it's S rank too. Ha 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 ha. A few people surrounded him, laughing so hard they could barely stand straight. Oh, so you all know about it already? Chen Gu smiled faintly, his gaze sweeping over them. The few people froze slightly. What did he mean by that? Chen Gu, they don't believe what I said. Tell them yourself. Wang-Hu ran over, looking aggrieved. He was clearly telling the truth, yet no one believed him. Hearing this, Chen Gu raised an eyebrow slightly. So what if they didn't believe it? What did it matter to him? He shrugged, not bothering to explain, and walked straight to his seat, ready to explore the newly awakened system functions. However, to the others, this scene seemed like a guilty conscience. Wang-Hu, are you still joking at this point? Exactly. Even Chen Gu doesn't want to back you up. Ha 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 ha. The mocking laughter grew louder and more unrestrained. Wang-Hu grew anxious. He couldn't understand why Chen Gu wouldn't clarify things. Just then, the sharp sound of high heels echoing from the doorway broke the clamor. Everyone immediately shut their mouths and sat upright. Their homeroom teacher, Li Shui, walked in. Her cold gaze, framed by her black-rimmed glasses, swept across the room like a laser, making everyone shiver involuntarily. I have something important to inform you all, she said. During the awakening ceremony just now, Chen Gu from our class successfully awakened an S-rank totem. Let's all give him a round of applause. Her voice was calm, but there was a trace of excitement she couldn't hide. She raised her slender hand and began clapping. The classroom fell silent once more, followed by an uproar. What? Chen Gu really awakened an S-rank totem. Wang-Hu was telling the truth. So that terrifying aura earlier was actually released by Chen Gu. How is this even possible? In an instant, waves of disbelief crashed through everyone's minds. Li Shui's words were like a bolt of lightning, striking every single person. Unlike Wang-Hu, the homeroom teacher's words carried almost absolute credibility. They finally had to accept the unbelievable truth. Chen Gu, who had failed to awaken a totem for 2 years, had actually awakened an authentic S-rank totem this time. What are you all waiting for? Clap and congratulate him. Li Shui's cold gaze swept the room as she barked the order. Clap, clap, clap. The applause started hesitantly, scattered and sparse. Wang-Hu was the most enthusiastic, clapping so hard his palms were nearly swollen. At this moment, an indescribable feeling of satisfaction surged through him. Mentioning Chen Ji's awakening of an S-level totem, even Wang-Hu, who possessed an E-level totem, instinctively straightened his chest, his heart filled with awe. The crowd felt a mix of emotions, their eyes shimmering with regret. The thought of how they mocked and ridiculed Chen Gu over the past 2 years left them full of remorse. If only they had known that Chen Gu would awaken an S-level totem, they wouldn't have been so disrespectful back then. They should have groveled at his feet. Now groveling, is it still possible? Alright, there's still more than a month left. Everyone should prepare well for the final exams and strive for good results, homeroom teacher Li Shui said, her tone carrying an undeniable authority. Alright, self-study, she added before leaving the classroom. The classroom instantly fell into a deathly silence. Almost everyone turned their heads to look at the figure by the window in the last row. Chen Gu was leaning against the wall, his eyes closed, as though calming his mind. Sunlight poured in from the window, casting a faint golden armor-like glow over him. His handsome face exuded an indefinable sharpness. Meanwhile, Wang-Hu puffed out his chest, raised his chin like a proud swan, and couldn't help but grin, his smile almost reaching his ears. Who told you not to believe me? Now you see I wasn't lying, don't you? However, as the center of all the attention, Chen Gu seemed completely detached, as if oblivious to everything around him. His thoughts were entirely occupied by the functions of the system. With a single thought, lines of information panels appeared before his eyes. Name, Chen Gu. Cultivation, non-ranked, 0/100. Totem, Vermilion Bird, SSS level. Skill, Southern Brightly Fire. Equipment, none. Items, none. Points, 100. The information panel was simple and straightforward. Chen Ji's cultivation was still at a non-ranked level, indicating he had yet to step onto the path of cultivation. The world's cultivation hierarchy was simple. Ordinary people were considered non-ranked. Once one awakened a totem, they could use its power to absorb spiritual energy. When they condensed their first spirit mark, they officially stepped onto the path of cultivation. cultivation. Cultivators were divided into 9 levels, from lowest, 1st level, to highest, 9th level. Each breakthrough added a new spirit mark, which would appear on the forehead when spiritual energy was activated. At this moment, Chengu noticed a small bracket, 0 out of 100, behind the cultivation line on the panel. System, can you explain this? He thought. The host can use points to draw rewards or advance in cultivation levels. Note, you can currently spend 100 points to reach the 1st level of cultivation. Chengu was slightly startled. He could enhance his cultivation just by spending points. But system, how do I obtain more points? He asked hurriedly. Points can be obtained by exchanging money or items of equivalent value. The current exchange rate in this world is 100 yuan equals 1 point. Chengu couldn't help but inwardly complain. This system was more ruthless than the gaming companies in his previous life. Those greedy game developers usually had a 10:1 exchange rate, but this system's rate was a whopping 100:1. Did that mean he needed 10,000 yuan just to get 100 points? However, upon closer thought, it wasn't entirely unreasonable. By the way, there's also the lottery, Chengu thought, and suddenly, a giant spinning wheel appeared before him. The wheel was covered with tiny slots in different colors. About 90% of the slots were white, 8% blue, a small number purple, even fewer gold, and just one red slot, with a probability of less than 0.1%. Each spin costs 100 points. Rewards are divided into 5 levels: white, blue, purple, gold, and red from low to high. Higher levels are rarer and offer stronger rewards, but the probabilities are lower. Every 10 spins guarantees at least 1 purple reward, every 100 spins guarantees 1 gold reward, and every 1,000 spins guarantees 1 red reward. Note, the prize pool includes various cultivation resources, spiritual tools, equipment, skills, and totems. Chengu was shocked. Totems? Does this mean I can obtain multiple totems? Yes, provided the host can draw them. Instantly, Chen Ji's heart surged with excitement. In this world, every person could only possess 1 totem, without exception. No matter how talented someone was, they could only have 1 totem, no more, no less. If he could acquire multiple totems, how powerful would he become? And to think, the totem he currently possessed was the SSS level Vermilion Bird, a product of the system. It was undoubtedly not an inferior totem. If he could acquire another totem of the same caliber as the Vermilion Bird, then Chengu could barely contain his excitement, imagining how strong he would become. Points, points, I must find a way to earn points quickly. His eyes lit up with determination, his thoughts racing. With enough points, he could have everything, and there's a guaranteed reward system. 10 spins guarantee 1 purple reward, 100 spins guarantee 1 gold reward, and 1,000 spins guarantee 1 red reward. He muttered to himself, feeling relieved that the lottery system wasn't a complete money sink, unlike some early games. But it costs 100 points per spin, and I only have 100 points right now. Chengu raised an eyebrow slightly. That 100 points from the beginner's gift pack was his only asset at the moment. Exchanging money for points only gets me so far. I don't have much money, just a few dozen yuan in my pocket. The points are insignificant. Instead of exchanging it for points, I might as well treat myself to a good meal. He sighed helplessly. At the end of the day, he was still broke. This 100 points can only be used for 1 spin, and there's no guarantee I'll get anything good. But if I use it to enhance my cultivation, I can immediately break through to the 1st level. Chengu murmured to himself, already making his decision. Instead of taking a risk, it was better to use the points to steadily advance his cultivation. Once his cultivation improved, opportunities to earn money would naturally follow. System, increase my cultivation level. Congratulations, the host's cultivation has advanced to the 1st level. As his cultivation broke through, the 100 points from the beginner's gift pack vanished without a trace. Name, Chengu. Cultivation, 1st level, 0/1000. Totem, Vermilion Bird, SSS level. Skill, Southern Brightly Fire. Equipment, none. Items, none. Points, 0. At the same time, a vast wave of spiritual energy surged within his body, instantly filling him with strength. He felt as though he could crush a bull with a single punch. Moments later, the turbulent spiritual energy settled. Then, light flickered on Chen Ji's forehead, and a spirit mark emerged. He took a deep breath, calming the spiritual energy within him. The spirit mark on his forehead faded away. Ding, ding, ding. The bell signaling the end of class rang. Chengu sat at his desk, contemplating how to earn more points. Around him, classmates stole glances at him, hesitating to approach but too timid to make a move. Just then, a commotion arose outside the classroom. A strikingly handsome boy walked in, his brows furrowed with a frosty expression, clearly displeased. Beside him stood a girl dressed provocatively, exuding an air of allure. Isn't that Zhang Hua? Yes, it's Zhang Hua, the top student in the grade. I heard Zhang Hua awakened a sea-level ice wolf totem, one of the strongest among sea-level totems. Why is he here in our class? The students murmured in confusion, their faces filled with curiosity. As the top student of the grade and even the school, Zhang Hua seemed to have no connection connection to them. Why did he suddenly come here today? Is that the school beauty, Lin Weiwei, standing beside him? She's so beautiful. I'm really envious of Zhang Hua. I heard that back in first year, Lin Weiwei even confessed to Chen Gu, but he ruthlessly rejected her. Yeah, and who would have thought that later Chen Gu wouldn't awaken a totem, while Lin Weiwei awakened a S-Rank totem. The crowd sighed in amazement, and this caused slight changes in the expressions of Zhang Hua and the Lin Weiwei standing by his side. I'm here for Chen Gu. Zhang Hua spoke indifferently, his gaze slowly sweeping across the classroom until it locked onto the figure sitting in the last row, a figure both handsome and exuding a hint of laziness and indifference. Chen Gu, someone's looking for you. Chen Gu, it's Zhang Hua, the top of the grade, looking for you. Chen Gu slowly opened his eyes and followed everyone's gazes to look toward the classroom door, raising an eyebrow slightly. Zhang Hua, what is this guy doing here looking for me? Chen Gu had never awakened a totem before, so he naturally ranked at the bottom of the grade. Zhang Hua, on the other hand, was the top student of the grade and the eldest son of the Zhang family, one of the two major aristocratic families in Linjiang City. In every conceivable way, they were people from two completely different worlds, with no overlap at all. So, you're Chen Gu? At this moment, Zhang Hua had already stepped inside. His expression was cold as he looked down at Chen Gu, his gaze filled with arrogance, as if he were looking at an ant. Such a condescending look made Chen Gu feel displeased. What's the matter? Chen Gu asked indifferently, glancing at him without much interest. Zhang Hua's face darkened, a hint of anger rising in his heart at Chen Ji's attitude. I heard you've awakened an S-rank totem. How about letting me take a look? Zhang Hua narrowed his eyes slightly, the corners of his mouth curving into a mocking smile. Let you take a look? Chen Gu sneered internally, my totem isn't some kind of exhibit, why should I show it to you? And why would I let you see it? Chen Gu folded his arms, his gaze coldly sweeping over Zhang Hua. Humph. Zhang Hua couldn't help but snort coldly, his displeasure becoming even more apparent. As the eldest son of the Zhang family, he had never seen anyone dare to provoke him like this. Even if he asked someone to fetch stones for him, they would smile and praise him, not daring to refuse in the slightest. Chen Gu, isn't your mother working as a cleaner at one of my family's subsidiary companies? Do you believe that with just one word, I can make her lose her job and even ensure she can't find work anywhere in Linjiang City? Zhang Hua spoke arrogantly, his face full of smugness, not bothering to hide his disdain for Chen Gu. Initially, Chen Gu had no intention of getting angry over such an unreasonable provocation, but Zhang Hua's use of his mother to threaten him ignited a burning fury within him. Zhang Hua, you've really crossed the line. Chen Gu slowly stood up, towering over Zhang Hua by nearly half a head. Lowering his eyes slightly, he gazed down at Zhang Hua. Zhang Hua, who was accustomed to looking down on others, suddenly felt uneasy being stared at from above. He instinctively took 2 steps back, glaring viciously at Chen Gu. Chen Gu, stop with this nonsense. Today, I have only one purpose for coming here, to spar with you. If you win, I won't touch your mother's job. In fact, I'll even give you this. Zhang Hua extended his hand as he spoke, revealing a small gem radiating a faint spiritual glow. That's a spirit orb. Oh my god. A single spirit orb is worth at least 10,000 yuan. As expected of young Master Zhang, he casually pulls out something as valuable as a spirit orb like it's nothing. The surrounding crowd erupted into exclamations. To them, this spirit orb was a luxurious treasure, yet to Zhang Hua, it seemed as insignificant as a random pebble. However, Zhang Hua's tone suddenly shifted, his eyes gleaming with cunning. He said coldly, but if you lose, from now until the college entrance exams, every time you see me during tests, you'll have to lower your head. Is that clear? At this moment, Chen Gu finally understood Zhang Hua's true intentions. So, he was worried that Chen Gu might threaten his position as the top student and wanted to seize this opportunity to suppress him. But such a tactic was utterly foolish, wasn't it? What good would it do to provoke someone like him? With an awakened S-rank totem, Chen Ji's future was bright. Any major power would want to curry favor with him. As for Zhang Hua, no matter how arrogant he might be, he shouldn't be this idiotic. Chen Gu furrowed his brows slightly, sensing that something felt off. But he had to admit, the spirit orb in Zhang Hua's hand was incredibly tempting. A single spirit orb, worth 10,000 yuan, was equivalent to 100 points. There was no reason to refuse. Zhang Hua is already at the second tier, and his totem is the C-rank Frost Wolf. Exactly. Even though Chen Ji's totem is S-rank, he just awakened it. How could he possibly be a match for Zhang Hua? Zhang Hua is clearly taking advantage of Chen Ji's inexperience to suppress him. He's trying to provoke Chen Gu. The crowd whispered among themselves as Zhang Hua's lips curled into a triumphant smile. However, Chengu merely smiled faintly, casting a cold glance at Zhang Hua before firmly saying, "Alright, I accept this sparring challenge, but the time and place will be decided by me." Zhang Hua burst into laughter, his face full of arrogance. "Fine, you can choose the time and place." Chen Ji's lips curled into a subtle smirk. "Good, then 3 days from now, we'll spar on the school's arena." "Great, it's a deal." Zhang Hua agreed without hesitation, brimming with confidence and anticipation. He had initially thought Chengu might try to delay the challenge to buy time to prepare, but to his surprise, Chengu had chosen to face him in just 3 days. For anyone, 3 days was a short and precious time. Even with an S-rank totem, at most, Chengu could only break through to the first tier. "But I, Zhang Hua, am already a genuine second-tier powerhouse. With such a disparity, there's no way I could lose." A cold sneer appeared on Zhang Hua's face, his eyes glinting with confidence. He couldn't wait to crush Chengu in this duel, proving his strength and status to everyone. 3 days would be more than enough for him to prepare for the upcoming battle. The classroom immediately buzzed with excitement. No one had expected Chengu to actually dare accept the challenge. Zhang Hua, the grade's top student, had awakened a C-rank Frost Wolf Totem and had already advanced to the second tier. He was on his way to entering Daxia's top academy, Daxia Academy. He was practically the strongest high school senior in Linjiang City. Among Linjiang City's senior students, those who could reach the second tier were incredibly rare. Admittedly, Chen Ji's S-rank totem was exceptionally powerful, but in just 3 days, even with desperate cultivation, he could at most reach the first tier. The gap between the first and second tiers was like the difference between heaven and earth. He's so arrogant. Chengu has no idea how strong Zhang Hua is. Yeah, even if Chengu reaches the first tier in 3 days, Zhang Hua is already at the second tier. And don't forget about skills. There's no way Chengu could learn a skill in just 3 days, while Zhang Hua already knows too. Chengu has been blinded by the S-tier totem. He's probably feeling like he's suddenly struck rich and completely has no sense of steady progress. Just like those brainless villains in novels who mess with the protagonist, only for the protagonist to grow stronger and strike back. Are you saying Chengu is the protagonist and Zhang Hua is the villain? It's just a metaphor. The surrounding chatter rose and fell, and everyone seemed to share the same sentiment. No one thought highly of Chengu. They believed he was utterly arrogant and completely spellbound by the allure of the S-tier totem. "Alright then, Chengu, 3 days from now, I'll be waiting for you in the arena," Zhang Hua said coldly with a smirk before turning on his heels and leaving. Beside him, Lin Weiwei cast a quick glance at Chengu. Her gaze was deep and meaningful, as if silently asking, "Are you ready to face the challenge?" She then followed Zhang Hua, leaving Chengu standing there, his heart surging with undercurrents of emotion. Lin Weiwei, this woman. Chen Ji's brow furrowed slightly. That glance from her left him uneasy, as though he were being watched by something unclean. But he and Lin Weiwei had no real connection. Back in their first year of high school, she confessed to him, and he declined her politely. Could that have made her hold a grudge against him? Chen Ji's mind swirled with doubts, feeling that things might not be as simple as they appeared on the surface. Forget it, he murmured to himself, already formulating a plan in his mind. He was not, as others thought, overwhelmed by the S-tier totem. His decision had been made after thorough consideration. 3 days might seem like a short window to others, but for him, with the help of the system and enough points, improving his cultivation realm wouldn't be a problem. Accepting Zhang Hua's challenge was no impulsive decision. It was time to teach him a lesson. Moreover, after dealing with Zhang Hua, it was likely no one else would dare provoke him in the near future. And besides, Zhang Hua's little spirit orb earning 10,000 yuan from it, how could that not be tempting? Chengu felt a surge of satisfaction. Since he had already agreed to the challenge, he had long devised a plan to earn points. 3 days would be more than enough for him to break through to the second tier. His eyes glimmered with resolve as he silently recited his plan in his mind. After school, Chengu returned home to find his mother had already prepared a steaming meal. She smiled warmly and said, "You're back, son? Come and eat." At this moment, his father sat in a wheelchair, giving Chengu a gentle smile. Neither of them asked about the totem, as they held little hope in their hearts. After all, no one had ever failed to awaken a totem. Even his mother's totem was of the lowest rank. They understood that Chen Ji's awakening ceremony was unlikely to yield any different results. But to them, with or without a totem, Chengu was always their son. Seeing this, Chengu sat down at the table, took a deep breath, and said seriously, "Mom, Dad, I successfully awakened a totem today. The principal said my totem is S-tier. It's okay if you didn't awaken one. We'll just..." His father nodded, starting to think of ways to comfort Chengu. But halfway through his words, he froze, staring at Chengu in disbelief. What, son, you awakened an S-tier totem? Both parents were stunned, staring at Chengu with wide eyes, their expressions filled with utter shock. They had assumed it impossible for Chengu to awaken a totem, yet now he was saying it was S-tier. Yes, the principal confirmed it, it's definitely S-tier. Chengu smiled faintly, feeling smug inside. Hearing this, his parents couldn't help but embrace each other, tears streaming down their faces as they cried tears of joy. This is wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. I knew it. How could our son not have a totem? Remember when he was just born? He was different from other kids. He didn't need to be taught anything. How could he not have a totem? Tears welled up in their eyes as they were overwhelmed with emotion. In this moment, no matter how hard life had been, they felt nothing but pure happiness. Watching this scene, Chengu felt a slight ache in his heart. Over the past 2 years, his parents had endured so much pressure because he hadn't awakened a totem. Relatives, neighbors, and friends had incessantly mocked them behind their backs. Especially his mother, bearing the weight of the entire family. She worked 3 jobs nearly year-round to keep their fragile household afloat. Mom, Dad, you don't have to worry about me anymore. And, Mom, you shouldn't push yourself so hard anymore, Chengu said firmly. Alright, his parents replied in unison, their faces beaming with relief and pride. After finishing dinner, Chengu returned to his room under the pretense of training. His parents, naturally, did not disturb him. Quietly, he climbed out of the window. The building wasn't too high, and given that he was already a first-tier cultivator, it was effortless for him. He headed straight for the city gates. Under the cover of night, a guard stopped him with a stern expression. What are you doing out so late? Uncle, I want to go out and hunt demonic beasts, Chengu said, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Hunt demonic beasts? At this hour? The guard frowned but eventually led Chengu to register. Hunting demonic beasts was a common practice in every city. These beasts were ferocious yet valuable, brimming with spiritual energy. They served as excellent resources for cultivators and were highly profitable. Many practitioners made their living this way. After registering, Chengu left Linjiang City. The modern buildings gradually disappeared behind him, and ahead loomed a forest as dark and menacing as a primordial beast. This world had once been similar to his previous life on Earth. But thousands of years ago, the demon race had descended, plunging the world into chaos. Ordinary animals were transformed into ferocious, powerful demonic beasts, though they remained devoid of intelligence, acting only on instinct. As a result, they were far less dangerous than the demon race itself. The demon race possessed not only formidable physical bodies but also intelligence, making them humanity's true adversaries. Fortunately, within human territories, there were only demonic beasts to contend with. The outskirts of the Linjiang forest are mostly inhabited by low-tier or first-tier demonic beasts. Only deeper in can you find second-tier ones. Chengu muttered to himself, assessing his surroundings. As long as I'm cautious and don't venture too far, there shouldn't be any danger. With his SSS-tier Vermilion Bird Totem and the innate skill Nanming Lihua, he was confident he could handle first-tier demonic beasts of the same level without issue. His heart swelled with anticipation as he imagined the power of the SSS-tier Vermilion Bird Totem and Nanming Lihua. Without hesitation, he stepped into the pitch-black forest. The thick aura of demonic beasts enveloped him. Roar! Roar! A deep growl echoed through the darkness. A shadow suddenly lunged out. Chengu focused his gaze. It was a yellow tiger covered in sharp spikes, a spiked earth tiger. Its aura revealed it to be a first-tier beast. Chen Ji's eyes gleamed with a hint of battle intent. The challenge was about to begin. The spiked earth tiger was an extremely common demonic beast, known for its ferocity and immense attack power. It had no obvious weaknesses and was considered one of the stronger types among demonic beasts. Roar! Roar! The spiked earth tiger straightened its massive frame slightly, its blood-red eyes gleaming in the darkness as it stared fixedly at Chengu, ready to pounce at any moment. A spiked earth tiger? Huh? A glint of light flashed in Chen Ji's eyes. Not only was there no fear in his heart, but a rising surge of excitement and exhilaration began to take over. Without the slightest hesitation, Chengu immediately activated his spiritual energy. A radiant spiritual mark suddenly appeared on his forehead. Then, behind him, a roaring flame abruptly manifested. From within the surging fire, a crimson divine bird shot out, its massive form exuding an overwhelming aura that swept through the surroundings like a tidal wave. One of the 4 sacred beasts, Vermilion Bird. This was Chen Ji's SSS level totem. Chengu thought to himself that the reason his Vermilion Bird totem was classified as SSS level must be due to its unparalleled power, surpassing all other SSS level totems. The Vermilion Bird totem, its might was unmatched, incomparable to any other. Chirp! Accompanied by a piercing cry that echoed through the heavens, it was as though the entire dark forest trembled with that single sound. At this moment, Chengu seemed like an invincible king, overlooking everything. The expression of the earth-spiked tiger changed dramatically. Its body trembled as it cowered, staring in terror at Chengu, or more precisely, at the phantom behind him, the vermilion bird. Even though Chengu was currently only at the first stage of cultivation, barely stepping into the realm, far weaker than the earth-spiked tiger in terms of cultivation depth, the oppressive aura emitted by the vermilion bird totem struck directly at the core of the earth-spiked tiger's soul, filling it with dread. Seeing this scene, the corners of Chen Ji's lips curled slightly upward. He was secretly delighted, never expecting the vermilion bird totem to possess such astonishing power. Just the release of its aura alone had reduced the earth-spiked tiger to a trembling mess, unable to muster any resistance. After all, a beast like the earth-spiked tiger lacked true intelligence and acted purely on instinct. And the oppressive force emitted by the vermilion bird was precisely the source of fear deeply ingrained in the bloodline of the earth-spiked tiger. With that, Chengu raised his palm, channeling his spiritual energy. Skill, Nanming Liua. In an instant, a flame appeared in the palm of Chen Ji's hand. Unlike ordinary flames, this fire was not merely crimson, it bore a strange blend of interwoven red and white hues, as if merging together. When Nanming Liua burns to its peak, it transforms into pure white, the most extreme form of fire. Though the current form of Nanming Liua was not yet at its purest and most extreme state, its power was still terrifyingly immense. The moment this palm-sized flame appeared, the surrounding temperature soared instantly. The nighttime forest, initially cool and even chilly, now felt like a massive furnace. Were it not for Chen Ji's immunity to its effects, his skin would have already been charred black. With a slight raise of his brow, Chengu suddenly swung his palm. The Nanming Liua transformed into a fiery bird and shot straight toward the earth-spiked tiger. In the next second, the Nanming Liua landed on the earth-spiked tiger. Roar! 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 The earth-spiked tiger let out agonizing, heart-wrenching cries. However, within a second, those cries were completely drowned out by the flames. The earth-spiked tiger was dead. The massive, earth-toned body of the tiger disintegrated at a visible rate under the red and white flames of Nanming Liua. Before the might of Nanming Liua, even the hardest material in the world would crumble like paper. Nanming Liua could not only incinerate physical bodies but also obliterate souls. This was the most extreme flame under the heavens, Nanming Liua. Yet at that moment, Chengu didn't feel excitement. Instead, he felt a bit panicked. Hey, don't burn it completely, Chengu instinctively shouted. Beasts were treasure troves, and the intact corpse of a first-stage beast like this could usually fetch thousands of coins. If Nanming Liua burned it entirely, wouldn't all his effort go to waste? Can this fire? Wait, it can. Retrieve. Chengu discovered that with just a thought, the Nanming Liua burning on the earth-spiked tiger's body could be drawn back, reforming into a red and white flame in his palm. And before his eyes, the earth-spiked tiger's corpse was revealed. The once 2-meter-long earth-spiked tiger had its yellow fur entirely burned away, leaving only charred flesh beneath. The corpse of the beast looked utterly tragic, yet Chengu felt a surge of excitement. This will probably fetch a much lower price now, Chengu muttered with a hint of regret, feeling a twinge of pity. System, how many points can this earn? He eagerly asked. Soon, the cold mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind. System evaluating. Evaluation complete. Current points exchangeable, 15. Would the host like to exchange? 15 points? This earth-spiked tiger's remains are only worth 1,500. Chengu gritted his teeth in frustration, feeling helpless. The Nanming Liua burned away nearly half of the earth-spiked tiger's body. Its value is obvious. If I had retrieved the Nanming Liua sooner, it could have been worth 3,000 or 4,000 coins, he murmured, silently regretting his mistake. He vowed to recall the flames earlier next time. The more it burned, the greater the loss of points. Exchange it, he decided at last. Congratulations to the host for gaining 15 points. As the system's voice sounded, the corpse of the earth-spiked tiger vanished instantly, as though it had never existed. Simultaneously, Chen Ji's points increased by 15. Name, Chengu. Cultivation level, first stage, 0/1000. Totem, Vermilion Bird, SSS level. Skill, Nanming Liua. Equipment, none. Items, none. Points, 15. Looking at his information panel, Chengu felt a surge of excitement. Finally, his points were no longer at 0. His determination to continue grew exponentially. let's keep it up. I'll aim to collect 200 points by the end of today. He clenched his fist, his eyes gleaming with resolve. Then, Chenggu continued forward, carefully searching for other beasts, his heart brimming with anticipation. Meanwhile, in another location, inside a luxurious villa in the center of Linjiang City, Zhang Hua lazily lounged on a massive bed. The spacious and opulent room was filled with spiritual energy, and scattered on the bedside were several small spirit beads. Yet, his brows were furrowed, his heart filled with confusion. How strange. What's wrong with me today? Why did I provoke the Chenggu guy for no reason? Damn it. Chenggu awakened an S-level totem, his future is limitless. Zheng Hua fumed inwardly, wondering why he had been so foolish as to antagonize him. Lately, my emotions have been really off. I need to sort myself out. His anxiety only deepened. Though Qin Ji's awakening had been 2 years late, with time, he was bound to shine. Even with the Zhang family as a shield, it would likely be difficult to rival Chenggu. Zheng Hua regretted his actions, realizing he had let jealousy cloud his judgment. Offending Chenggu had been a foolish mistake. He pressed his fingers to his temple, his face full of bitterness. In the end, all he could do was sigh and grab a handful of small spirit beads from the bedside table. Forget it, during the arena match 3 days later, I'll just go easy on him, he thought to himself. After the match, I'll give Chenggu a few small spirit beads as an apology. He probably won't take it too personally. Zheng Hua felt a pang of discontent in his heart, but he also knew he was in the wrong. Humph, that poor kid Chenggu sure got lucky, awakening an S-rank totem of all things. He sneered inwardly. And he dares challenge me to a duel? How utterly clueless about the real level of the world he is. What Zheng Hua failed to realize, however, was that the newly awakened Chenggu would soon become his greatest rival. Late at night, Chenggu moved through the Linjiang forest under the ink-black sky. It was silent all around him. He knew that if he didn't want to venture into the forest's depths, he would have to rely on his phone's navigation to skirt the edges safely. During the first half of the night, Chenggu had successfully slain 3 first-tier demonic beasts. As his mastery of the Nanmingli fire improved, he could retrieve the flames the instant the beasts perished, preserving the value of their corpses to the greatest extent. After these battles, Qin Ji's total points finally broke through the 100-point mark. Getting better and better at this, efficiency is skyrocketing. I'll definitely harvest even more in the second half of the night. Excitement gleamed in Chen Ji's eyes. With a glimmer of hope, he thought that if luck were on his side tonight, he might even reach 300 points. Clenching his fist with confidence, he pressed onward. Not long after, a nimble figure darted out from the shadows of the forest. It was a demonic beast, its entire body crackling with electricity, a lightning mouse. Although the lightning mouse wasn't particularly strong in attack, its corpse was a top-tier material for spirit-powered electricity generation, far more valuable than most other first-tier beasts. Chen Ji's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, as though racing against time, he raised his hand quickly. A cluster of white and red Nanmingli fire transformed into a fiery bird, hurtling directly toward the lightning mouse. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The lightning mouse let out a miserable screech before collapsing lifelessly. Sensing its life force dissipate, Chenggu immediately controlled the Nanmingli fire, withdrawing it. The lightning mouse's body was remarkably intact. System, redeem. System evaluating. Evaluation complete. Current redeemable points, 40. Would the host like to redeem? Chen Ji's eyes sparkled with delight, his heart racing. 40 points. This single lightning mouse was as valuable as 2 other first-tier beasts combined. Redeem. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 40 points. Chenggu felt a surge of joy. He hadn't expected the lightning mouse to be so worthwhile. Staring at the now vanished corpse, he felt no guilt whatsoever. Though the Nanmingli fire inflicted great torment upon the beasts, if left alive, they would only pose a threat to him. Even the weakest of foes, like the lightning mouse, could have devoured him had his strength been insufficient. This was the nature of demonic beasts. Thus, Chenggu held no psychological burden. Phew! He exhaled deeply, sensing the spiritual energy within him. Thankfully, the Nanmingli fire can be recalled, saving more than half of my spiritual energy. Otherwise, with my current spirit reservoir, just a few uses would drain me completely. Chenggu felt secretly relieved. Normal skill usage consumed immense spiritual energy, especially at lower cultivation levels. 3 or 4 uses of any skill could completely deplete his reserves. However, his Nanmingli fire could be recovered each time, significantly mitigating energy consumption. Without this, his powerful skill would have left him utterly exhausted after just a few uses. Let's keep going. Brimming with determination, Chen-gu continued hunting first-tier demonic beasts. As the night wore on, his efforts paid off handsomely. Retrieve. Chen-gu withdrew his Nanmingli fire, standing before the fallen corpse of a massive vine ape. The surrounding ground had been scorched black, the soil charred and ashen. Redeem. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 20 points. In the latter half of the night, Chen-gu killed a few more first-tier beasts, nearly exhausting his spiritual energy. He checked his status panel. Name, Chen-gu. Cultivation level, first tier, 0/1000. Totem, Vermilion Bird, SSS rank. Skill, Nanmingli Fire. Equipment, none. Items, none. Points, 325. His points had finally surpassed 300, reaching an unprecedented 325. Just 700 more points to break through the first tier. His confidence surged. With the 2 days over the weekend, I'll easily rack up 1,000 points. By then, I'll have extra points to spend on the lottery. I wonder what surprises I'll draw. Chen-gu murmured to himself, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. The rewards from the system's lottery never failed to amaze him. Looking toward the horizon, he noticed the faint light of dawn creeping in. The first rays of sunlight illuminated Linjiang City. Chen-gu felt a deep sense of accomplishment. The night's gains had been extraordinary, and he wouldn't squander this momentum. Time to head back and rest for a bit. After a brief adjustment, Chen-gu began making his way toward Linjiang City, his heart brimming with hope for the future. Not long after Chen-gu left, several figures emerged from the depths of Linjiang Forest, breaking the morning tranquility. Leading the group was a middle-aged man dressed in a black coat. His face was rugged and chiseled, covered with stubble, and beneath the coat was a muscular physique. However, his disheveled appearance told a different story. His clothes were torn and bloodied, with a few unmelted ice crystals clinging to him. "Lord Mayor, the source of that fiery energy is just ahead," one of the guards reported urgently. Genie furrowed his brows as he stepped onto the scorched ground, thinking to himself, what on earth happened here? Hiss! Genie immediately stepped back, horrified to find that the soles of his shoes had melted, the edges glowing red as if still radiating intense heat. The residual heat is still this terrifying? Genie's expression grew grim. He thought to himself, if I had hesitated any longer, even my feet might have been burned. Taking a few steps back, he fixed his gaze on the scorched earth, carefully sensing the waves of heat still emanating from it. The shock in his heart was difficult to suppress, but alongside it surged a flicker of excitement. Unbelievable. The residual energy alone is this horrifying. Lord Mayor, if we can find whoever did this, they'd undoubtedly help us deal with the ice spirit python. The guards beside him spoke with excitement, their eyes filled with anticipation. Genie nodded, a glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes. Indeed, this person must be a master of fire. Their totem and skills must heavily specialize in fire attributes. With their assistance, we could easily take down the ice spirit python. He turned his gaze toward Linjiang City, pondering, but when did someone of this caliber appear in Linjiang City? Let's head back and investigate this mysterious expert's identity. Genie's tone was resolute and filled with determination. Yes, sir, the guards responded in unison. They then leapt into the air, the spiritual marks on their foreheads glowing with 3 or 4 radiant lines. Transforming into streaks of light, they shot toward Linjiang City. Their hearts were brimming with hope and excitement, as though they could already see the dawn of victory. Huff! The city gate is just ahead. Chen-gu gazed at the towering city gate in the distance, a trace of joy finally emerging on his weary face. After a night of relentless combat, his physical strength, spiritual energy, and mental stamina were nearly depleted, to the point where even taking a single step felt like an immense effort. However, with the gate now in sight, he could finally breathe a small sigh of relief. Just then, Chen-gu sensed a surge of powerful energy behind him. Instinctively, he turned to look. He saw several streaks of light speeding toward him from not far away, shooting over his head like arrows and heading straight for the city gate. Those are... A strong sense of yearning surged in Chen Ji's heart as he watched the streaks of light and felt the overwhelming aura they exuded. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly, so powerful. At least third-tier experts, no doubt. At the same time, high above the city gate, Genie noticed Chen-gu and sighed to himself, that kid's wearing the uniform of Linjiang's #1 high, and he actually dared to venture into the outer forest, and at night no less. Quite the guts on him. Genie felt a flicker of interest in this bold youngster who seemed braver than his peers. But Genie did not linger, his mind was entirely focused on the mysterious flame-wielding expert. If he could enlist that expert's help, dealing with the ice spirit python would be a breeze. The thought of it filled Genie with a burning urgency. Turning swiftly, he led his guards into the city gate. Chen-gu withdrew his gaze, uninterested in the streaks of light in the sky. After all, they had nothing to do with him and were not worth further attention. Once he reached the city gate, he quickly registered his entry and hurried back to his residence. Fortunately, there weren't many people at this hour. Chenggu summoned his spiritual energy, swiftly climbed back to his room, rolled onto his bed, and fell fast asleep. Elsewhere, City Lord Jin Yi was reviewing the day's records of those who had entered and exited the city, meticulously verifying each person's identity. Yet, he found no trace of the mysterious flame-wielding expert. How odd. How could they not be here? Jin Yi frowned deeply, his heart full of doubt. A nearby guard quickly suggested, City Lord, could it be that the person isn't from Linjiang City at all and was merely passing through? Hearing this, Jin Yi slumped into his chair with a melancholy expression, sighing heavily. Sigh, that's entirely possible. Of the few powerful individuals I know, none specialize in flame totems. Otherwise, I would have sought their help long ago. Jin Yi shook his head helplessly. Just when he thought he'd found a solution to the ice spirit python problem, it had turned out to be another dead end. According to the city gate records, the mysterious flame-wielding expert hadn't even entered Linjiang City. They had merely passed through the Linjiang forest and were likely long gone by now. City Lord, you're finally back. At that moment, a crisp voice, as melodious as an oriole's song, rang out. A beautiful woman dressed in professional secretary attire entered, holding a document in her hand. Bai Jie, what's the matter? Is there something urgent? Jin Yi asked hastily. The woman before him was his secretary, Bai Jie. Although her cultivation talent was ordinary, her ability to handle administrative affairs was exceptional. Jin Yi often entrusted her with all matters during his absences. City Lord, this is the report on this year's totem awakenings across Linjiang City's high schools. Bai Jie's expression was calm and unruffled, but her demeanor exuded a warmth that was hard to ignore. She gently placed the document in front of Jin Yi. The totem awakening ceremony? I completely forgot. Jin Yi slapped his forehead in realization. He had been preoccupied with dealing with the ice spirit python deep in Linjiang Forest and had entirely overlooked this crucial event. Totem awakening was a matter of great importance to the city's and the nation's future, and Jin Yi was filled with anticipation. Opening the document, Jin Yi read carefully. This year, a total of 11,000 freshmen in the city underwent awakening. Among them, 9,450 awaken F-grade totems, 1,500 awaken E-grade totems, 45 awaken D-grade totems, and 5 awaken C-grade totems. 5 C-grade totems? About the same as previous years, Jin Yi murmured, his expression calm, though he was secretly satisfied. After all, such results were a significant boost to his performance as City Lord. However, when his eyes fell on the next line, his face instantly showed utter shock. Linjiang No. 1 High, senior student Chen Gu, awakened an S-grade totem. What? An S-grade totem? Jin Yi shot to his feet, staring incredulously at the document in his hands. An S-grade totem? There might not even be 5 such awakenings in the entire Xia kingdom in a year. Each one was a peerless prodigy, a true child of destiny. And Linjiang City? It was just a small city in Sichuan province, nestled in the southwestern region. Forget S-grade totems, they had never even seen an A-grade totem. The last B-grade totem had appeared many years ago. Shan Gu, I think I remember him. He's the kid who failed to awaken a totem in both his first and second years of high school, right? Jin Yi asked urgently. This matter had left a deep impression on him. After all, it was exceedingly rare for someone to fail to awaken a totem. Secretary Bai Jie nodded and said earnestly, yes, City Lord. Chen Gu failed to awaken a totem during both his first and second years. Hearing this, an ecstatic expression spread across Jin Yi's face. Ha ha ha, who would have thought this boy would go from complete silence to an earth-shattering roar? Could it be that his failure to awaken in the first 2 years was due to the unique nature of his S-grade totem? Regardless, this year's college entrance exam results for Linjiang City will undoubtedly surpass all previous years. We've got a super scholar destined for Xia Academy, Jin Yi declared excitedly, his heart brimming with anticipation. Bai Jie adjusted the black-rimmed glasses resting on her elegant nose and spoke with a hint of concern. City Lord, Chenggu has only just awakened his totem. Even though it's an S-grade totem, the 2 years he's lost place him at a significant disadvantage compared to others. Not to mention entering Xia Academy, even the other top 10 academies might be a long shot for him. Jin Yi shook his head, a confident smile forming on his lips. Bai Jie, you underestimate the value of an S-grade totem bearer. Do you think Xia Academy would let such a heaven-sent talent slip through their fingers? Even if Chen Jiyi's current cultivation level is lacking, Xia Academy will undoubtedly offer him direct admission. You can rest assured about that. Bai Jie suddenly understood. I see now. Upon reflection, it made perfect sense. After all, a top-tier genius who had awakened an S-grade totem would never be overlooked by Xia Academy. Such a prodigy was bound to receive their full support in nurturing. The next day, Saturday. High school students in this world didn't have weekend classes. Thus, Chenggu took the opportunity to rest and slept until noon. After a simple lunch, he eagerly headed back to Linjiang Forest. He still needed nearly 700 points to reach 1000. At yesterday's pace, today was bound to be a fruitful day. Soon enough, Chenggu encountered his first beast of the day. It was none other than a first-tier Venomfang snake. Its entire body was emerald green, with a pair of blood-red eyes that flickered incessantly, sending chills down anyone's spine. The Venomfang serpent was considered one of the more troublesome creatures among first-tier beasts because its attacks often carried potent venom, posing a significant threat to first-tier cultivators. "We can't let this Venomfang serpent get close, its venom would be too difficult to deal with." Chen Ji's heart tightened as he immediately decided to strike preemptively. With a flick of his wrist, a cluster of white-red flames instantly appeared in his palm. Nanmingli fire. In an instant, the refreshing jungle transformed into a massive furnace, with terrifyingly high temperatures surging outward. However, the flame in his palm remained no taller than 10 centimeters. Hiss, hiss. The Venomfang serpent let out trembling, fearful sounds, coiling its body into tight circles, not daring to make any move. The extreme fear emanating from the depths of its bloodline left it with no escape. Go! Chenggu swung his palm forward with force, and the Nanmingli fire transformed into a fiery bird, shooting straight toward the serpent and engulfing it in an instant. Hiss, hiss. The Venomfang serpent let out a miserable cry, but it was quickly silenced as the raging Nanmingli fire burned it to ashes. In the blink of an eye, the battle was over. Retrieve! With a flick of Chen Ji's wrist, the flames burning the Venomfang serpent's body were instantly withdrawn, recondensed into a 10-centimeter high cluster of fire, and returned to his palm. At this point, the serpent's corpse had been roasted to charcoal, emitting a burnt stench, while the surrounding soil had been scorched black as ink by the heat. Exchange. System evaluating. Evaluation complete. Current exchange value, 25 points. Would the host like to proceed? Yes, exchange. Congratulations to the host for earning 25 points. Chen Ji's control over the Nanmingli fire had reached a new level. Almost at the very moment the serpent died, he had retrieved the flames, perfectly preserving the value of the corpse. However, at that moment, Chenggu suddenly noticed an unusual trail. In the small jungle where the Venomfang serpent had emerged, there was a deep water-stained path, with faint traces of ice crystals clinging to its edges. Clearly, this was a trail left by the Venomfang serpent. Strange. The Venomfang serpent isn't a water or ice attribute beast, so why would it leave behind such a trail? Moreover, judging by this path, it seems the serpent ran here from the central part of the forest. Chen Ji's gaze fell toward the center of Linjiang Forest, a region dominated by second-tier beasts where first-tier beasts rarely survived. After all, beasts not only preyed on humans but also hunted each other across species. Ice crystals. Could it be that this Venomfang serpent was driven out by a second-tier ice attribute beast from the central part of the forest? TSK. Chen Ji's eyebrow arched slightly as he muttered to himself. For someone at his current level, second-tier beasts were still too formidable. Whatever. It's got nothing to do with me. Chenggu spoke to himself, fully aware that his focus should remain on hunting first-tier beasts on the forest's outskirts. Matters in the central part of the forest were none of his business. With that, Chenggu pressed on, continuing to search for first-tier beasts along the forest's outer edge. Meanwhile, Jinyi had rested for an entire morning, yet a strange feeling lingered in his heart, as if someone were incessantly scratching at his soul. Following an inexplicable premonition, he found himself heading toward Linjiang Forest. Perhaps that mysterious expert hasn't gone far? Jinyi thought to himself as he flew above the forest, constantly sensing the activity below. This aura, this heat wave. At that moment, Jinyi noticed a heat wave emanating from the forest's edge, a wave so intense it made his heart tremble. Is it that flame expert? Jinyi's heart erupted with joy. Without hesitation, he circulated his spiritual energy and flew rapidly in that direction. Before long, Jinyi arrived at the spot where the Venomfang serpent's corpse had been. The serpent's body had long been exchanged for points by Chenggu, leaving behind only a patch of scorched black ground that still radiated an oppressive heat wave. It is that expert. It really is him. I can't believe he's still here. Wonderful. Just wonderful. Jinyi was so exhilarated that he nearly jumped for joy. Inwardly, he thought, today truly feels like a blessing in disguise. If I can gain the help of this mysterious expert, dealing with the ice spirit python will be a breeze. This is... Just then, Jinyi noticed a water-stained trail behind the jungle. His brow furrowed, and his expression subtly shifted. This aura, it resembles that of the ice spirit python. Jinyi examined the marks carefully, his face growing increasingly grave. Judging by the signs, the beast that the mysterious expert killed seemed to have fled from the central part of the forest. And this beast, it seems, had encountered the ice spirit python, but the ice spirit python has always stayed in the forest's core, guarding the spirit fruit. Why would it leave so casually? Unless, a terrifying hypothesis arose in Jinya's mind. Could it be that the 4th tier ice spirit python is on the verge of breaking through to the 5th tier? Only when nearing a breakthrough would the python require such substantial sustenance, prioritizing it over guarding the spirit fruit. This is bad. If the ice spirit python truly breaks through to the 5th tier, the danger level of Linjiang Forest will rise drastically. What's more, the python might even launch a beast type to attack Linjiang City. If that happens, the safety of the entire city will be at immense risk. Jinya's expression turned extremely grim. The ice spirit python's breakthrough must be stopped. It has to be dealt with before it reaches the 5th tier. A sense of urgency surged within him. A 4th tier ice spirit python was already beyond their ability to handle. Only the assistance of that mysterious flame expert could resolve this crisis. Without hesitation, Jinya sped off in a certain direction. That mysterious expert is just ahead. At the same time, Shengo had taken down several more beasts. Exchange. Congratulations to the host for earning 24 points. He then opened his information panel to check. Name, Shengu. Realm, 1st tier, 0/1000. Totem, Vermilion Bird, SSS grade. Skill, Nanmingli Fire. Equipment, none. Items, none. Points, 405. His points had finally surpassed 400. Shengu was overjoyed. His goal of 1000 points was now less than 600 away. One more day, plus a full day tomorrow, and reaching 1000 points should be no problem. I might even have extra points to try my luck with the lottery, he muttered to himself, excitement flashing in his eyes. Just then, the sound of something tearing through the air came from not far behind him. Chen Ji's brows furrowed as he became extremely alert. Could it be a powerful beast? As soon as the thought crossed his mind, a figure descended from the sky. Fixing his gaze, Shengu saw a middle-aged man in a black coat. Are you, Shengu? Jinyi landed slowly, scrutinizing Chen Ji's face with shock. Just yesterday, Jinyi had seen a photo of Shengu. His strikingly handsome features left a lasting impression, and he recognized him instantly. Jinyi stared at the chart area not far away, waves of terrifying heat radiating around him, the scorching air so thick it was suffocating. It was clearly the aftermath of a blazing inferno, and the only person nearby was Shengu. The identity of the mysterious flame wielder was now self-evident. Jinyi's heart surged with shock, his lips trembling slightly as he asked in disbelief, Shengu, you're the mysterious flame wielder. Shengu stared warily at the middle-aged man in the black coat before him. Hearing the man call out his name, his brow furrowed slightly as he asked, Who are you? How do you know my name? The shock on Jinyi's face had yet to fade, but he quickly introduced himself. I am Jinyi, the Lord of Linjiang City. I know about your awakening of the S-Rank Totem, so I've seen your photo and information. Chen Ji's heart trembled. He hadn't expected this unassuming man before him to be the Lord of Linjiang City. Only 4th-tier powerhouses could govern a city, and in all of Linjiang City, 4th-tier experts could be counted on one hand. Immediately, Shengu took out his phone and confirmed Jinya's identity online. Even so, standing in the wilderness, Shengu maintained a high level of vigilance. He thought to himself, better safe than sorry, one can never be too careful. Lord Jin, if there's nothing else, I have some urgent matters to attend to. I'll be on my way, Shengu said, preparing to leave. Wait, hold on. Jin Yi quickly called out to stop him. Truth be told, Shengu instinctively grew cautious in this desolate wilderness. He didn't want to get involved with anyone, especially since his own abilities were still weak. Sorry, old man, but I'm really in a hurry. Let's talk another time. With that, Shengu activated his spiritual energy and swiftly ran off into the distance. Jin Yi twitched slightly. He wanted to give chase, but just then, his phone rang. Lord, something terrible has happened, came the urgent voice of his secretary, Bai Jia. Jin Yi's heart sank. Bai Jia, usually so calm, sounded incredibly frantic. Something serious must have occurred. Bai Jia, what happened? Lord, the first squad encountered a 4th-tier Stormhawk and is trapped in the heart of the forest. What? I'll head there immediately. Jin Yi hung up the phone and looked in the direction Shengu had left. With a helpless sigh, he resolved to rescue his subordinates. Gu, I didn't expect you to be the mysterious flame wielder. It seems your awakened totem is extraordinary. Once I've dealt with this matter, I'll definitely find you again. Having made up his mind, Jin Yi turned and sped toward the heart of the Linjiang forest. Shengu ran along the forest's edge for a while, confirming that no one was following him, and finally exhaled in relief. Although Jin Yi didn't seem malicious, Shengu was pressed for time. He had to quickly accumulate enough points and couldn't afford distractions. Hunting beasts to exchange for points, this must not be witnessed by others. Keep hunting, I aim to break 700 points today. Determination flashed in Chen Ji's eyes as his resolve strengthened. Before long, Chen Gu encountered a beast, an entry-level violent ape. Roar! 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 The violent ape had a massive build, glared fiercely, and pounded its chest with a deafening force, exuding ferocity. Among common beasts, it was considered one of the more dangerous. If an ordinary high school student encountered such a terrifying violent ape, they would likely collapse in fear. But Chen Gu remained unervingly calm. He slowly channeled his spiritual energy, creating a shield around him that isolated the violent ape's aura, standing firm and unmoved. Suddenly, a surge of blazing fire erupted behind Chen Gu. Chirp! A piercing cry echoed across the heavens. The violent ape instantly collapsed in fear. Its massive body curled up in a corner, trembling uncontrollably. Humph! Chen Gu sneered inwardly. The violent ape's earlier arrogance was now nowhere to be found. Indeed, dealing with these beasts was as simple as releasing the vermilion bird totem. With a flick of his wrist, Chen Gu summoned the blazing Nanmingli fire, which erupted like a white-red divine bird soaring into the sky, emanating in unrivaled might. Boom! The Nanmingli fire crashed heavily onto the violent ape, igniting it like dry wood meeting a raging fire. In an instant, the flames roared to life, engulfing the violent ape, which became a screaming, fiery monkey. Ah! The inhuman cries were gradually consumed by the raging flames. Only when the beast's life force dissipated did Chen Gu relax, a small smile of satisfaction appearing on his face as his gaze fell on the charred corpse of the violent ape. Just as he was about to step forward to claim his spoils, a swift and menacing figure suddenly shot out from the side, radiating an intense killing intent. Roar! A deafening roar erupted. It was another violent ape. However, this one had a patch of yellowish fur on its forehead, starkly contrasting its otherwise red fur. This violent ape is female. Chen Ji's eyes narrowed as he heightened his vigilance. Among this species, females were stronger than males and often ruled in matriarchal societies. Male violent apes typically depended on females for survival. The female violent ape's crimson eyes widened as it saw its fallen mate. Blood vessels seemed to burst in its eyes as rage consumed it. Its furious roars shook the surroundings, and spiritual energy visibly coursed through its body. With an imposing momentum, it charged at Chen Gu. Roar! 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 Its massive body hurtled toward Chen Gu like a war chariot, as if it intended to tear him apart. Chen Ji's heart tightened. With a quick step, he leapt into the air. Flames surged once more, and the vermilion bird's shadow descended again. Chirp! A piercing cry, as if tearing through the firmament, shook the heavens and earth. The cry instantly diminished the female violent ape's rage, leaving her trembling and overcome with fear. Seizing the moment, Chen Gu unleashed the platinum-colored Nanmingli fire, which shot out like lightning and struck the female violent ape, extinguishing her life in an instant. Boom! The female violent ape collapsed heavily to the ground, lifeless. Chen Gu skillfully retracted the Nanmingli fire and glanced over the two corpses, a hint of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. System, redeem. System evaluation in progress. System evaluation complete. Current redeemable points, 56. Would the host like to redeem? Chen Ji's heart leapt with joy. He hadn't expected to earn 56 points this time. His luck was truly extraordinary. Redeem. Congratulations to the host for earning 56 points. With the points credited, Chen Gu continued on his way, brimming with satisfaction. Meanwhile, in the heart of Linjiang Forest, the Stormhawk spread its wings, its height towering at 5 to 6 meters. With a wingspan of over 10 meters, its presence stirred the towering trees around it, causing them to sway as if they were about to be swept away. Damn it! It just had to be a Stormhawk. Jin Yi, who had hurriedly arrived, turned pale. If it had been any other fourth-tier beast, he might have stood a chance. But against the Stormhawk, he was utterly powerless. Apologies, Lord of the City, it was us who dragged you into this, a few blood-soaked warriors behind him said with difficulty. What are you saying? As the Lord of the City, it is my duty to lead by example. Besides, it was only because you were monitoring the ice spirit python that you braved the dangers of the forest's core. Jinya responded sharply, though his heart secretly tightened. Above them, the windstorm eagle hovered like a massive black hand, casting its shadow over them. Screech! At that moment, a piercing cry suddenly echoed from afar, its sharpness seemingly tearing through the heavens. The windstorm eagle, startled like a frightened bird, fled in a panic, as if it had seen something that struck terror into its soul. Jinya and the others froze in place, utterly bewildered. Did we survive? Instinctively, Jinya turned toward the direction of the sound, a mix of curiosity and confusion rising within him. What was that sound? Just a single sound, and it scared a Tier 4 windstorm eagle into fleeing in terror. This was simply unbelievable. In the stunned gazes of the group, the sound resonated like thunder, shaking the entire sky. The windstorm eagle, a Tier 4 existence with formidable power, now acted as though it had encountered something nightmarish, turning to flee without hesitation. Everyone found it hard to believe, and a monumental question surfaced in their minds. What kind of force could inspire such fear in such a powerful predator? At that moment, a dazzling beam of light streaked across the sky, heading straight for the windstorm eagle. The group collectively held their breath, their eyes fixed intently on the light. The brilliance closed in swiftly, and though the windstorm eagle flapped its massive wings desperately to escape, it seemed unable to shake off the invisible pressure no matter how it struggled. "Look, that is," someone shouted in astonishment. The others quickly turned their gaze toward the beam of light, their hearts filled with anticipation and tension. The light began to condense, gradually forming into a figure. The legendary warrior known as the God of War had descended. His very presence instantly ignited the scene, his overwhelming aura surging like a tide. The windstorm eagle's retreat seemed inevitable. Faced with such a powerful figure, it had nowhere left to run. The God of War's gaze was as sharp as a blade, locking onto the windstorm eagle. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he let out a low growl. "Still trying to escape?" This voice was like a hammer, striking heavily at everyone's hearts. They all felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. Under this force, the windstorm eagle finally broke, letting out a mournful scream before plummeting from the sky, powerless to resist. "Ha ha ha, this is the gap in power." The God of War laughed, his voice echoing across the sky as though declaring to all, in his presence, any opponent was as fragile as an ant. The crowd was left in awe, silently vowing to aspire to such heights, to pursue an even greater realm of power. Time passed swiftly, and before they knew it, the weekend had quietly come to an end. Phew! Chenggu gazed at the setting sun, letting out a deep breath as countless emotions welled up in his heart. After days of effort, he had finally reaped significant rewards. After exchanging the last demonic beast's corpse for points, Chenggu eagerly checked his information panel. Name, Chenggu. Cultivation, Tier 1, 0/1000. Totem, Vermilion Bird, SSS rank. Skill, Southern Flame. Equipment, none. Items, none. Points, 1540. In just 3 short days, aside from resting 7 to 8 hours a day, Chenggu had spent nearly all his time hunting demonic beasts in the Linjiang forest, accumulating a total of 1500 points. Without any hesitation, Chenggu immediately chose to allocate his points to cultivation, preparing to break through to the next tier. Would you like to spend 1000 points to advance to Tier 2? Yes. Congratulations, host, on advancing to Tier 2. With the mechanical voice echoing in his mind, a surge of immense spiritual energy washed over him like a tide, coursing through his limbs and body. His entire being reached an unprecedented peak of power at that moment. With my current strength, I could punch 10 of my previous selves to death. Chenggu thought ecstatically. Indeed, the gap between Tier 1 and Tier 2 is truly enormous, he murmured to himself, already anticipating the intensity of tomorrow's sparring session. Though he had immense confidence in his Vermilion Bird Totem and his Southern Flame ability, certain that if the Southern Flame struck Zhang Hua, even as a Tier 2 cultivator, Zhang Hua wouldn't stand a chance, he was also aware that Tier 2 cultivators far surpassed Tier 1 in strength and speed. The Southern Flame wasn't a homing skill, which left him feeling a bit uneasy. Still, with my cultivation now elevated, there will be no suspense tomorrow, he thought, a look of determination and anticipation on his face. Whoosh, whoosh, Chen Ji's breathing followed a steady rhythm. With his breakthrough to Tier 2, his speed and explosive power had increased several-fold. Like a bolt of lightning, he raced back to the city. Once there, he once again checked his information panel. Name, Chenggu. Cultivation, Tier 2, 0/50,000. Totem, Vermilion Bird, SSS rank. Skill, Southern Flame. Equipment, none. Items, none. Points, 540. After breaking through to Tier 2, his remaining points had dwindled to just over 500. His eyes were drawn to the cultivation bar's final bracket, Tier 2, 0/50,000. 50,000 points, he muttered in shock, his heart trembling. This was an astronomical figure, equivalent to 5 million in currency. For him at present, it was almost unimaginable. Earning 50,000 points won't be easy, he thought to himself. Still, with his current strength, the impending college entrance exams should pose no problem. Based on past exam standards, his advancement to Tier 2 gave him a solid chance of being admitted to the premier university of the Great Xia Empire, the Great Xia Academy. Even if he didn't make it into the top 10 due to the quality of his totem or skills, he could still secure a spot at top-tier institutions like Shidu Academy or Modu Academy. With nearly half a year left until the college entrance exams, gathering 50,000 points at his current rate of accumulation wasn't out of reach. Chenggu felt a sense of calm settle over him. My cultivation is sufficient for now. Next, it's time to try out this lottery lottery system. A gleam of excitement flashed in his eyes. The system's prize pool contained all sorts of powerful and rare treasures, spiritual weapons, items, and even skills and totems. The temptation was overwhelming. System, let's start with a 5-draw to test the waters, he thought to himself. Instantly, a massive wheel appeared before his eyes, its vibrant colors radiating dazzling light. As 500 points were consumed, the wheel's pointer began spinning rapidly, its brilliance flickering. Thank you for participating. Better luck next time. Thank you for participating. Better luck next time. 4 consecutive white flashes appeared, landing on thank you for participating and better luck next time. What? This is so unlucky. Chengu couldn't help but complain, feeling a tinge of disappointment. But just as the final draw began, the pointer glowed with a blue light. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the item, Spirit Ring, blue, ×1. Finally, it dropped. Chen Ji's eyes lit up instantly. Although it was just a blue-tier item, it was infinitely better than getting a thanks for participating consolation reward. Immediately, Chen Gu looked at the description of the Spirit Ring. Spirit Ring. Description: when worn, it automatically shields the wearer from mental attacks, including control, charm, dizziness, etc. The defensive limit is Tier 2. At this moment, a flame of hope ignited in Chen Ji's heart. The effect of this Spirit Ring was nothing short of extraordinary. One must know that equipment to resist physical and magical attacks was readily available on the market. However, gear capable of defending against mental attacks was a true rarity, a priceless treasure. Its value far exceeded items of the same tier by several times, making it a heaven-defying artifact. Without hesitation, Chen Gu immediately put the ring on. In the next second, the ring vanished. Ha! It can turn invisible too? Chen Gu was surprised, but a faint smile appeared on his lips. Soon, Chen Gu returned home. After dinner, he lay on the bed to get some well-deserved rest. There was a sparring match scheduled for tomorrow, and tonight, he needed to conserve his energy to prepare for the challenge ahead. Time flew by. The next day, Monday, the live combat arena was already teeming with people, even attracting students from the first and second years who came specifically to watch the excitement. Over the past few days, news of the sparring match between Chen Gu and Zheng Hua had spread across the entire school, even becoming a hot topic among the teachers. Zheng Hua stood on platform number 1, arms crossed, his face stern. He scanned the crowd with his peripheral vision, his mind already calculating. I never thought so many people would show up. This is going to be troublesome, he thought. Humiliating Chen Gu in front of such a large audience, this guy definitely won't let it slide. But whatever. Chen Gu is just a luck-driven pauper anyway. Tossing him a few low-grade spirit pearls won't hurt. A smug expression crept into Zhang Hua's mind. He firmly believed that against someone as poor as Chen Gu, throwing money at the problem was the most effective solution. As long as money could solve it, it wasn't a problem. Go, young Master Zhang. You can do it. At that moment, Lin Weiwei, standing below the platform, sent Zheng Hua a charming glance of encouragement. Zheng Hua felt a surge of excitement and nodded confidently at Lin Weiwei. Don't worry, Weiwei. Chen Gu, at best, is only tier 1. He definitely won't be my match. The audience began searching for Chen Ji's figure, murmuring among themselves. Where's Chen Gu? Why hasn't he shown up yet? Could it be that he's afraid? TSK, I didn't expect Chen Gu to be not only foolish but also a coward. What a waste of that S-rank totem. Watch your words. I'm just stating the truth. The crowd buzzed with chatter, and some even began criticizing Chen Gu. Hearing these remarks, Zheng Hua's lips curled upward slightly, and a sense of pride welled up in his heart. Humph, just a stroke of dumb luck. That S-rank totem is truly wasted on him. If only that S-rank totem belonged to me, how amazing would that be? Chen Gu doesn't deserve to have an S-rank totem. Only I am worthy. Gradually, an intense emotion surged within Zheng Hua, as if it had been ignited. His crimson eyes grew bloodshot, veins bulged on his forehead, and his expression became increasingly ferocious. Look, Chen Gu is here. At that moment, an exclamation erupted from the crowd. The densely packed crowd parted to create a path. A tall and well-proportioned figure, exuding confidence and composure, walked forward unhurriedly. Then, with a light step, he leaped onto the platform like the wind. It was Chen Gu. The moment Zheng Hua saw Chen Gu, his lips twisted into a sinister grin, and his bloodshot eyes gleamed with malevolence. I didn't think you'd actually dare to show up. He. I didn't think you'd actually dare to show up. He. Zheng Hua let out a chilling, unsettling laugh, his eyes bloodshot and terrifying. Seeing this, Chen Gu raised an eyebrow slightly, his mind instantly alert. Zheng Hua's state is definitely not normal. Strange. Chen Gu muttered to himself, scrutinizing Zheng Hua closely. He noticed that Zhang Hua seemed to be in a berserk state, filled with hostility, like a maddened bull. It was completely out of the ordinary. What's more, Zhang Hua had inexplicably provoked him before, initiating this sparring match. The mystery deepened in Chen Ji's mind. Clearly, something unknown was hidden behind all this. But first, he had to deal with the immediate challenge. Zhang Hua's crimson eyes glowed ominously as spiritual energy surged within him. A chilling aura spread instantly. Behind him, a snowy white wolf covered in icy spikes materialized, a S-Rank totem, the Icefang wolf. Its overwhelming pressure swept across the arena like a storm, suffocating the onlookers. So this is a Tier 2 S-Rank totem, the Icefang wolf. Such power. Just the aura alone has me trembling in fear. As expected of the year's top student, Zhang Hua's strength guarantees his admission to the Great Xia Academy. TSK, Chenggu is in big trouble now. The crowd murmured in amazement, marveling at Zhang Hua's strength and expressing regret and confusion about Chen Ji's situation. Lin Weiwei, standing below the platform, wore a triumphant smile, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Meanwhile, at the edge of the sports field, on the rooftop of the administrative building, Principal Gaoi leaned against the railing, his gaze fixed on the platform with an expectant glint in his eyes. He had already conducted a background check on Chenggu. Despite being at the bottom of the grade due to his late totem awakening, his theoretical knowledge was far ahead, demonstrating extraordinary intelligence. For this sparring match, Gaoi held high hopes. Perhaps, Chenggu will surprise me. After all, this was the only S-Rank totem ever recorded in Linjiang City. Hey, old Gao, I'm here for the boy. Don't waste my time. A booming voice interrupted as Jin Yi approached with an imposing demeanor. Gaoi smiled faintly, pointing toward the platform. The person you're looking for is right there. Jin Yi followed his direction and immediately spotted Chenggu. His eyes sparkled. Oh, they're in the middle of a sparring match. His interest was instantly piqued, and like Gaoi, he leaned against the railing to observe. Even if Chenggu defeats Zhang Hua, he's only a Tier 2 at best. Old Jin, why are you so keen on Chenggu? Gaoi asked curiously. Jin Yi smirked, his eyes filled with anticipation. Chen Ji's flames are incredibly strong, even surpassing mine. If he helps, we'll have a real chance to take down the ice serpent in the heart of Linjiang's forest. His tone was serious, with no trace of humor. Gaoi realized Jin Yi's sincerity but was even more puzzled. Chenggu awakened his totem only a few days ago, yet he's already earned such high praise. Indeed, Chenggu possessed a one-of-a-kind S-Rank totem. If he had awakened it in his first year, he would likely already be a formidable force to reckon with. But the problem was, Chenggu had only just awakened his totem. At most, he could be considered a Tier 1 fighter. Even with the power of his totem, he'd barely reach Tier 2. It was impossible for him to be stronger than that. Seeing Gaoyi's face full of disbelief, Jin Yi hurriedly explained, I know you don't believe me, but a few days ago, I encountered him. In the Linjiang forest. The traces left behind after he used his flames, just the scorching heat wave, made my heart tremble with fear. That's right, Chen Ji's current strength might be weak, but his flames are absolutely powerful. That's why I only need to borrow his flames to break the frost serpent's icy shield. Without the icy shield, that frost serpent will definitely not be my match. Yao Yi's words carried unwavering determination and confidence, his expression easing slightly as a result. This was indeed good news, but Gao Yi's expression quickly turned grave again. He hurriedly added, Old Jin, no matter what, that is still a genuine, 4th-tier beast. Chenggu is one of the top prodigies in all of Linjiang City, even the entire Great Xia. We absolutely cannot let anything happen to him. The number of S-tier totems awakened in Great Xia every year could be counted on one hand. Every S-tier totem bearer was a beacon of hope for the future, capable of advancing to the 7th or even 8th tier of cultivation. From both personal interest and the perspective of Great Xia as a whole, Gao Yi had to ensure Chen Ji's safety. Jin Yi nodded and patted his chest. Don't worry, I've got this under control. I only need Chenggu to break the frost serpent's icy shield. Leave the rest to me. Without the shield, that frost serpent is definitely not my opponent. Gao Yi did not object further, but neither did he agree on Chen Ji's behalf. Instead, he said calmly, this matter, you speak to him about it yourself. Additionally, if he agrees to go, no matter what, you must guarantee his safety. Absolutely no room for error. Gao Yi's voice was like an unyielding vow, filled with authority. Faced with Gao Yi's stern expression, Jin Yi nodded repeatedly. Rest assured, I won't let a single hair on Chen Ji's head be harmed. However, Jin Yi's tone suddenly shifted, and he looked at Gao Yi with a touch of resentment in his eyes. We've been old friends for so many years, and you don't even care about my injuries? Whether it was the battle with the frost serpent or the windstorm hawk, he had sustained numerous injuries. Though they weren't serious, they were still injuries. Chenggu hadn't even done anything yet, and he was already getting this level of concern. You're a grown man, who cares about your injuries? Gao Yi rolled his eyes at him, speaking bluntly. If your secretary got hurt, I might care. But you? Forget it. Jin Ye's face darkened. I knew it. You've been eyeing my secretary. You shameless old thing. Do you even realize how old you are? Still thinking about robbing the cradle? Disgusting. Gao Yi's face flushed red, a mix of embarrassment and anger. He hastily defended himself. What nonsense are you spouting? I'm just saying Secretary Bai is beautiful and very capable at her job. Unlike someone who just acts like a hands-off boss all day. Honestly, when you retire, you might as well let Secretary Bai take over as the city lord, Jin Ye retorted mockingly. The two stopped bickering and turned their eyes to the arena. The sparring match officially began. Skill, Ice Spear. Zhang Hua was the first to launch an attack. Behind him, a massive frost wolf let out an ear-piercing howl. Oh whoa. Immediately, it was as if the arena was engulfed by a cold wave. Spirit energy surged from Zhang Hua's body like a flood, instantly condensing. Layers of frost that transformed into sharp ice spears. These spears, each about 10 centimeters long, glinted coldly like blades. Whoa! These ice spears look sharper than my broadsword, an audience member exclaimed. Yeah, they seem to surpass even some first-tier spirit weapons, another person responded excitedly. As expected of Zhang Hua, the top student of the grade, even a casually released skill is so terrifying. The crowd collectively gasped, their faces filled with shock and fear. If they were to face these terrifying ice spears directly, they might collapse in terror. At this moment, however, Chen Gu stood calmly amidst the rain of incoming ice spears. His expression was as calm as still water as he slowly raised his hand, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. Skill, Southern Bright Flame. The atmosphere in the arena instantly became taut with tension. The overwhelming barrage of ice spears rained down, sealing off all possible escape routes for Chen Gu. There wasn't even a moment for him to catch his breath. Too strong. Even from this distance, I feel like shivering. Yeah, Zhang Hua truly deserves to be the top student. Chen Gu is done for. With such a powerful attack, he might end up disabled. Exclamations filled the air as the spectators voiced their shock. Even Zhang Hua himself smirked smugly, his blood-red eyes gleaming with disdain and pride. However, at that moment, Chen Gu merely raised his hand lightly, as if indifferent to the chaos around him. Whoosh! A sharp, piercing sound tore through the air like thunder on a clear day, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Look! On Chen Ji's hand. Fire. Is that a skill? Has Chen Gu already learned a skill? Didn't Chen Gu only awaken his totem a few days ago? How did he master a skill so quickly? Yeah, it took me over a month just to barely grasp my first skill. Is this the terrifying talent of an S-tier totem? Unbelievable. The crowd erupted in astonished gasps, struggling to believe that Chen Gu had already mastered a skill in such a short time. Even so, they remained skeptical. Even if he's learned a skill, so what? Yeah, Zhang Hua is a second-tier cultivator. Just his cultivation level alone is enough to crush Chen Gu easily. Mastering one skill won't help Chen Gu block Zhang Hua's attack. But then, an unimaginably intense wave of heat burst forth from the arena. Boom! The scorching aura swept out, and the onlookers cried out in alarm. My God, it's so hot! This flame, it's terrifying. Dear heavens, what kind of fire is this? Faces around the arena turned pale. Even from such a distance, the crowd could feel the overwhelming heat wave. And yet, it was just a small flame. At that moment, Chen Gu spread his hand wide, revealing a white-red flame that burned like gold, flickering and dancing in his palm. It wasn't particularly large, but it exuded an aura of dominance, as if reigning supreme over the world. The terrifying heat surged continuously. The oncoming ice spears, before they could even get within a meter of Chen Gu, were instantly melted by the scorching aura, turning into steam that quickly dissipated across the arena. What? Zhang Hua's face twisted in shock, unable to believe what he was seeing. My ice spears? How is this possible? As a second-tier cultivator, Zhang Hua knew that even a first-tier fire-wielding cultivator shouldn't be able to dissolve his ice spears so effortlessly. Yet, Chen Gu, who had awakened his totem only 3 or 4 days prior, had completely neutralized his ice spears with just a small flame in his palm. The unexpected shock was quickly drowned by Zhang Hua's inner confidence. Humph, I didn't expect your totem skill to be fire-based, perfectly countering me. But, let's see how you'll defend against this second skill of mine. Zhang Hua suddenly raised his palm, and the ice wolf totem behind him tilted its head back and let out a piercing howl. Oh whoa. Immediately, countless spiritual energies surged outward, spreading like waves. From the ice wolf totem, a beam of light shot forth, attaching itself to Zhang Hua's palms, instantly transforming into sharp claws, a manifestation of the ice wolf's claws. Skill, Wolf Claw Assault. A fierce glint shone on Zhang Hua's face as the claws erupted with a razor-sharp aura, charging menacingly toward Chen Gu. Compared to the previous ice spear, the Wolf Claw Assault carried no ice attribute and thus wouldn't be countered by fire. More importantly, as Zhang Hua's second skill, it far surpassed the ice spear in both power and speed, filling him with confidence. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Hua, with an overwhelmingly fierce offensive, was only a meter or two away from Chen Gu. Just one more moment, and he could easily strike Chen Gu. However, at that very moment, Zhang Hua suddenly sensed something off. The scene before him rippled and distorted like waves. It was caused by the terrifying high temperature. As Zhang Hua's body continued to approach, the instant he stepped within 1 or 2 meters of Chen Gu, the surrounding temperature suddenly spiked, as if the entire space had been ignited. Zhang Hua felt as though he had fallen into a massive furnace, his entire body subjected to intense roasting. The claws on his palms had long dissipated due to the pause in spiritual energy, and now he didn't even have the strength to resist. Ah, so hot! It burns! Zhang Hua screamed in agony, like an insect trapped in flames. He collapsed to his knees in utter distress, desperately tearing at the fabric on his chest, trying to alleviate the unbearable heat. However, this scorching heat was the aura of the southern bright flame. With just a trace of killing intent from Chen Gu, the moisture in Zhang Hua's body could be instantly vaporized. And yet, Chen Gu remained as steady as a mountain, holding the southern bright flame in one hand, expressionless, quietly observing everything. Zhang Hua had already rolled several times on the ground, his desperate cries echoing throughout the arena. I surrender! I surrender! The blood-red hue in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by endless terror. Even the dignity of the young master of the Zhang family was cast aside, leaving him in utter disgrace. Seeing this, Chen Gu merely cast a sidelong glance, his wrist making a slight turn. The southern bright flame disappeared instantly. Only then did the surrounding temperature begin to recede, though it remained stiflingly hot. For Zhang Hua, the dissipation of this heat felt like a refreshing spring, bringing comfort to his mind and body. Huff, huff, huff. Zhang Hua knelt on one knee, panting heavily like a beast, his face flushed red, drenched in sweat, his clothes completely soaked. There was no trace left of the young master's former grandeur. The audience surrounding the arena was dumbfounded, stunned by the absurdity and hilarity of the scene, unable to believe that this competition had ended so abruptly. The ultimate victor turned out to be the very person they had ignored, Chen Gu. My heavens, what did I just witness? Chen Gu actually won. Zhang Hua actually lost. Am I dreaming? Discussions erupted like a tidal wave among the crowd, everyone astonished beyond belief. Only now did they realize that throughout the entire duel, Chen Gu had merely raised a single palm and maintained this posture, while Zhang Hua had rolled on the ground like a rabid dog, begging for mercy. It was truly unimaginable. Meanwhile, atop the administrative building, Jin Yi and Gao Yi exchanged shocked glances, their hearts in turmoil. No way, this Chen Gu guy. This flame is just too terrifying, Gao Yi exclaimed in awe. He had doubted Jin Yi's words before, thinking that since Chen Gu had just awakened his totem, his flames couldn't possibly be this powerful. Now, Gao Yi finally realized that Chen Ji's strength was utterly monstrous. Do you believe me now? Jin Yi said smugly, though even he was deeply shaken by how easily Chen Gu had defeated Zhang Hua with just the residual power of his flames. Images of that platinum-like flame kept flashing in Jin Yi's mind, filling him with excitement and anticipation. With Chen Ji's help, that ice spirit python can be easily dealt with. Chen Gu has truly brought me too many surprises. Gao Yi couldn't help but sigh, his gaze flickering with awe. Originally, he thought that Chen Gu awakening an S-class totem was already a gift from the heavens, but he hadn't expected. Beyond the totem, Chen Ji's personal talent was even more frighteningly exceptional. In just a few days, Chen Gu had already mastered a skill, and his combat capability had reached the second-tier level. What shocked Gao Yi the most, however, was that skill of Chen Ji's. That flame actually exceeded the limits of its realm. One must know, no matter how powerful a totem, its skills were always tied to the user's cultivation level. But the problem was, Chen Ji's flame seemed to carry an absolute dominance. This flame must be the innate skill of Chen Ji's totem. The innate skill of an S-class totem is terrifying beyond words. Gao Yi couldn't help but draw a sharp breath, his heart trembling uncontrollably. Thus, his expression turned even more serious as he gave Jin Yi a stern look, warning him, "Old Jin, I'm telling you again, if anything happens to Chen Gu, I won't let you off." Jin Yi quickly replied, "Don't worry, I'll definitely be careful. Even if I have to forego that treasure, I'll ensure Chen Ji's safety." Only then did Gao Yi's expression soften slightly, and he nodded faintly. If it weren't for his good relationship with Jin Yi and his trust in his character, he wouldn't have agreed to this matter in the first place. He wouldn't even let anyone see Chen Gu. Alright, I'll go bring him over and provide him with the resources he's owed for the past 2 years. Gao Yi spoke slowly, then leaped down gracefully. His figure moved like lightning, his steps light, spiritual energy swirling around him, his forehead glowing with 4 brilliant spiritual marks, resembling a deity descending to the mortal realm. On the arena, Zhang Hua knelt on one knee, utterly disheveled, his expensive clothes burned to tatters. Young Master Zhang! Young Master Zhang! Several of his lackeys rushed over, hurriedly supporting Zhang Hua. Seeing Zhang Hua in such a woeful state, they shouted angrily at Chen Gu. Chen Gu, you're too ruthless. We're all classmates, why did you go so hard on him? Chen Ji's eyebrows arched slightly as he prepared to retort, but the utterly weakened Zhang Hua slowly raised his hand, stopping his lackeys. Shut up. A loss is a loss. Zhang Hua glared forcefully at them. Despite his weakened and miserable state, the pressure he exuded still left them too frightened to argue. Then, Zhang Hua flipped his hand, and 5 shining small spirit pearls appeared in his palm, radiating dazzling light that made one dizzy. Exhaustion and helplessness flickered in Zhang Hua's eyes, completely different from the bloodshot gaze he had earlier. Chen Gu, I lost this duel. As the eldest son of the Zhang family, I never go back on my word. After saying this, Zhang Hua threw the 5 small spirit pearls to Chen Gu and, supported by his underlings, staggered off the stage. At this moment, Lin Weiwei approached, a trace of worry flashing across her face. Young Master Zhang, are you alright? Zhang Hua shook his head and left silently, giving no response. Seeing this, Chen Gu raised an eyebrow slightly, a surge of confusion rising in his heart. Zhang Hua's behavior before and after was entirely different, like 2 different people. Split personality? That didn't seem right. Chen Gu lowered his head to look at the 5 small spirit pearls in his hand, their dazzling brilliance reflecting under the sunlight. These were treasures worth 50,000 bucks. A gleam of excitement lit up in his eyes, 500 points earned. And with the 5 draws he had accumulated earlier, he now had enough for 10 draws, which guaranteed a purple tier reward. Chen Gu was filled with anticipation. Blue tier rewards were already incredible, just how rare and powerful could a purple tier reward be? He stepped off the stage, and all the surrounding eyes fixed on him: amazement, admiration, curiosity. Various emotions surged like waves. I can't believe Chen Gu actually won. It's truly unbelievable. How exactly has he been cultivating? He's only awakened his totem for 3 or 4 days. Is this the terrifying potential of an S-grade totem? Absolutely incredible. The crowd couldn't help but exclaim. Just then, a figure slowly approached. The principal! The principal! The principal! The crowd immediately parted to make way, their hearts brimming with genuine respect for the principal, as if they were worshipping a deity. After all, this was one of the very few 4th-tier powerhouses in all of Linjiang City. Chen Gu, today's duel really opened my eyes. Gao Yi walked over with a cheerful smile, enthusiastically clapping for Chen Gu. Principal, you're too kind. It was just luck, Chen Gu responded modestly. Modesty is a virtue. Gao Yi admired Chen Gu even more inwardly. Neither arrogant nor overbearing, such composure was truly rare. By the way, I've already reported your situation to the higher-ups. For exceptional students with high-level totems, the school provides differentiated treatment and resources, Gao Yi explained as they walked. In this world ravaged by the demon tribes, human nations placed great importance on nurturing prodigies. During the annual Totem Awakening, schools offered varying levels of resources based on the students' totem ranks. The lowest ranks, E and F, were only entitled to the most basic educational resources. Students with D-rank totems could receive additional resources, such as monthly vitality potions to significantly accelerate their cultivation. C-ranked totems enjoyed even more benefits, including personalized guidance from teachers. The treatment for B-ranked and A-ranked totems was nearly top tier, providing tailored skill books and career planning. As for S-ranked totems, the nation personally allocated funds. In addition to cultivation resources and skill books, there was an extremely important resource for development: weaponry and equipment. For those with S-ranked totems, the equipment provided by the nation was far from ordinary. Upon reaching the corresponding level, they could apply for a spiritual weapon of the same tier. For instance, if Chen Gu advanced to the 2nd tier, he could apply for a high-quality 2nd-tier spiritual weapon. A spiritual weapon wasn't just a tool but contained spiritual essence, capable of resonating with the surrounding spiritual energy. Its power far surpassed weapons forged from mundane iron and was extraordinarily precious. Even among cultivators of the same rank, most did not possess a spiritual weapon of their level. Even Zhang Hua, the eldest son of the Zhang family, didn't own a 1st-tier spiritual weapon. Throughout Linjiang High School, only the principal, vice principal, and a few others had spiritual weapons, showing just how rare they were. A spiritual weapon? Such generosity? Chengu exclaimed in surprise, gradually understanding that to resist the powerful demon tribes, humanity had to fully invest in cultivating strong practitioners. That's why I specifically requested the higher-ups to compensate for the resources you've missed over the past 2 years, including cultivation resources, skill books, and spiritual equipment, Gaoi said calmly. Of course, the quantity of these resources is significant, so they won't be distributed all at once. I hope you understand. He smiled faintly. Not at all, Principal. Chengu quickly responded. Gaoi led him to the principal's office door and gently pushed it open. Seeing this, especially the meaningful smile on Gaoyi's face, Chengu couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. By the way, someone wants to see you. Gaoi pushed open the office door completely. Following the direction of the door, Chengu saw a familiar figure sitting on the sofa, waving at him with a broad smile. Chengu, ha ha ha, we meet again. A hearty, bold voice greeted him. Looking at the enthusiastic figure, Chengu was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected to meet that eccentric uncle here. Chengu, let me introduce you. This is the Lord of Linjiang City and one of our city's few fourth-tier powerhouses, Gaoi quickly introduced. Although he had a good personal relationship with Jinya in private, he maintained his formal demeanor on official occasions. Jinya chuckled awkwardly, raised his head slightly, and said proudly, let me add, I'm the strongest fourth-tier powerhouse in Linjiang City. Chen Ji's heart trembled. He hadn't expected this casual and eccentric man to be the strongest in Linjiang City. So, it's the lord of the city, Chengu greeted respectfully with a bow. My apologies for being so cautious outside the city earlier. The textbooks say some demon tribes can transform into human forms. Chengu explained honestly, though his demeanor remained calm and composed. Jinya laughed and waved his hand. It's fine. Being cautious is a good thing. Never let your guard down against the demon tribes. Very good. Today, I specifically wanted to meet you because I have a favor to ask. Hearing this, Chengu raised an eyebrow slightly, a wave of doubt surging in his heart. The city lord Jinya, a dignified fourth-tier powerhouse, was asking him for help. If even Jinya couldn't handle it, how could he possibly assist? Lord, please go ahead. Despite his thoughts, Chengu responded honestly. Jinya smiled, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Hey, no need to be so formal. Just call me Uncle Jean. It's like this. In the core area of the Linjiang forest, there is an ice spirit python. Its territory harbors a spirit fruit that is very important to me. I want to deal with the ice spirit python and obtain the spirit fruit. However, this fourth-tier ice spirit python has a unique skill, the ice shield, and coupled with its profound cultivation, I'm at my wit's end. But I noticed your flame skill is incredibly powerful, perfectly countering the ice spirit python. It can easily break through its ice shield. So, I hope you can help me this once. Don't worry, the reward will absolutely satisfy you. Hearing this, Chengu finally understood the matter that Jin Yi had entrusted to him. I see. Chengu slowly nodded. Although he understood the reasoning, his heart was still filled with doubt. Uncle Jin, the problem is, after all, that's a tier 4 demon beast. For me, the difficulty is a bit too high. Jin Yi quickly replied with a serious tone, Chengu, I've already considered that thoroughly. You only need to control fire from a distance to break the ice spirit python's frost shield. I will personally restrain the ice spirit python and absolutely won't let it have a chance to attack you. Once the frost shield is broken, it won't stand a chance against me. Jin Yi patted his chest, his firm gaze giving Chengu a slight sense of assurance. After all, Jin Yi was the lord of Linjiang City. Though he appeared frivolous at times, he would never speak recklessly in matters of great importance. Moreover, the principal had personally introduced him today, signifying his support for this endeavor. As someone with an S-grade totem, the principal naturally wouldn't place Chengu in undue danger. After careful consideration, Chengu felt that the plan indeed had some feasibility. Alright, I agree, but if danger arises, I will prioritize my own safety. Chengu nodded, his sense of responsibility driving his decision. Jin Yi was overjoyed, excitedly grabbing Chen Ji's arms. Great, don't worry, I'll ensure your absolute safety. That spiritual fruit is a rare treasure. Once we get it, you'll definitely have a share. Hearing this, a hint of curiosity stirred within Chen Ji's heart. What kind of extraordinary treasure was this spiritual fruit that could excite a tier 4 powerhouse like Jin Yi so much? It must be immensely valuable, worth looking forward to. Currently, Chengu was still 5,000 points away from breaking through to tier 3. Although he had 5 small spirit beads, they only amounted to 500 points, a vast gap to cover. If he could obtain a share of the spiritual fruit Jin Yi mentioned, perhaps this gap could be significantly reduced. Alright, since you've finished discussing discussing your matters, it's my turn now. At this moment, Gaoi walked to the desk and retrieved a ring from a drawer. It was a spatial ring, an item with an independent storage space inside. Even the smallest spatial ring was worth close to 100,000. Inside this are the resources specially approved by the higher-ups. Gaoi smiled as he approached Chenggu, handing him the ring. Chenggu carefully took the ring, feeling an extraordinary aura emanating from it. Gaoi continued, inside, there are 3 treasures, a Tier 1 spiritual weapon, a medium spirit bead, and a vial of Tier 4 demon beast blood essence. Hearing this, Chen Ji's eyes lit up instantly. A Tier 1 spiritual weapon, a medium spirit bead, Tier 4 demon beast blood essence. Waves of emotion surged in Chen Ji's heart, and the ring in his hand suddenly felt incomparably heavy, as if it carried the weight of a mountain. Gaoi chuckled lightly. You've awakened an S-grade totem, so naturally, you're being given the utmost attention by the higher-ups. However, since you awaken late, the primary focus of your cultivation will be during your university years. Of course, during your high school phase, you'll also receive resources of the highest standard. Chen Ge nodded. Thank you, Principal. Gaoi smiled gently, shaking his head. A hint of determination flickered in his eyes. No need to thank me. As long as you can contribute to the protection of humanity in the future, that will be enough. Chen Ji's gaze was unwavering as he replied without hesitation, I will. As a member of humanity, it's my duty to fight for the protection of our kind. But Principal, how do I retrieve the items from this ring? And when should I return it? Chenggu asked slowly, filled with both anticipation and curiosity. Gaoi smiled and quickly explained the method for using the spatial ring. He outlined it clearly, saying, you only need to inject spiritual energy into the ring to access its contents. As for the ring, consider it a gift, you don't have to return it. A gift? Chenggu was stunned. Yes, Gaoi nodded, thinking to himself that while this was just an ordinary spatial ring to him, it was something Chenggu needed. A small gesture of goodwill could enhance their relationship, a worthwhile investment. Thank you, Principal. Chenggu said gratefully, his respect for Gaoi growing even deeper. Alright, that's all for today. Go home and rest well. Tomorrow morning, set off for Linjiang Forest, Gaoi said warmly, his tone filled with care. Jin Yi immediately chimed in, yes. Tomorrow morning, I'll send my secretary to pick you up. Then we'll head to Linjiang Forest together. Chenggu nodded, a sense of anticipation rising within him. Bai Jie. Jin Yi suddenly shouted toward the door. The atmosphere in the office instantly grew tense. Gaoi, who had been smiling moments ago, became flustered. He quickly returned to his seat and meticulously adjusted his hair. The door opened, and a woman in professional secretary attire walked in. Yes, City Lord. Bai Jie nodded slightly, then looked directly at Chenggu, gesturing politely. Hello, please come with me. Chenggu followed Bai Jie out of the principal's office. Gaoi watched their departing figures nervously, thinking to himself, did I behave well just now? I hope I left a good impression on Secretary Bai. Then, his expression turned stern as he glared at Jin Yi. Old Jin, why didn't you give me a heads up when Secretary Bai arrived? Jin Yi shrugged, feigning innocence. Someone has ulterior motives. I wouldn't dare push my secretary into the lion's den. Gao Yi's face reddened. What nonsense are you spouting? Jin Yi squinted slightly, a sly smile on his face as he asked provocatively, so, are you coming with us tomorrow? Is Secretary Bai going as well? Gao Yi asked, surprised. At the very least, she'll see us off at the city gates, Jin Yi replied with a faint smile, as if anticipating something. All right, Gao Yi nodded, secretly feeling a bit pleased. Tomorrow's journey suddenly seemed more interesting. Sitting in the city lord's special vehicle, Chenggu felt a strange sensation. It wasn't because of the beautiful Bai Jie beside him, but because her name was identical to the protagonist of a famous classic from his previous life, stirring an inexplicable feeling within him. Bai Jie, the secretary, was composed and aloof. She briefly mentioned the precautions for tomorrow, the time and location for assembly, and then fell silent. Chenggu, deep in thought, pondered that tomorrow's mission would undoubtedly be far from simple. Before long, the vehicle arrived back at his home. In the living room, his father was busy with handcrafted work to supplement the family income. Seeing Chenggu return, he exclaimed in surprise, "Why are you back so early?" "Dad, I didn't skip class. The principal asked me to come home and rest properly," Chenggu quickly explained, inwardly calculating how to improve the family's livelihood. "Oh, that's good. Go rest then," his father said with relief, though a hint of worry still lingered in his expression. Dad, don't overwork yourself." Chenggu returned to his room, silently thinking to himself, after helping the city lord tomorrow, I should be able to resolve Dad and Mom's issues. As long as my strength improves, money won't be a problem at all. A determined light flickered in his eyes. Immediately, he took out 5 small spirit beads from his spatial ring, secretly anticipating exchange. System evaluating. System evaluation complete. Current redeemable points, 500. Would the host like to redeem them? Yes. Chen Gu confirmed without hesitation. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 500 points. 500 points in hand, Chen Gu felt a surge of excitement and immediately took 3 items out of his spatial ring. A first-tier spiritual weapon, the Spirit Fire Sword, radiating brilliance and exuding a powerful aura. A medium spirit pearl, significantly larger than a small spirit pearl, with dense spiritual energy, and finally, a bottle of blood-red vitality potion, sourced from a 4th-tier demonic beast, undoubtedly a treasure among treasures. This is the treatment of an S-class totem. Chen Gu was overjoyed, his eyes gleaming with desire. He carefully gripped the Spirit Fire Sword, and the scorching aura instantly surged into his palm. His internal spiritual energy was involuntarily drawn, flowing into the sword's body. The sword's light grew even more dazzling, as if responding to his call. This Spirit Fire Sword is definitely a legendary weapon from martial arts novels. Chen Gu marveled in his heart. A first-tier spiritual weapon is already this powerful. How strong must higher-tier spiritual weapons be? He secretly made up his mind to never exchange the Spirit Fire Sword for points. He had to keep it. As for the mid-grade Spirit Pearl, there was no doubt it would be exchanged for points. But when it came to the vial of vitality potion from a 4th-tier demonic beast, Chen Gu hesitated. Directly consuming it might be more worthwhile. The moment he picked up the potion, a wave of aversion surged within him, as if the Vermilion Bird totem was resisting it. No wonder Vermilion Bird wouldn't bother absorbing the essence of these inferior demonic beasts. Chen Gu felt relieved and immediately converted the medium spirit beads in Tier 4 vitality potions into points without hesitation. System evaluating. System evaluation complete. Current redeemable points, 6,000. 6,000 points. Chen Gu was so shocked he almost jumped up. This was the first time he had seen such a massive amount of points. Waves of astonishment surged in his heart, and the path ahead seemed to become brighter because of this exchange. This is a real treasure. Chen Gu was overwhelmed with excitement. The purple light before him shimmered with a mysterious aura, as if beckoning him to uncover its secrets. He carefully opened the skill book, and the information within quickly surfaced in his mind. Skill name, 9 Heavens Thunder Fist. Skill level, purple, SS level. Skill effect, unleashes the power of thunder in a single strike, instantly increasing strength by 1.5 times, accompanied by a stun effect lasting 3 seconds. This is simply a heaven-defying skill. Chen Gu was overjoyed, imagining how easily he could crush his enemies in battle with the power of the 9 Heavens Thunder Fist. Strength has finally reached another level, he silently thought, as the world before him seemed to cheer for him. Now, I can absolutely gain an overwhelming advantage in tomorrow's encirclement. Chen Gu made a firm resolution, gathering his strength and preparing to face the challenges ahead. He stood up, his gaze resolute, and the power within him seemed to surge at this moment, unleashing brand new potential. In tomorrow's battle, he would confront the challenge of the 4th-tier demonic beast with the enhancement of the strengthening pill and the skill of the 9 Heavens Thunder Fist. Come on, let's test my new skill. He clenched his fist, his heart brimming with confidence. At this moment, night fell, and the starry sky sparkled, as if quietly heralding an impending storm. Chen Ji's adventure had only just begun. The future would be filled with challenges and opportunities, and he was destined to forge ahead, overcoming all obstacles to achieve greatness. Introduction. After use, the skill Vermilion Bird Wings will be acquired. Vermilion Bird Wings consumes spiritual energy to condense a projection of vermilion bird wings on the back, enabling extremely fast flight, significantly enhancing attack power and reaction ability. By consuming additional spiritual energy, the special attack Flame Feather can also be used. Chen Ji's eyes lit up instantly, and a strong wave of emotion surged in his heart. This skill, without a doubt, is absolutely unparalleled in power. The wings of the vermilion bird granted him a rare flying ability, as if he could soar across the sky in an instant. Not only that, this skill also significantly boosted his attributes, making it an absolute weapon in battle. Moreover, this skill even comes with a mini-skill, the special attack Flame Feather. Without any defensive drawbacks, it is almost flawless, truly worthy of being a system creation. This vermilion bird's wing is simply too powerful. Chen Ji's heart was filled with excitement as he unhesitatingly grasped the purple blow in his hand. With a single thought, countless pieces of information instantly flooded his mind. At this moment, it was as if he had used the wings of Vermilion Bird countless times, able to wield it as effortlessly as moving his own arm. Immediately, Chen-gu checked his information panel. Name, Chen-gu. Cultivation level, 2nd tier, 0/50,000. Totem, Vermilion Bird, SSS level. Skills, Southern Bright Flame, Vermilion Bird Wings. Equipment, Spirit Ring, Spirit Fire Sword. Items, none. Points, 5540. Phew, spending these 1,000 points was really worth it, Chen-gu murmured, a joyful smile unconsciously appearing on his face. With these Vermilion Bird Wings, tomorrow's operation would undoubtedly be more secure. With the addition of two powerful skills, Chen Ji's strength had already risen to a fearsome level. Even when facing a Tier 3 expert, Chen-gu is confident he can fight. Early the next morning, Secretary Bai Jie drove the car downstairs. The city lord and the principal have already arrived outside the city. Let's head straight there, Bai Jie said softly. The principal is going too? Chen-gu asked. Bai Jie nodded. Seeing this, Chen-gu also put down many of his worries. The principal and the Golden Leaf City Lord were both genuine 4th-tier powerhouses. Even though the 4th-tier Ice Spirit Python was troublesome, the chances of victory were much higher with the two 4th-tier powerhouses joining forces. Soon, the car arrived at the city gate. Chen-gu and Bai Jie got out of the car, only to see Jin Yi and Gaoi already waiting outside the city. You're here. Jin Yi's face lit up with joy, looking exceptionally excited. After all, he had been coveting that spiritual fruit for a long time. City Lord, take care on your journey, Bai Jie said slowly. As an administrative secretary, she herself had no combat ability and would only become a burden if she joined the fight. Alright, just make sure to handle the city's affairs well, Jin Yi nodded. Immediately, Bai Jie got into the car and left. Ha, no way? Seeing this, Gaoi, who had been serious just a moment ago, suddenly changed his expression. He hurriedly watched the car as it drove away, then glared fiercely at Jin Yi. Old Jin, didn't you say Secretary Bai was going too? Jin Yi raised an eyebrow and pretended to be puzzled as she said, I just mentioned that Secretary Bai would be coming here with us today, didn't I? Hearing this, Gaoi gritted his teeth inwardly, cursing himself for forgetting Jin Yi's shameless nature. You jerk! Gaoi couldn't help but curse, thinking that today's hairstyle was a complete waste. He. Let's go! Jin Yi smiled triumphantly and directly pulled Gaoi up. The three of them headed toward the Linjiang forest. Along the way, the aura of many demonic beasts probed over from the surroundings. There were 1st tier, 2nd tier, and even several 3rd tier demonic beasts whose auras Chen-gu could sense. But Jin Yi and Gaoi quickly released their own aura, and with a terrifying burst of pressure, the spying beasts scattered in retreat. The might of the 4th tier, how could they possibly compare? As they ventured deeper into the forest, the surrounding spiritual energy grew increasingly dense, and the scent of beasts permeated every corner of the air. The more abundant the spiritual energy, the faster the cultivation speed, which naturally attracts even more powerful beasts. Finally, the three arrived at a low-lying area. In the center of the depression, there was a solitary island, on which grew a tree about 5 or 6 meters tall. The leaves rustled in the wind, shimmering with a crystalline glow. Amid those leaves, faint blue glimmers could be seen. That must be the spiritual fruit that Jin Yi desired. At that moment, an overwhelmingly oppressive aura suddenly surged forth. A massive snake, exuding an icy chill like frozen spikes, coiled around the tree trunk and extended its enormous head. Hiss! The snake's tongue suddenly darted out, and a visible icy aura burst forth, as if even the air in front of it had been frozen into crystals. 4th tier beast, Ice Spirit Python. This was the first time Chen-gu had ever seen a 4th tier beast with his own eyes. Even from several hundred meters away, the overwhelming sense of oppression still surged forward, leaving no room to evade. It's that beast. Jin Yi glared viciously at the Ice Spirit Python. He had suffered losses at its hands multiple times and wished nothing more than to kill it on the spot. Chen-gu, stay here. Gaoi and I will go over to engage it and force it to use its ice shield. Once it does, you can use your skill to break its shield. Leave the rest to us, Jin Yi said immediately, and in the next moment, he and Gaoi transformed into streaks of light and charged forward. The aura of 4th tier experts erupted fiercely. In an instant, the two began channeling the spiritual energy throughout their bodies, and two majestic totem phantoms immediately appeared behind them. Jin Yi, Sea Level Totem, Golden, Spirit Wolf. Gaoi, Sea Level Totem, Righteous Sky Tiger. Following this, the two totems behind them emitted waves of fierce energy, suddenly radiating a surge of turbulent waves. Streams of spiritual light, carrying countless sharp and intense auras, launched a surprise attack toward the Ice Spirit Python. Golden Spirit Claw, Righteous Sky Roar. Instantly, the two unleashed their attack skills. A massive wolf claw formed from golden spiritual energy and a powerful sound wave erupted from the roar of a tiger. In the blink of an eye, they struck toward the ice spirit python. The terrifying energy waves caused its massive body, hanging on the tree trunk, to sway precariously. However, at that moment, the ice spirit python suddenly darted off the tree trunk, tracing a blue and white streak across the sky before diving downward. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, the ice spirit python directly spat out a blue and white light wave from its mouth. It was filled with an extremely dense chill. Boom, boom, boom. The cold air visible to the naked eye, with a diameter of several meters, collided head-on with the attacks of Jin Yi and Gao Yi, unleashing an immensely powerful shockwave. The water in the entire depression was completely stirred up. Humph, let's see how arrogant you can be today. Jin Yi snorted coldly, a hint of smugness immediately appearing on his face. Following that, he and Gao Yi instantly channeled more spiritual energy, causing the two totemic shadows behind them to become even more solid. Finally, the body of the ice spirit python began to sway, showing signs of faltering. Roar! The ice spirit python suddenly let out a deafening roar. Toward the sky, its eyes bursting with an extremely ferocious light. It was furious. How dare these two human ants in front of it inflict harm upon it? Suddenly, the surrounding temperature plummeted, and a large amount of icy mist became visible. Shen Gu, get ready! It's about to use its ice shield. Seeing this, Jin Yi immediately turned his head and shouted at Chen Gu. Chen Gu nodded, instantly channeling the spiritual energy within his body. A platinum-like flame appeared in his palm in an instant. A terrifying heat wave rapidly spread in all directions. The southern brightly fire. Hoo. The piercing cold wind continuously surged from within the ice spirit python, like waves of ice and snow. Immediately following this first wave of cold, a massive ice crystal instantly formed around the ice spirit python, completely encasing it inside. This was the ice spirit python's innate skill, Ice Shield. The ice spirit python itself possessed an ice attribute, and the ice shield it conjured with its power was virtually indestructible. At the same level, it was almost impossible to break through. The ice spirit python had relied on this skill multiple times to thwart Jin Yi's efforts, but this time, Jin Yi gritted his teeth, his eyes narrowing slightly as he glared furiously at the ice spirit python within the ice shield. Beast, this time you won't escape. This time, with Chen Ji's terrifying flames present, the ice spirit python was truly doomed. Shen Gu, time for your performance. Jin Yi shouted loudly toward the figure behind him. Immediately, Jin Yi and Gao Yi quickly stepped aside, creating a wide, unobstructed space for Chen Gu. Here it comes. Chen Gu shouted loudly, and the cluster of Nanmingli fire in his palm burned fiercely like a raging flame. The surrounding temperature soared instantly, as if the entire space had transformed into a blazing furnace. Then, Chen Gu suddenly swung his palm, and the Nanmingli fire in his hand was hurled out like a precise cannonball. Boom! A deafening roar echoed, and scorching heat tore through the air with bursts of burning sounds. Wherever it passed, even the air seemed to ignite, leaving trails of crimson light. In the blink of an eye, the southern bright flame lunged at the icy shield. The icy shield stood 4 to 5 meters tall, while the southern bright flame was merely a 10-centimeter flame, seemingly insignificant. However, at that very moment, the tiny spark instantly turned into a raging fire, engulfing the entire ice shield. Hiss hiss hiss. Immediately, countless smoke spread, and the scorching heat evaporated the rising steam in an instant. Within just a few seconds, the ice shield was almost completely melted by the flames, exposing the massive body of the ice spirit python to everyone. My goodness! Chen Ji's flame is truly overbearing to the extreme. In just the blink of an eye, it directly melted the ice shield. Jin Yi exclaimed in shock. He had fought the ice spirit python many times and knew well how troublesome the ice shield was. Even if he gave it his all, he couldn't melt even a sliver of it. Even licking it would leave a water stain. Chen Ji's flames are truly extraordinary. Worthy of being an S-level totem, Gao Yi exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. As the principal of Linjiang No. 1 High School, Gao Yi knew well how much honor Chen Gu would bring to him and the entire school. It wasn't just about being an S-level totem. The strength and potential Chen Gu displayed had long surpassed this cold classification. The blazing flames burned continuously, like a rising new star. SSSS, SSSS, SSSS. At this moment, the ice spirit python let out a mournful sound, its massive body thrashing wildly in the blazing fire. Finally, after a few seconds, it suddenly flew out of the flames, the burning fire on its body falling like rain. It's shedding its skin. Chen Gu raised an eyebrow. The ice spirit python quickly shed its outer skin to evade further attacks from the Nanmingli fire. As a 4th-tier demonic beast, its resistance and reflexes far surpassed those of 1st-tier beasts. Before the Nanmingli fire could spread into its body, it decisively reacted. This beast is quite clever. Humph, still trying to escape. Jin Yi snorted coldly, exchanged a glance with Gao Yi, and nodded in agreement. The two of them activated the spiritual power within their bodies and charged forward fiercely. The two transformed into beams of light once again, with the totem shadows behind them emanating overwhelming pressure, surging toward the ice spirit python. At this moment, although the ice spirit python had evaded the attack of the southern brightly fire through shedding its skin, the shedding process had left it in a weakened state, making it the perfect opportunity for Jin Yi and Gao Yi to strike. Thus, Jin Yi and Gao Yi launched their respective attacks once again. Brilliant rays of light whistled out, carrying countless sharp auras. At this moment, the surrounding lowland was swept by overwhelming spiritual energy, as countless violent air currents surged in. Right then, the ice spirit python weakly fell into the lowland, covered in mud and filth, appearing utterly wretched. At this moment, the ice spirit python suddenly raised its head, its ice blue gem-like eyes flashing with a trace of fierce, blood-colored light. Facing the approaching Jin Yi and Gao Yi, the ice spirit python flicked its tongue, its aura completely vanishing, as if it were an ordinary beast, devoid of any spiritual energy. So weak? Sensing the almost non-existent spiritual energy of the ice spirit python, Jin Yi frowned slightly, surprised and puzzled. After all, the ice spirit python is a genuine fourth-tier demonic beast. How could its spiritual energy aura completely disappear after shedding its skin? However, Jin Yi did not stop his attack. In the blink of an eye, he had already launched a surprise assault right in front of the ice spirit python. At that moment, the ice spirit python's body suddenly flickered, erupting in a dazzling ice blue radiance. Immediately afterward, an overwhelming surge of chilling energy burst forth. It was like a block of dry ice compressed to the extreme, unleashing an ultimate coldness in that instant. Unyielding to the extreme. What? Not good. Jin Yi and Gao Yi's pupils instantly contracted as an immensely powerful energy burst out from within the ice spirit python. A terrifying chill swept over directly, instantly turning their attacks into frost. Gao Yi and Jin Yi didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately retreated explosively backward. However, the chilling aura from the explosion was getting closer and closer to them. Moreover, the entire depression underfoot, along with the water on its surface, was completely eroded by this chilling aura. The ice kept spreading, relentlessly chasing after Jin Yi and Gao Yi from beneath their feet. The ice spirit python has self-destructed. It wants to perish together with us. Damn it! The cold has spread throughout the surrounding lowlands, we probably can't escape. Suddenly, Jin Yi and Gao Yi's faces changed drastically. A strong sense of crisis enveloped their hearts. At this moment, the two fourth-tier powerhouses who dominated Linjiang City suddenly felt a deep sense of helplessness, like a drunken husband. Damn it, I didn't expect this ice spirit python to have such a trick. It's my fault, Jin Yi said with immense self-reproach. If it weren't for him, Gao Yi and Chen Gu wouldn't have faced this calamity today. It was my fault for harming them, my fault for implicating them. Sigh, I don't really mind, it's just a pity about Chen Gu. Gao Yi sighed helplessly, he was quite indifferent to such matters. But the problem is, Chen Gu, a top genius of the S-level totem actually fell in this place, which is undoubtedly a major loss for the human race. At this moment, Jin Yi also felt that he had become a sinner of the human race. It didn't matter if he died, the human race wouldn't miss a fourth-tier city lord like him. But Chen Gu was different. Sigh, it's all my fault. Jin Yi instinctively turned back to look for Chen Ji's figure. However, towering ice had already risen in the surrounding depressions, as if an avalanche was surging in from all directions, enclosing the two of them in the center. The biting cold continuously eroded their sanity. However, at that moment, a gust of warm wind suddenly came from behind. An illusion? I heard that before people freeze to death, they experience a warm hallucination. So it was true, Jin Yi murmured. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt his body lose its balance, as if he was being lifted by something. Jin Yi abruptly raised his head, only to see Chen Gu holding him with one hand and Gao Yi with the other, while crimson flames transformed into a pair of wings, soaring amidst the avalanche. Watch me defy the heavens, Chen Gu roared, flames surging around him, instantly tearing through the onslaught of ice. This power, it's from you. Gao Yi stared at Chen Gu in shock, the helplessness in his heart instantly replaced by strength. No time to explain, fly with me. Determination gleamed in Chen Ji's eyes as he soared toward the sky with Jin Yi and Gao Yi. At this life-and-death moment, Chen Ji's determination burned like a raging fire, leading the two of them to break through the desperate situation and face the impending destruction head-on. In the void, a resounding cry echoed, as if it were a summons from the gods. Scorching flames erupted from the wings on Chen Ji's back, resembling a flowing river of fire. Boom, boom, boom. The icy aura filled the sky, accompanied by an avalanche, pressing down on the three like a merciless giant beast. The energy released by the self-destruction of a 4th-tier demonic beast was overwhelmingly powerful, suffocating to the point that even an ordinary 5th-tier expert, if careless, could suffer fatal injuries. Chenggu, Yu, Jinyi and Gaoyi were being carried by Chenggu, soaring through the air, their eyes filled with shock and confusion. The blazing wings behind Chenggu, nearly 10 meters long, resembled the mythical vermilion bird, drawing everyone's attention. At this moment, danger was imminent, and Chenggu had no time to address their questions. He focused intently on his surroundings. The avalanche transformed into towering white snow walls over 10 meters high, pressing in from all directions like the scythe of death, leaving no gaps. Clenching his teeth, Chenggu exerted all his strength, and the vermilion bird's wings suddenly erupted with dazzling crimson light. Special skill, Fire Feather. Blazing flames ignited on both wings, radiating brilliance and accompanied by countless sharp auras, like a volley of 10,000 arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The piercing sound of the air being torn apart echoed as the fire feathers transformed into a crimson meteor shower, charging straight toward the avalanche wall ahead. Boom! The intense aura instantly melted the avalanche, blasting open a massive hole. Chenggu did not hesitate for a moment, tightly gripping Jinyi and Gaoyi as the vermilion bird's wings flapped fiercely, flying toward the opening. Whoosh! A flash of fire, and a crimson glow landed steadily on the ground. Huff huff huff, huff huff huff. Chenggu let out a long breath, the blazing flames around him gradually dissipating, and the vermilion bird wings on his back vanished along with them. In the next moment, Shinji's body seemed completely drained, collapsing weakly to the ground. Chenggu, Gaoyi and Jinyi hurriedly supported him, their faces showing anxious expressions. Huff, huff. Chenggu exhaled heavily, his face pale and almost bloodless. The skill of the southern brightly fire was powerful, but its consumption of spiritual energy was extremely immense. Coupled with the depletion from the vermilion bird wings, the remaining spiritual energy in his body had been entirely used on fire feathers. At this moment, he was completely overdrawn. Jinyi quickly took out a pill from his pocket and stuffed it into Chen Ji's mouth. Spiritual energy instantly flowed through his body, circulating to his limbs and bones. Only then did Chenggu recover slightly, barely managing to stand upright. Chenggu, are you okay? Jinyi and Gaoyi asked urgently, their faces filled with worry. Chenggu shook his head. It's fine, my spiritual energy is almost depleted, but it's nothing serious. Hearing this, Gaoyi and Jinyi finally breathed a sigh of relief. But immediately after, their expressions changed drastically, a mix of shock and excitement. That scene just now, the two of us were completely in despair, unable to muster any will to resist. But in the face of hopelessness, you saved us like a savior. Chenggu, what was that skill you just used? Jinyi asked excitedly, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Chen Ji's expression softened, and he slowly said, "This is my second skill." This sentence caused a storm in the hearts of Gaoyi and Jinyi, as they seemed to realize that Chenggu had already advanced to the second tier. What? Second skill? You actually advanced to the second tier? Jinyi and Gaoyi exclaimed in unison, staring at Chenggu in disbelief. Chenggu nodded slowly. Hiss. The two simultaneously gasped, utterly shocked. Jinyi and Gaoyi knew that if it weren't for this, they would definitely suspect that Chenggu had awakened his totem 2 years ago and deliberately kept it hidden. But they understood that Chenggu had indeed only awakened his totem a few days ago. Is this the legendary S-level totem? It's truly terrifying. No wonder every owner of an S-level totem receives the highest level of treatment. Jinyi and Gaoyi exclaimed repeatedly, their faces still showing expressions of shock, as waves of astonishment surged in their hearts. At this moment, they finally understood why S-level totems were so formidable. Gulp. The two remained silent, simultaneously swallowing hard, the look of shock on their faces lingering for a long time. Seeing this, Chenggu regained some composure. The earlier elixir had restored 1 or 2/10 of his spiritual power, finally giving him some strength. Uncle Jean, Principal Gao, let's go and take a look at that spiritual fruit first. Chenggu quickly said. This time, their true target was not the ice spirit python, but the spiritual fruit guarded by the ice spirit python. The self-destruction of the ice spirit python earlier must have affected the spiritual fruit. Would it be damaged? Upon hearing Chenji's reminder, Jinyi finally reacted, feeling anxious as he quickly turned to look. The originally damp lowland was now completely covered by thick ice and snow, transformed into a world of ice and snow. It should be in that position. Jinyi confirmed the direction and quickly rushed over, spiritual energy enveloping her arms as a totemic shadow appeared behind her. Soon, layers of snow were cast aside, and Chenggu and Gaoyi followed closely. In front of them, a patch of lush green came into view, and an incredibly dense spiritual energy surged forth. Such dense spiritual energy. It's a spirit fruit. It should be fine. It should be fine. Jinyi's face was full of joy. Then, he sped up his progress and finally dug out the spiritual fruit tree from the snow pile. This tree bore 4 spiritual fruits, which were fruits filled with rich spiritual energy. Though they were smaller than the palm of a hand, the dense spiritual energy they contained could even rival that of Jin Yi and Gao Yi, 2 fourth-tier powerhouses. Jin Yi began distributing the spiritual fruits. Out of the 4 fruits, he took 2, Gao Yi 1, and Shen Gu 1. Shen Gu, if it weren't for you this time, the 2 of us might really have met our end here. Your contribution is the greatest, I will never treat you unfairly. This spiritual fruit is of great use to me, so I can only compensate you in other ways. As he spoke, Jin Yi took out a black card from his pocket, shimmering with a dazzling luster. This card contains 500,000. Take it. 500,000? Shen Gu was slightly startled. To be honest, this was the first time in both his lives that he had seen so much money. Although he was excited inside, Shen Gu still calmly accepted the black card on the surface. He didn't stand on ceremony, as this time, he had indeed made a great contribution. Receiving 500,000 was only reasonable. Shen Gu looked at the spiritual fruit in his hand, feeling a warm sensation emanating from his palm. The value of this spiritual fruit was probably even higher than the 500,000. Waves of shock surged in his heart. In just one day, he had directly earned 500,000 plus a priceless spiritual fruit. It was truly a bountiful harvest, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it an overnight fortune. Then thank you very much, Uncle Jin. Shen Gu politely thanked Jin Yi. On the other side, at the edge of Linjiang Forest, by the steep cliff, the surroundings were filled with desolate weeds and thickets. The spiritual energy was so thin that there were almost no traces of any demonic beasts. Tap! A pair of pristine white shoes stepped on a twig, breaking it. At the silent edge of the cliff, there was finally a sound. It was a girl. If Chen Gu were here, he would surely recognize her identity, Lin Weiwei. Whoosh! Suddenly, a massive black shadow flew up from below the cliff and landed heavily, standing like a small mountain in front of Lin Weiwei. What's the matter? Do you have any valuable information? A deep, hoarse voice came from the massive shadow. Lin Weiwei trembled slightly and said, "This year, someone in Linjiang City awakened an S-level totem." What? An S-level totem? Instantly, the massive shadow let out an incredibly excited voice. Ha! Heaven is truly on my side. As long as I devour him, stepping into the 5th tier will be a breeze. Lin Weiwei, you know what to do, right? Lin Weiwei nodded. Very well. Once it's done, I can erase the mark in your body and grant you freedom, the massive shadow said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Lin Weiwei nodded firmly, clenching her fists tightly. I understand. After picking the spiritual fruits, the 3 of them hurried back to Linjiang City. Following the fierce battle with the 4th-tier demonic beast, the ice spirit python, both Chen Gu and Jin Yi Gaoyi were greatly exhausted and utterly fatigued. However, Jin Yi had obtained 2 spiritual fruits and his face was brimming with excitement, eager to return and claim his rewards. Chen Gu also bid farewell to the 2 and headed straight home. As soon as he sat on his bed, he took out the black card and the spiritual fruit, his heart filled with anticipation. System, how many points can this spiritual fruit be exchanged for? He asked eagerly. System evaluating. System evaluation complete. Current redeemable points, 6,000. 6,000 points. Chen Gu couldn't help but exclaim. 6,000 points, that's 600,000. This spiritual fruit is indeed incredibly valuable. Even the Golden Leaf City Lord, a peak 4th-tier powerhouse, is eager to obtain it. Thus, Chen Gu unhesitatingly exchanged the 500,000 in the black card along with this spiritual fruit. Congratulations to the host for earning 11,000 points. Chen Gu checked his information panel, secretly delighted. Name, Chen Gu. Cultivation level, Tier 2, 0/50,000. Totem, Vermilion Bird, SSS level. Skills, Southern Bright Flame, Vermilion Bird Wings. Equipment, Spirit Ring, Spirit Fire Sword. Items, none. Points, 16,540. The points skyrocketed to 16,000, nearly 1/3 of the 50,000 points required to break through to the 3rd tier. Phew, these 50,000 points are really hard to gather. Chen Gu muttered to himself. Without spiritual fruits, he had no idea how long it would take to accumulate this many points. There shouldn't be anything else coming up, so I should start saving these points for now. He made up his mind. Currently, his strength had already reached the 2nd tier, and with the SSS level totem Vermilion Bird, the powerful skills of Nanming Lihua and Vermilion Bird Wings, he was practically invincible among cultivators of the same level. In the entirety of Linjiang High School, he had no rivals, so he no longer felt any sense of urgency or pressure. Sigh, speaking of that ice spirit python, it's really a pity. A 4th-tier beast, if it hadn't self-destructed, how many points could it have been exchanged for? Probably not less than these spirit fruits, right? He couldn't help but lament, then quickly dismissed the thought, understanding that there was no need to rush right now. Taking it slow would suffice. The next day, Chen Gu went to school as usual. Unexpectedly, he found an unforeseen figure standing outside the classroom door. "Chenggu, I like you." Lin Weiwei shyly handed over a love letter adorned with pink floral edges, her head lowered, her hair cascading down to cover her delicate face. This scene would make anyone's heart flutter. The surrounding classmates began to chatter among themselves. Lin Weiwei actually confessed to Chenggu. My goodness, wasn't Lin Weiwei with Zhang Hua before? As the saying goes, beauty matches with hero. Zhang Hua was defeated by Chenggu, so it's normal for Lin Weiwei to admire Chenggu. However, I have to say, Lin Weiwei is really so beautiful. I really envy Chenggu. As the protagonist, Chenggu raised his eyebrows slightly. To be honest, his impression of Lin Weiwei was almost extremely poor. What was this woman up to? The inexplicable premonition in Chen Ji's heart grew stronger. This Lin Weiwei was definitely not as simple as she appeared on the surface. After pondering for a moment, Chenggu hesitated slightly before slowly reaching out to take the love letter Lin Weiwei handed over. Oh. The surrounding classmates let out excited voices, and the atmosphere instantly became lively. Even the teachers curiously poked their heads out. However, at this moment, Lin Weiwei's face revealed a smug smile, as if everything was under her control. But in the next second, a piercing tearing sound rang out. Rip! The surroundings fell into instant silence. Chen Ji's expression remained indifferent as he tore the love letter in half and cast a cold glance at Lin Weiwei. Sorry, ugly rejection. After speaking, Chenggu walked straight back to the classroom, leaving Lin Weiwei stunned in place, unable to believe that such a scene could happen to her. Ugly rejection? Everyone around gasped, their faces filled with expressions of disbelief. Lin Weiwei is the school beauty of our first high school, right? Yeah, not even the school beauty Chenggu can compare? This kind of outright rejection, only Lin Weiwei used to say that to others before. Sigh, only Chenggu has the right to say something like that to Lin Weiwei. That's right, although Lin Weiwei is the campus belle, Chenggu does have what it takes. The crowd buzzed with discussion, their words piercing Lin Weiwei's heart like needles. Creak! Lin Weiwei lowered her head, her fair hands clenched tightly together, a mix of anger and humiliation surging within her. In the classroom, Chenggu closed his eyes to rest, thinking to himself, shouldn't the truth be revealed by now? I really want to see what Lin Weiwei is up to. At that moment, the phone in his pocket suddenly rang, interrupting his thoughts. Chenggu took out his phone and saw an unexpected message. Zhang Hua, Chenggu, you need to be careful with this woman Lin Weiwei. I feel like she is a bit off. Chenggu raised an eyebrow, and the strong sense of unease in his heart was instantly confirmed. So, he quickly replied, what do you mean? Zhang Hua, do you remember when I suddenly challenged you before? At the time, although I was a bit unconvinced, I would never have been so reckless. At that time, her inexplicable hostility toward you felt as if it was being guided by something. I think Lin Weiwei definitely has a problem. She harbors ill intentions toward you, so you must be careful. Although Zhang Hua didn't provide any concrete evidence, it only strengthened Chen Ji's suspicions. Lin Weiwei definitely has ulterior motives. But the question is, what does she want from him? Is it because he's handsome? In their first year of high school, she confessed to him, but after being rejected, she never spoke to him again. For more than 2 years, they had stayed out of each other's way. Lin Weiwei's sudden approach must be related to recent changes. Recently, a monumental event happened to Chenggu. That is, Totem Awakening. Is it because of my totem? Chenggu slightly narrowed his eyes, as if the doubts in his heart were gradually finding direction. But even if an S-level totem has awakened, what does this have to do with Lin Weiwei? Thinking of this, Chenggu seemed deep in thought and gently adjusted the invisible mental ring on his finger. Meanwhile, the principal's office. Gao Yi's face was glowing with excitement. He had just refined 1/10 of the spiritual fruit, causing his cultivation to soar rapidly. With a bit more time to consolidate, he would reach the peak of the 4th tier. At this moment, the male secretary walked in, his face filled with concern, and said, Principal Gao, this is an email from the principal of Zigan No. 1 High School. Please take a look. Zigan No. 1 High School. Upon hearing this name, Gao Yi's expression immediately darkened. Zigan No. 1 High School is the best high school in the neighboring city of Zigan, located less than 20 kilometers away, with frequent exchanges between the two cities. However, Zigan City has developed better, with superior student resources. For this year's senior class, Linjiang No. 1 High School has fewer than 5 C-level totems, while Zigan No. 1 High School actually has a B-level totem. Gao Yi finished reading the email, the corners of his mouth lifted, and he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha, truly delivered to my doorstep. I agree to this exchange competition. It's the perfect chance to vent all these years of pent-up frustration. After school, Chenggu went straight to the Linjiang forest. Now, hunting demonic beasts had become his fastest way to make money. I've already stepped into the 2nd tier. I should head to the central part of the forest for a challenge. Chenggu thought to himself. A large number of second-tier demonic beasts gather in the central region of the Linjiang forest, their strength far surpassing those on the outskirts, and the level of danger is almost suffocating. This area is a hotbed for cultivators who make a living by hunting demonic beasts. Although the risks are extremely high, the rewards are astonishing. After all, the points for a first-tier demonic beast are only worth a few dozen, while the value of a second-tier demonic beast is several times that of the former. The spiritual energy here is noticeably much denser. Chenggu entered the central forest, sensing the surrounding aura, and couldn't help but mutter to himself. The rich spiritual energy intertwined with the demonic aura permeating the air, stirring his emotions. At that moment, a sudden wave of oppressive force swept through the surroundings. Roar! 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 Deep growls echoed all around, sand and stones flying, as if the entire forest were trembling. In the dense jungle, a massive figure slowly emerged. Chenggu focused his gaze, his eyes narrowing slightly. Standing before him was a 3 to 4 meter tall demonic beast, a tier 2 demonic beast, the claw bear. Among beasts of the same level, they were notorious for their ferocity, immense strength, fierce attacks, and astonishing defense. Even teams specialized in hunting demonic beasts would choose to avoid a tier 2 claw bear, as the risks of hunting it were simply too great. Yet Chenggu showed not the slightest hint of fear. Battle intent burned in his eyes, as if his entire being was engulfed in flames. With a flick of his wrist, a crimson spirit fire sword instantly appeared in his palm. Roar! The clawbear, seeing Chen Ji's fearless stance, immediately let out an enraged roar. A powerful shockwave swept forth like a storm. Anyone with slightly weaker cultivation would likely be blown away by the sheer force of the blast. Chenggu steadied himself, channeling his spiritual energy. Faced with the fierce air currents from the clawbear, he remained unwavering. Seconds later, the massive body of the clawbear suddenly moved, bearing down on him like Mount Tai, unleashing its overwhelming momentum without reservation. Poof! Chen Ji's expression remained indifferent as he silently circulated the spiritual energy within him. The spirit flame sword began to emit a dazzling red glow. With a flash of flame, the platinum-colored Nanningli fire suddenly surged forth, enveloping the entire blade. Terrifying waves of heat roared out, instantly enveloping the surroundings in a scorching aura, as if standing inside a giant furnace. The massive body of the clawbear came to a halt, its two giant claws scratching at itself as if infested with fleas. Its entire body was drenched, soaked in sweat. At the same time, Chenggu lightly tapped his toes, his body soaring into the air amidst countless flames. The spirit flame sword in his hand radiated an intense crimson glow, with the Nanningli fire clinging to the blade. The terrifying heat surged forth like tidal waves. The pupils of the clawbear suddenly contracted, and it reflexively raised its massive paw, its sharp claws gleaming with ferocity. As a powerful entity among second-tier demonic beasts, it instantly mobilized all its strength, operating like a colossal machine. Boom! A muffled explosion erupted from within the clawbear. At that moment, Chen Ji's sword light also descended. The platinum flames attached to the spirit fire sword blade seemed alive, exuding an intense pressure. The scorching heat wave instantly enveloped the clawbear completely. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed as the sword blade struck heavily. Boom! 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 3 consecutive sonic booms roared deafeningly as the massive body of the clawbear was instantly engulfed by raging flames. Roar! 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 The clawbear let out a heart-wrenching howl, its enormous body collapsing like a landslide, rolling over and over, in an attempt to extinguish the flames on its body. However, these were no ordinary flames, they were the southern bright leaving fire. In just an instant, the clawbear ceased all movement and died completely. Collect! Chenggu flipped his wrist, and with a thought, the countless flames enveloping the body of the clawed bear instantly condensed, transforming into a platinum flame that fell into his palm before dissipating, as if merging into his body. At this moment, the massive body of the clawed bear had been completely roasted into charcoal. Coupled with its originally pitch-black fur, it added an even more tragic appearance. However, aside from the fur, the flesh was still preserved to a considerable extent. Combining the southern bright flame with the spirit fire sword not only significantly enhances its power but also greatly reduces spiritual energy consumption. Chenggu murmured, his eyes flashing with a hint of surprise. This was the first time Chenggu had used the spirit fire sword. He initially just wanted to give it a try, but it turned out to be effective. With this, his strength had taken another step forward. Immediately, Chenggu exchanged the corpse of the clawbear. System evaluation in progress. System evaluation complete. Current redeemable points, 150. Redeem. Congratulations to the host for earning 150 points. Chen Ji's eyes lit up. This single sharp-clawed bear was worth 150 points. That was equivalent to nearly 4 or 5 ordinary first-tier beasts. Indeed, hunting high-tier beasts is far more efficient. Chenggu murmured, unable to hide the joy on his face. Although the number of beasts in the central part of the forest isn't as dense as on the outer edges, the efficiency is several times higher, and the final rewards will definitely be greater. With this thought, Chenggu became even more motivated and continued searching for traces of beasts in the forest. But at this moment, a figure suddenly darted out from a nearby patch of jungle. Lin Weiwei? Chenggu focused his gaze and instinctively furrowed his brows. He saw Lin Weiwei still wearing her school uniform, but her once beautiful hair was completely disheveled, and her eyes were bloodshot. Chenggu, I really didn't expect you to be immune to my charm. Lin Weiwei let out a sharp voice, her bangs swaying in the wind, revealing 2 gleaming spirit marks on her forehead. You are Tier 2. Chenggu was somewhat surprised. It should be noted that in the entire Linjiang No. 1 high school, only a few second-generation heirs like Zhang Hua, with their affluent family backgrounds and abundant resources, were able to break through to Tier 2. But Lin Weiwei, her family background seemed quite ordinary, didn't it? Yet she had secretly broken through to Tier 2 long ago, and no one knew about it. This woman definitely has a big problem. Chen Ji's heart tightened. Why did Lin Weiwei suddenly appear here? Could it be that she had been following him ever since school ended? No, that couldn't be right. If she had been following him since school, he would have noticed. Chenggu, truly unexpected. You actually showed up here. This is you delivering yourself to me. Lin Weiwei let out a sinister, piercing voice, resembling a ghostly woman. Her entire body emitted bursts of spiritual energy light. However, her spiritual energy light appeared somewhat dim, as if tainted with something impure. Lin Weiwei had become incredibly eerie. Chen Ji's heart tightened, and the spiritual energy within him instantly surged. Yet, Lin Weiwei showed no trace of fear. Her spiritual energy also surged, and a massive totemic shadow materialized behind her. D-level totem, Enchanting Fox. However, Lin Weiwei's Enchanting Fox totem was even more powerful than ordinary D-level totems, its aura more ferocious, and even those blood-red eyes flickered with a sharp, eerie glow. Lin Weiwei, what exactly are you trying to do? Chen Ji's gaze was piercing, his hand gripping the spirit fire sword, the tip of the blade pointing directly at Lin Weiwei in front of him, his tone exuding fearless authority. Lin Weiwei slightly raised her head, her originally beautiful face now appeared eerie and terrifying. Her pale face was filled with a sinister smile, and the bloodshot eyes seemed ready to devour her whole. At this moment, her aura was like a lurking beast in the dark night, making one's heart tremble. Chenggu, surrender yourself. Lin Weiwei let out a sharp, low cry, and the phantom of the enchanting fox behind her suddenly burst forth with a dazzling light. A powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from her body like raging waves. In an instant, her figure flickered, appearing in front of Chenggu almost in the blink of an eye. On her palm, a massive claw had formed, radiating an incredibly fierce aura. The phantom of the enchanting fox also became even more solid at this moment. Prepare to die. Lin Weiwei roared angrily, her sharp claws carrying a bone-chilling spiritual power as they howled downward, as if to destroy everything. At this moment, she was no longer the campus belle, but a true beast. Chenggu did not hesitate, raising his spirit flame sword high, infusing it with spiritual power, which instantly burst into dazzling red light. Facing the sharp claws, he decisively struck out, the crimson light streaking across the night sky like a meteor. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening sound of the explosion echoed all around, and Lin Weiwei's body flew backward like a broken arrow, spinning several times before stabilizing and landing heavily. Meanwhile, the phantom of the enchanting fox totem began to flicker slightly. Chenggu was shocked. Lin Weiwei had actually taken his sword head-on, something even the clawed bear from before couldn't achieve. Could it be that her true strength is actually this formidable? Before he could think, Lin Weiwei turned into a blood-red figure and charged straight at him. Seeing this scene, Chen Ji's eyes narrowed, determined to leave no room for mercy. Nanming Liua, he roared, and a ball of blazing flames ignited in his palm. The dazzling light illuminated the surroundings like the sun, causing the air to tremble. Boom! A strong gust of air swept in, and Lin Weiwei's figure suddenly appeared above Chen Ji's head. The phantom of the alluring fox. Behind her emitted a powerful surge of spiritual energy, and the massive fox tail lashed toward Chenggu like a towering mountain. Skill, tail strike. However, Chen Ji's figure flickered, and his palm directly bypassed the fox tail, slamming fiercely onto her back. Boom! With a loud bang, the southern brightly fire instantly adhered to Lin Weiwei's body, spreading across her entire form like cracks on an eggshell. A miserable scream pierced the night sky. Lin Weiwei was in unbearable pain, and the phantom of the enchanting fox behind her began to flicker uncertainly. 1 second later, the enchanting fox totem, deprived of spiritual power, completely dissipated. Chenggu promptly withdrew the Nanming Li fire. As the flames receded, Lin Weiwei's body lay quietly on the ground, her clothes long since reduced to ashes. Her charred body was no different from those of the demonic beasts. Not dead for now, but almost. Chen Ji's heart tightened as he confirmed that Lin Weiwei had fallen unconscious, nearly losing all signs of life. He knew he had already shown mercy. If he had been even a moment later, she would have been burned to death. But at this moment, he needed to uncover the truth and had to spare Lin Weiwei's life. After pondering for a moment, Chen Gu decided to take her back to Linjiang City. But how could she possibly be stored in the storage ring? If he carried her back directly, how would he explain it to the guards at the city gate? Chen Gu quickly contacted Jin Yi. Uncle Jin, I've encountered a bit of a situation here. Here's what happened. He recounted the process to Jin Yi in detail. Jin Yi immediately responded and rushed over quickly. After receiving Jin Yi's reply, Chen Gu decided to wait in place. However, things did not go as planned. Suddenly, an intense pressure surged in from all directions. The sky has darkened. Chen Gu looked up, his heart trembling violently, as if sensing the impending terror. The twilight sky was instantly devoured by darkness, like a thick black veil covering everything, suffocating. The surrounding air seemed to grow heavy, making even breathing difficult. Jia. So you truly are the possessor of an S-level totem. A sinister voice surged from all directions, deep and grating, as if mocking his helplessness. Indeed, quite impressive. The sarcasm in the voice made Chen Ji's heart tighten, and a sense of crisis surged like a tide. Jia. Countless eyes seemed to lurk in the shadows, and Chen Ji's entire body was instantly drenched in cold sweat, goosebumps crawling all over him. At that moment, a terrifying pressure descended like an invisible giant hand from the sky, mercilessly enveloping Chen Gu, as if it intended to tear him into pieces, crushing him like an insignificant ant. Faced with this overwhelming oppression, Chen Ji's heart pounded like thunder. Yet, in the face of despair, his resolve grew even stronger. He absolutely could not yield. He knew that only by confronting the challenge could he find a glimmer of hope for survival. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded. A massive black palm, like a dark curtain covering the sky, descended with overwhelming pressure, as if it intended to crush everything in its path. Chen Gu mustered all his strength, exerting every ounce of power to resist the suffocating force. Flames burned fiercely within him, and spiritual power surged out like boiling seawater. This oppressive force was unprecedentedly powerful. Even when facing that fourth-tier demonic beast, the Ice Spirit Python, Chen Gu had never felt such immense pressure. Of course, the Ice Spirit Python had not directly confronted him, as the majority of its oppressive force was directed at Jin Yi and Gao Yi. Oh! A thought flashed through Chen Ji's mind, and he instantly made a decision as spiritual power surged around him like a raging tide. On the Linghua sword, the Nanming Lihua burned even more fiercely. Boom! With a loud bang, the Nanming Lihua instantly ignited the invisible black shadow above Chen Ji's head. The black shadow seemed to be greatly provoked and visibly retreated. At this moment, Chen Gu exerted his full strength, swiftly retreating backward and instantly creating a distance of 50 to 60 meters. He suddenly looked up and finally saw the true appearance of the shadow. It was a pitch-black werewolf. Yes, an upright werewolf. A pair of blood-red eyes, ferocious wolf fangs, and sturdy arms seemed to harbor a terrifying power capable of overwhelming mountains and seas. Chen Ji's heart instantly tensed. The werewolf before him was not listed in the Beast Compendium. High school foundational theory covers almost 90% of beasts, with the remainder mostly being entities of extremely high realms. But this one, is it, the demon race? In an instant, a terrifying suspicion surged in his mind, and his intuition kept reinforcing this thought. You must know, beasts can't speak. The earlier voice, was it from this werewolf? Only it is, the demon clan. Sizzle. The werewolf's lips curled slightly, revealing a row of sharp white teeth, eerie and spine-chilling. Immediately, it let out a low, hoarse voice. Interesting. Just a mere second-tier ant, yet you can still withstand my attack. After speaking, it slowly shook its hand, shedding the layer of scorched fur. Its arm revealed white and red areas, clearly an effort to stop the spread of the southern brightly fire. Yao clan. Chen Ji's eyes turned cold, and a storm surged in his heart. The human race and the demon race have been in conflict for 1,000 years, with the situation remaining largely stable. The Central Mountain Range divides the north and south, and Sichuan Province is far from the northern Central Mountain Range. It's impossible for the demon race to infiltrate here. Why? Outside Linjiang City, could there really be demons lurking? At this moment, Chen Gu inadvertently caught sight of Lin Weiwei, unconscious in the corner, and his heart sank. Could it be that Lin Weiwei is connected to this demon clan? In an instant, many things came together, explaining Lin Weiwei's unusual behavior during this period. But right now, he didn't have the luxury of time to dwell on Lin Weiwei's situation. The most pressing matter was figuring out how to survive against this demon clan werewolf. Chen Ji's heart tightened as he gripped the spirit flame sword in his hand, his body surrounded by a glow of spiritual energy. The werewolf slightly raised his palm, examining the burned wound, a peculiar glint flashing in his eyes. How interesting. This flame is actually a bit troublesome. Tisk. The werewolf lightly clicked his tongue, but a storm surged in his heart. The moment the flames touched him earlier, the werewolf felt a terrifying threat and instinctively abandoned that piece of flesh. Now, as his rationality returned, the werewolf's heart was in turmoil. The human before him was merely a lowly second-tier ant, yet he had managed to instill fear in him. Thinking of this, the werewolf slightly raised his gaze, coldly staring at Chenggu ahead. His bloodied tongue extended from the corner of his mouth, gently licking his sharp teeth twice. Truly worthy of being an S-level totem. Indeed, extraordinary. However, today you are destined to become my nourishment. Jia 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 jia. Suddenly, the werewolf let out a sinister and chilling sound, as if announcing the arrival of death. Immediately after, countless ferocious glints surged in its blood-red eyes, like swords in the darkness, piercing straight into Chen Ji's soul. Boom! A terrifying shockwave erupted with a deafening sonic boom. The werewolf's massive body, as large as a small mountain, leaped into the air in an instant, descending upon Chenggu like Mount Tai crashing down. Such a massive attack is simply impossible to evade. So powerful. Chen Ji's heart trembled violently. The terrifying power of a fourth-tier demon clan was absolutely beyond his ability to withstand. Without the slightest hesitation, Chenggu immediately activated the spiritual energy within his body. Radiant light burst forth around him, and a pair of fiery wings instantly formed behind him. The wings of the vermilion bird burn. In the next second, scorching heat waves raged around, while Chen Ji's figure had already appeared more than 10 meters away. Boom! The werewolf's body suddenly crashed down, causing the ground to tremble violently and dust to billow, as if an earthquake had struck. A massive crater formed beneath the werewolf's feet. It is no exaggeration to say that if Chenggu hadn't dodged just now, this blow would have definitely crushed him into a meat patty. Is this the powerful physique of a fourth-rank demon clan? Chen Ji's heart trembled. Just the physical strength alone was already so formidable, truly intimidating. The werewolf slowly raised its head, its blood-red gaze constantly sizing up Chenggu, and a strong aura suddenly surged around it. In an instant, a massive black shadow appeared behind it, and then condensed into a gigantic wolf claw. Die for me! The werewolf roared, its massive wolf claws descending like divine weapons from the heavens, carrying an overwhelming momentum as they pressed toward Chenggu, seemingly capable of crushing mountains directly. Seeing this, Chen Ji's heart tightened, and he had no choice but to use his final trump card. System. 10 consecutive draws. In an instant, the familiar roulette wheel appeared before his eyes, the pointer spinning rapidly, light flashing, white, blue, purple. Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations to the host for obtaining strengthening pill ×1. Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations to the host for obtaining strengthening and fitness pill ×1. Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations to the host for obtaining XXX, purple, ×1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining limited time breakthrough card, purple, ×1. Chen Ji's eyes lit up. He finally received the crucial item. The previous rewards were no longer important. He would check them after everything was over. With a thought, a purple light orb appeared in front of him, and a card shimmering with dazzling brilliance emerged. Immediately, a line of information appeared before Chenggu. Limited time breakthrough card, purple, dot. Description: upon use, cultivation level can be directly elevated by one major realm, with no side effects, lasting for 1 hour. Chen Ji's heart trembled, and he felt immense joy. That's great. With this time-limited breakthrough card, killing this fourth-tier demon clan member is not impossible. At least it can withstand its attacks. His eyes sparkled with light, and confidence surged instantly. The fourth-tier demon clan is even harder to deal with than fourth-tier demonic beasts. The werewolf before him, relying solely on its physical strength, had already left him at a loss. Even with the time-limited breakthrough card, it might not be enough to kill it. However, with third-tier cultivation combined with the southern brightly fire in the vermilion bird wings, he could definitely hold his own against this fourth-tier demon clan member. Once the Lord of Golden Leaf City arrived, the werewolf would surely flee obediently. In his mind, thoughts surged like tides, yet only an instant had passed in the outside world. The massive wolf claw loomed darkly, completely obscuring the twilight sky above Chen Ji's head, descending with an imposing speed visible to the naked eye. Chenggu dared not hesitate for even a moment and immediately used the time-limited breakthrough card. Do you wish to use the time-limited breakthrough card? Yes. Successfully used. In an instant, a surge of immense and overwhelming spiritual energy flooded into his body. The rich power filled every part of him, and his cultivation soared upward like a raging tide. It was no exaggeration to say that in the blink of an eye, Chen Ji's cultivation broke through from the second tier to the third tier. Zhen Yuan, third tier. In the next second, Chen Ji's eyes sparkled with blazing flames, as if burning with endless fighting spirit. Immediately, Chen Gu fiercely activated the spiritual power within his body. Raising his arm, he mercilessly swung the spirit flame sword toward the sky. Boom! A deafening roar tore through the air. A brilliant firebird roared out, as if igniting the entire heavens and earth. That was a terrifying flame sword radiance formed by the convergence of southern brightly fire, incomparably blazing, like the light of world destruction. This sword carried the momentum to tear everything apart. Boom! A loud bang shook the surroundings. The blazing sword light collided instantly with the massive wolf claw overhead, producing an earth-shattering roar. Immediately after, the enormous wolf claw was engulfed by the flames, turning into countless tiny fragments that dispersed into the heavens and earth. What? The werewolf of the demon clan was dumbfounded, his pupils contracting sharply, unable to believe the scene before his eyes. How is this possible? It watched as its concentrated attack was effortlessly shattered, its heart filled with disbelief. The guy in front of it was clearly just a second-tier human ant. Even with an impressive S-grade totem, how could it possibly overcome such a massive gap and destroy its attack? Wait, this kid's aura. Tier 3. The wolf demon of the monster race suddenly sensed Chen Ji's change in cultivation level, and a storm surged in his heart. In just an instant, this human ant actually broke through to Tier 3. However, despite the surprise, the werewolf of the demon clan did not panic. After all, even if this human ant stepped into the third tier, so what? He himself was a dignified fourth tier, still possessing a significant advantage in realm. Thus, the werewolf of the demon clan did not hesitate, immediately channeling spiritual power and pouncing toward Chen Gu. At this moment, the surrounding air seemed to be swirling rapidly, stirring up a storm of wind and rain. Nan Ming Liua. Chen Ji's eyes narrowed, instantly unleashing an intense flame. Nan Ming Liua. The scorching breath instantly ignited, turning the surroundings into a massive furnace. Immediately after, the Nanmingli fire seemed to transform into a divine bird, swooping toward the demon wolf at an astonishing speed. With the elevation of the realm, the release speed of the Nanmingli fire was incredibly fast. This time, the demon wolf could only dodge, because it knows that if it gets touched by this strange flame again, it will definitely not be as simple as shedding its skin to isolate it. Damn it! This human ant, how can he be so troublesome? He was clearly just at the second tier before. How did he suddenly break through to the third tier? Even if he's at the third tier, he shouldn't be this strong. The werewolf of the demon clan was greatly shocked and immediately circulated the spiritual power within its body, desperately dodging. Whoosh! The southern bright leaving fire leaped past. Although there was no collision, the scorching heat wave still caused it immense pain. Hiss! The werewolf of the demon clan gasped sharply, veins bulging on his forehead, his face full of resentment and venom. Damned human ant! How dare you hurt me? I'll tear you into pieces. This time, the werewolf of the demon clan was utterly enraged, and the spiritual energy within surged like a tide. Boom! 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 A series of loud explosions erupted. Immediately after, countless blood-black gases condensed around the werewolf of the demon clan. Its height was nearly 4 or 5 meters, yet the gas extended to almost 10 meters. Like a pitch-black giant, it gazed down at Chen Gu, as if looking at an ant. Human ant, die for me! The demon race werewolf roared, and the massive black shadow behind him instantly transformed into countless black mist, surging toward Chen Gu. Like a locust swarm passing through, the entire sky was obscured. It is no exaggeration to say that this time, the intense pressure made Chen Gu feel a chill. This time is different from the past. Chen Gu is truly a third-tier powerhouse. Even when facing the fourth-tier ice spirit python before, he was confident he could hold his ground. However, within the same realm, the strength of the demon race made him feel immense pressure. However, at the moment, Chen Gu had no time to think about these things. He just had to hold on and absolutely could not fall. He clenched his teeth, fully channeling his spiritual power. The vermilion bird wings behind him suddenly burst into dazzling brilliance, like blazing flames. Immediately after, streaks of crimson light flickered, ready to face the impending final battle. Chen Gu vanished from where he stood, instantly appearing dozens of meters away in midair. Humph, do you think flying up means I can't hit you? The werewolf of the demon clan sneered, the disdain on his face growing even more pronounced. Naive. Ants will always be ants. Seeing this, the werewolf of the demon clan suddenly clasped his tree-trunk-like arms together and struck downward, unleashing an incomparably intense aura. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted as blood-black mist soared into the sky, instantly transforming into a ferocious giant wolf, then into massive wolf claws. In the blink of an eye, it shifted multiple times, but the savage pressure grew increasingly intense, as if it were about to tear the entire sky apart. The energy unleashed by the full-force attack of the fourth-tier werewolf of the Demon Clan was something even human cultivators of equivalent rank found hard to withstand. For Chengu, who was only at the third tier, it was an invincible existence. However, fortunately, Chengu possessed an SSS-level totem, Vermilion Bird. The attack of this werewolf is simply too formidable. Chen Ji's heart tightened. Moreover, the gap in our realms is too vast. It would never have easily withstood my Nanmingli fire before. Under these circumstances, my Nanmingli fire will likely struggle to get close. I can only use the Vermilion Bird wings to buy time. Although he had a plan, Chengu couldn't help but feel nervous facing this fourth-tier Demon Clan werewolf. No matter how this fourth-tier Demon Clan werewolf appeared here, it must be lurking for some purpose. As long as the Golden Leaf City Lord arrives, it will surely retreat. It should be soon. He gripped the Spirit Fire Sword tightly in his hand, the flames around him glowing ever brighter, and behind him, the Vermilion Bird wings faintly revealed the shadow of a Vermilion Bird. At this moment, Chengu showed no mercy, exerting all his strength to circulate the spiritual energy within his body. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded as terrifying black mist surged from all directions, completely sealing off the space, as if the entire world had fallen under the control of the fourth-tier Demon Clan werewolf. Chengu activated the Vermilion Bird's wings, dodging at the fastest speed possible. The speed of the Vermilion Bird's wings was incredibly fast, but the boundless black mist still followed closely, relentlessly pursuing him. Run, run! The werewolf let out a sinister laugh, his face full of disdain. I want to see how long a human ant like you can keep running. In its eyes, no matter how much Chengu surprised it, he was ultimately just an ant, and it was absolutely confident it could toy with him at will. I want to see how long your meager spiritual power can last. The werewolf's mouth curled into a sneer, its heart filled with contempt. Indeed, although Chen Ji's speed prevented it from catching up, it also couldn't catch Chengu. The two were locked in a stalemate. The werewolf of the Demon Clan was brimming with confidence, believing that this contest would ultimately come down to a battle of spiritual power. The human ant. Before it was merely at the third tier, while it was a genuine fourth tier. Just in terms of spiritual power reserves, even 10 third-tier ants couldn't outlast it. However, at that moment, the werewolf of the Demon Clan suddenly sensed something and instinctively looked in the direction of Linjiang City, frowning. This is fourth tier. The city lord of Linjiang City? Not good. The werewolf of the Demon Clan felt a jolt of unease. A powerful aura was rushing toward this location at an incredible speed and would arrive within minutes. The werewolf's mind raced as it quickly devised a plan. I can't confront that city lord, or my mission will be ruined. But if I just leave like this human ant, as long as I devour this human ant, he is an S-level totem. If I eat him, I can definitely step into the fifth tier. The werewolf of the Demon Clan was deeply conflicted. The enormous temptation of benefits lured him, yet the mission and risks made him extremely hesitant. No, he thought to himself, this human ant is truly troublesome. I can't deal with him in just a few minutes. He's deliberately stalling for time. Damn it! Once the city lord of Linjiang arrives, not only will I fail to devour this guy, but the mission will also be ruined. The werewolf of the Demon Clan gritted his teeth. No, I have to retreat. After sorting out his thoughts, the werewolf of the Demon Clan did not hesitate. He instantly turned around, transforming into a black shadow, and swiftly fleeing. The pervasive black mist dissipated along with him, as if the gloom of heaven and earth had been completely driven away. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings returned to calm. The Tier 4 Demon Clan werewolf had long vanished without a trace, as if it had never appeared. Ran away so decisively. Chengu was slightly stunned, not expecting this Tier 4 demon beast werewolf to be so resolute. Just as his thoughts were surging, a powerful aura suddenly struck, feeling incredibly familiar. The Lord of Golden Leaf City is here. Chen Ji's heart was filled with joy, and he immediately breathed a sigh of relief, his tense nerves finally relaxing. A few minutes later, a gust of wind roared past, and Golden Leaf's figure anxiously appeared in front of Chengu. Chengu, are you alright? Jinya's brows furrowed tightly, his face filled with extreme anxiety. I just sensed a powerful demonic aura. I'm fine, Uncle Jin. Chengu let out a long breath. Although his face was still pale, his heart gradually regained its calm. What exactly happened? Jinyi asked urgently, glancing around with deep concern in his eyes. At this moment, within a radius of nearly 1 kilometer, the area had been leveled by a powerful energy, leaving no vegetation behind. The surrounding scene was shocking. Nearby, a massive crater had appeared, its devastation striking fear into anyone who saw it. Chengu steadied his expression and finally spoke, "Uncle Jean, this matter is a long story." Chengu explained the entire matter to Jean Yi in detail. What? After listening, Jean Yi's face instantly changed dramatically, becoming extremely grave. At this moment, he could hardly believe his ears. The demon race, a genuine demon race, just appearing like that in the Linjiang forest. A fourth-tier demon race. Jean Yi frowned deeply, his mood growing increasingly heavy. However, without much hesitation, Jean Yi glanced at the pitch-black figure not far away and immediately made a decision. Let's go. We'll return to Linjiang City first. Immediately, Jean Yi carried Lin Weiwei on her back and brought Chengu back to Linjiang City at the fastest speed. After returning to Linjiang City, Jean Yi handed Lin Weiwei over to professionals responsible for treatment and interrogation, while also taking Chengu to carefully understand the situation. From the looks of it, Lin Weiwei has most likely secretly defected to that demon clan and is working for them. Her cultivation level and realm are probably intricately connected to that demon clan, Jean Yi said with a grave expression. Chengu was somewhat puzzled. Uncle Jean, how can the demon race help the human race improve their cultivation levels? Jean Yi gave a bitter smile. The demon race occupies the lands that were once the most fertile and rich in spiritual energy, possessing a vast amount of natural treasures. So, that demon race werewolf likely carried some natural treasures with him. By casually rewarding Lin Weiwei with a bit, it could significantly advance her cultivation level. Chengu nodded, but there's still one thing I don't quite understand. Why does that demon race werewolf want to eat me? Previously in the battle, that werewolf from the demon clan muttered several times, his eyes filled with an intense greed, as if I were a piece of Tang Monk's flesh, eating just one bite would grant immortality. Jean Yi explained, we can hunt demon beasts and demon clans to aid our cultivation. Similarly, for the demon clan, humans who have awakened their totems can also enhance their practice, and the higher the quality of the totem, the greater the auxiliary effect on their cultivation. Upon hearing this, Chengu was slightly startled. So, there was this mutual hunting relationship between humans and the demon clan. Fortunately, he had only claimed to have an S-level totem. To outsiders, if that werewolf from the demon clan knew his totem was actually SSS level, even if Uncle Jean Yi rushed over, that werewolf would likely risk everything to devour him. In short, during this period, you should avoid going to Linjiang Forest. I will join forces with Principal Gao to conduct a thorough cleanup of Linjiang Forest, Jean Yi said slowly, his expression extremely grave. To be honest, in small cities like Linjiang, there are often quite a few Tier 4 beasts in the surrounding forests. However, under normal circumstances, they don't pose a threat to the city. But Tier 4 demon clans are different. The demon clans possess intelligence no less than that of humans and are naturally capable of commanding beasts. Historically, the beast tides that have struck human cities were all orchestrated by infiltrating demon clans. In other words, if that demon clan werewolf continues to hide in Linjiang Forest, those Tier 4 beasts will soon fall under its control. At that point, if it launches a beast tide, Linjiang City will be in grave danger. Therefore, it must be rooted out before it gains control over those Tier 4 beasts. I understand, Uncle Jean. You don't need to worry about me, Chengu nodded solemnly and said. Although he couldn't go to the Linjiang Forest to hunt demonic beasts for the time being, losing his only opportunity to earn points was indeed a pity, but at least there would be no danger to his life. That Tier 4 demonic wolfman was simply too powerful. The power of the limited time breakthrough card only allowed me to temporarily reach Tier 3, but in all aspects, my abilities are still quite lacking. If I could truly step into Tier 3, with the Vermilion Bird Totem and my 2 innate skills, perhaps I might stand a chance against that wolfman. Chengu murmured to himself. At the moment, the urgency to break through to the 3rd tier surged once again. Chengu checked his information panel. Name, Chengu. Cultivation level, 2nd tier, 0/50,000. Totem, Vermilion Bird, SSS level. Skills, Southern Bright Flame, Vermilion Bird Wings. Equipment, Spirit Ring, Spirit Fire Sword. Items, none. Points, 16100. Previously, in an emergency, 1,000 points were consumed to draw a limited time mirror breaking card. Now, only 16,000 points remain, leaving a gap of over 30,000 to break through to the 3rd tier. The Linjiang Forest is off limits, so how can points be earned quickly? Chengu was a bit troubled. The matter concerning Lin Weiwei was strictly sealed off. If news of the Demon Clan werewolves were to leak, the entire city would inevitably fall into panic, and even the cities surrounding Linjiang would not escape disaster. Jinya immediately sought assistance from the province, while Chen Gu calmly continued studying at school. Tisk, so this is Linjiang number 1 high school? What a dump. Exactly. It's nothing compared to our Zigong number 1 high school. Doesn't look like there's much worth exchanging here. I'd rather be fighting magical beasts in the Zigong forest. On campus, a group of boys and girls wearing Zigong number 1 high school uniforms brazenly surveyed their surroundings with disdain. The students of Linjiang number 1 high school watched angrily, their faces filled with indignation. These people from Zigan number 1 high are way too arrogant. How infuriating. Forget it, their Zigan number 1 high is indeed much better than us. But they still can't act so arrogant on our turf, can they? Too arrogant. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation, and the atmosphere was tense. At this moment, Zheng Hua stepped forward to the students of Zigan number 1 high school, his expression displeased. Speaking like this, isn't it a bit too impolite? Zigan number 1 high school is the top high school near Linjiang City, with outstanding students almost every year gaining admission to Dasha Academy, even securing spots in the top 10 without difficulty. In contrast, Linjiang number 1 high school appears rather inferior, having gone nearly 3 years without a single student entering Dasha Academy, and with only a handful of top 10 spots. However, this does not mean that the students of Zigan number 1 high school can act recklessly at Linjiang number 1 high school. The accompanying teacher did not intervene, as their purpose was to seek a sense of superiority. When Zheng Hua stepped forward, the teacher's lips involuntarily curled into a smile. What's the matter? Does this student have any objections to what we said? A male student from Zigan number 1 high school glanced at Zheng Hua arrogantly, his eyes openly revealing disdain. Zheng Hua was burning with anger and gritted his teeth as he said, "You guys are being way too arrogant at our school, aren't you?" He was well aware of the gap between the two schools, but to speak such condescending words in front of so many students without any regard was simply outrageous. "Humph, we have the qualifications to be arrogant." The student sneered coldly. "If you have any objections, you're welcome to settle it on the arena." Zheng Hua's fighting spirit ignited, and he responded angrily, "Fine, let's settle this on the arena." The students from Linjiang number 1 high school around them instantly erupted, cheering for Zheng Hua. "Go, Zheng Hua, show them what you're made of. Let them know Linjiang number 1 high school is not to be messed with." A wave of thunderous shouts completely dispelled the tension in Zheng Hua's heart. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes shining with determination. "Everyone, I will definitely win," he secretly vowed in his heart, every cell in his body seemingly boiling. At this moment, he felt an endless surge of power flooding into his heart, as if he were the protagonist of a novel, carrying everyone's expectations and hopes. Is this what bonds are? Zheng Hua's heart surged, his fists clenched tightly, and his eyes sparkled with the brilliance of confidence. "Yes, this is everyone's support for me. I will definitely win." He strode confidently toward the sparring arena. The students of Linjiang number 1 high school around him continued to cheer thunderously. "Go, Zheng Hua, make sure to win. We'll all support you. Show them what you're made of." Zheng Hua felt an indescribable thrill surging within him, as if he were carrying everyone's expectations and sprinting full force toward victory. He was certain he could defeat those powerful villains and trample them underfoot. Zheng Hua clenched his fists tightly, his gaze resolute, and stepped onto the arena without hesitation. His figure exuded an aura of fearless determination, as if declaring to everyone, he would not back down. Meanwhile, the group from Zigan number 1 high exchanged glances, their faces showing disdainful smiles, as if Zheng Hua's challenge was nothing more than a farce. On the arena, the audience surged like a tide, with students and even teachers rushing excitedly to cheer for Zheng Hua, instantly igniting the atmosphere. On the stage, Zheng Hua straightened his back, his gaze sharp as a blade, scanning the students of Zigan number 1 high school around him. Then, he raised his hand lightly and said, "Which one of you will come first?" "TCH, you really think you're something, huh?" A bald-headed teenager sneered. "Let me show you the strength of Zigan number 1 high school." As soon as he finished speaking, the bald-headed teenager leapt onto the stage, causing it to tremble. He crossed his arms, his bulging muscles straining against his school uniform, almost tearing it apart, exuding an intimidating aura. "You must be Zheng Hua, the top student of Linjiang number 1 high school, right?" the bald-headed teenager asked nonchalantly, his eyes showing no trace of nervousness, as if this duel was nothing more than a game. Zheng Hua nodded slightly. "Not bad. And who are you? State your name." "My name is Lin Dong, 7th place at Zigan number 1 high school," he said confidently. A wave of jeers immediately erupted around them, and everyone began whispering, TCH, 7th place. He actually dares to challenge Zhang Hua. How arrogant, even a 7th place student dares to act so cocky here. Zhang Hua, show him what you're made of and let them know Linjiang No. 1 High School is not to be underestimated. Go, Zhang Hua, teach those Zigong No. 1 High School guys a lesson. On the stage, Zhang Hua heard the crowd's cheers, and a surge of confidence and pride welled up in his heart. Facing Lin Dong's disdain, the flames of anger burned within him. He was the top student of Linjiang No. 1 High School. Although he knew there was a significant gap between the two schools, there was no way he would let a mere 7th-ranked student flaunt his arrogance in front of him. Since that's the case, then let me make you pay for your arrogance. Zhang Hua roared, his spiritual power instantly surging as a massive totemic shadow appeared behind him. Sea-level totem, Ice Wolf. A terrifying icy aura erupted instantly, and the Ice Wolf let out a piercing howl in the icy wilderness, intimidating all around. What a powerful presence! Zhang Hua has grown even stronger. That's great. This time we might be able to. Zhang Hua, go for it. Teach them a lesson. The audience cheered enthusiastically for Zhang Hua once again, their excitement reaching a fever pitch. However, on the stage, Lin Dong curled his lips into a disdainful smirk and sneered, TCH, is this it? Looks like Linjiang No. 1 High School really is a bunch of frogs in a well. He no longer concealed his aura, and his overwhelming spiritual power surged out like a tide, instantly forming a massive phantom, sea-level totem, White Sea Bear. Kid, let me show you how vast the gap between us is. Lin Dong revealed a cruel smile as his spiritual power erupted like thunder. Boom! With a loud explosion, Lin Dong's body turned into a white afterimage, charging toward Zhang Hua. Boom! The arena trembled as a figure was forcefully struck by Lin Dong and sent flying, landing heavily below the stage. The audience instantly held their breath, the atmosphere growing unbearably tense. In the classroom, Chen Gu closed his eyes tightly, leaning against the back of the chair, pondering how to earn points. As he was deep in thought, a da-da-da sound reached his ears. Chen Gu. The homeroom teacher, Ms. Li, walked over, adjusting her black-framed glasses, her expression behind the lenses revealing tension and worry. Ms. Li, what's wrong? Chen Gu opened his eyes, a trace of doubt surfacing in his mind. Ms. Li was always composed, and such a nervous state was rare. Could something major have happened? Ms. Li said slowly, the people from Zigan No. 1 High School are causing trouble under the guise of an exchange competition. Their arrogance has stirred everyone's anger. Zhang Hua took the initiative to step onto the ring and challenge, but was defeated by the opponent in a single move. Her voice carried deep helplessness. The current situation is quite unfavorable for us. Chen Ji's eyebrows slightly raised, his heart startled. Zhang Hua was a top figure at Linjiang No. 1 High School, and even he was defeated? Could it be that the top-ranked student at Zigong No. 1 High School is that formidable? Teacher Li continued, but the one who defeated Zhang Hua was only the 7th-ranked student at Zigong No. 1 High School. Her voice carried a trace of despair. At this moment, Teacher Li seemed to recall something, her brows furrowing tightly. For this exchange competition, our two schools have set a prize of 100,000 yuan, along with eligibility for a small secret realm. Why would the principal agree to such conditions? Teacher Li's voice carried a hint of doubt. Chen Ji's heart suddenly trembled. The 10,000 yuan prize was certainly tempting, but the qualification for the small-scale secret realm was even more alluring to him. Secret realms are treasure troves of cultivation resources, containing not only precious heavenly materials and earthly treasures but also countless opportunities and challenges. If I can obtain the qualification for that small-scale secret realm, my future source of points will be secured. Chen Ge felt a surge of joy in his heart. Such a rare opportunity was right before him, and he absolutely could not let it slip away. All right, Teacher Li. He smiled faintly and stood up without hesitation. Leave dealing with the people from Zigan No. 1 High School to me. Watching Chen Ji's departing figure, Teacher Li felt a faint sense of unease. Although Chen Gu had defeated Zhang Hua before, facing the formidable opponents from Zigan No. 1 High School, she couldn't help but wonder, can he win? On the stage, Zhang Hua was helped to sit down by the crowd, his face pale as he clutched his chest. The students from Linjiang No. 1 High School around him wore grave expressions, and the atmosphere grew heavy. Zhang Hua lost in just one move. One person murmured, despair evident in their eyes. Are the people from Zigan No. 1 High School really that strong? That guy seems to be only ranked 7th, right? Another student said, their face full of disbelief. On the other side of the arena, The group from Zigan First High School looked smug, arms crossed, their faces full of disdain and mockery. TSK, this group from Linjiang First High School is really pathetic. They couldn't even withstand one move from Lindong. How boring. It seems this exchange competition is going to be utterly dull, one of them sneered coldly. I heard the first place winner of this exchange competition gets a spot in a small secret realm, another person chimed in. That's right, only one spot. I really don't know what the principal of Linjiang First High School was thinking, actually putting that up as a reward. A student from Zigan First High School sneered. Isn't this just giving it to our young Master Qin for free? Their mocking voices were filled with disdain. Amidst this atmosphere of contempt and ridicule, Chenggu strode toward the arena, a fighting spirit igniting in his heart. He absolutely could not let Linjiang First High be humiliated. He had to win back this spot for his classmates. The crowd from Zigong First High was abuzz with discussion, and the air was thick with tension. At their center sat a proud-looking young man, gazing down at everyone like a king surveying his subjects. His name is Qin Feng, the eldest young master of the prestigious Qin family in Zigong City, and the second-ranked student at Zigong Number 1 High School. He was appointed as the team captain for this exchange competition to represent Linjiang Number 1 High School. Who would have thought this spot would be so easy to secure? The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, and a gleam of pride flashed in his eyes. Quite unexpected. I didn't even need to take action myself. Qin Feng sat on the steps, one leg crossed over the other, a hint of joy on his face, as if everything was under his control. With this spot, I can also enter that small secret realm. He felt a surge of pride in his heart, his fists clenching instinctively as he thought to himself. At that time, at least I wouldn't be left behind by Zhuge. I would still have a chance to catch up with her. A trace of determination flashed in his eyes, as if the victory of the future was already in his grasp. At that moment, the surrounding noise suddenly intensified, and everyone turned their heads, their gazes unanimously focused in one direction. A tall and upright figure slowly approached, exuding a powerful aura that was impossible to ignore. It's Chen Gu! A shocked exclamation erupted from the crowd. Chen Gu is here! The students of Linjiang Number 1 High School erupted into excited screams, as if witnessing the return of a hero. Chen Gu slowly approached, his gaze sweeping over Zhang Hua nearby. Seeing the latter's disheveled appearance, he couldn't help but let out a cold laugh in his heart. Tisk, these people from Zigan Number 1 High School are really arrogant, he thought to himself, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. In our school, who dares to be so presumptuous? At this moment, Chen Gu was determined to teach those self-righteous individuals a harsh lesson in this exchange competition. Chen Gu is here. That's great. Chen Gu is stronger than Zhang Hua. He should be able to win, right? Well, I feel like it's still uncertain. That person defeated Zhang Hua with just one move. Now that you mention it, it does seem like that's the case. The crowd around was abuzz with discussion, their expressions still grave, and the atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. On the stage, Lin Dong crossed his arms, his face full of disdain. He raised an eyebrow and whistled at Chen Gu. Hey, kid, dare to come up here. He knew in his heart that this suddenly appearing opponent was definitely not to be underestimated, perhaps even stronger than Zhang Hua. But Lin Dong couldn't help but wonder, isn't Zhang Hua the top of the grade? How could there be someone even stronger than him? Chen Gu slightly raised his eyes, sensing the aura emanating from Lin Dong. Second stage, just recently stepped in. The aura was unstable, seemingly not stronger than Zhang Hua. However, being able to defeat Zhang Hua in one move was clearly no simple feat. Chen Ji's heart sank. It seemed this guy's skills were not as simple as they appeared. However, his expression remained calm. With a light leap, he flew onto the stage, standing just 10 meters away from Lin Dong. Humph, I didn't think you'd actually dare to come up. Lin Dong raised an eyebrow, revealing a faint, surprised smile. His gaze swept over Chen Gu, filled with disdain. Judging by your appearance, you're probably just a pretty face. Chen Gu remained completely unaffected, his gaze calm as he stared directly at Lin Dong. No need for unnecessary words. Let's start directly. I don't want to waste time. Lin Dong's anger was instantly ignited. A nobody from Linjiang Number 1 High School actually dared to speak to him with such an attitude. Kid, you're asking for it. Before the words had finished, Lin Dong's eyes gleamed with a fierce light. Spiritual power surged like a tide, two distinct spiritual patterns shimmered on his forehead, and a massive figure materialized behind him. Sea-level totem, white sea bear. This guy's totem is really powerful. Yeah, it's definitely much stronger than Zhang Hua's ice wolf. Even among all sea-level totems, it's exceptionally outstanding. The crowd around was abuzz with discussion, their faces full of tension and worry. Deep down, they hoped Chengu could win, and preferably, give the opponent a good thrashing. But Zhang Hua couldn't even withstand a single move from the other side, the gap was simply too vast. Although Chengu had awakened an S-level totem, his training time was still short. The fact that he could defeat Zhang Hua was already incredible. Expecting any further improvement was simply unrealistic. Meanwhile, the group from Zigan First High School looked on as if watching a show. "This guy does look pretty good," a girl murmured, her eyes sparkling. "Ha, clearly just a pretty face, probably not even as good as that Zhang Hua from earlier," two male students sneered coldly. "Xin Xiao, what do you think?" someone asked Xin Feng. Xin Feng carefully sized up Chengu and said lightly, "This guy's expression is calm. He doesn't seem like the type who only knows flashy moves. Maybe he does have some confidence." As soon as he finished speaking, the others dared not refute him, silently agreeing in their hearts. However, despite Qin Feng's favorable opinion, everyone still believed Lin Dong wouldn't lose. After all, Linjiang No. 1 High School's level was truly abysmal. On the stage, facing the powerful aura released by Lin Dong, Chengu remained expressionless and unperturbed, as if what lay before him was merely insignificant. Seeing Chen Ji's disdainful attitude, Lin Dong burned with rage. "Kid, aren't you going to release your totem? Otherwise, you won't have a chance," he roared angrily, the ferocity in his eyes growing stronger. The light of the white sea bear totem flickered, spiritual energy surged, and Lin Dong's body visibly expanded, brimming with power. Chengu remained expressionless, his spiritual energy slowly circulating within him. Rays of light emerged around him, and the temperature suddenly soared. A heat wave surged out from Chen Ji's body, instantly blowing Lu Hai's hair into a dance. On the fair forehead, two dazzling and radiant spirit patterns shimmered. Chengu looked at Lin Dong indifferently and said calmly, "Sorry, now that my totem is unleashed, you truly have no chance." The cold voice echoed around the entire arena like icy frost. Lin Dong's face was full of disdain, just about to utter a mocking remark. However, in the next second, his expression suddenly changed, and the previous disdain instantly turned into extreme shock and disbelief. "What?" Lin Dong stood dumbfounded, as if he had witnessed an incredibly astonishing scene. Right in front of him, a dazzling fiery red light flickered, shining to the extreme, so bright that he could hardly keep his eyes open. "Chirp!" A piercingly loud cry echoed through the skies, causing the entire arena to tremble violently. Behind Chengu, a massive vermilion bird's phantom suddenly appeared, with blazing heavenly flames burning fiercely, resembling a radiant sun that no one dared to look directly at. Is this Chen Ji's totem? Is this his S-level totem? My god! It's terrifying." Immediately, the surrounding crowd let out shocked exclamations. It should be noted that when Chengu awakened his totem, only a small portion of first-year high school students witnessed it firsthand. Later, some people also witnessed the battle with Zhang Hua. But at this moment, among the nearly 1,000 spectators around the arena, at least half of the students had only heard that Chengu had awakened a powerful S-level totem but had never seen it with their own eyes. Now, they finally saw it. In stark contrast, the crowd from Zigan No. 1 High School was equally dumbfounded, unable to believe the scene before them. "This guy's totem? Is this strong?" they said. "This guy is an S-level totem. How is that possible?" The people from Zigan No. 1 High School were utterly shocked, finding it hard to believe. "You have to understand, that's an S-level totem. Don't mention these small cities of theirs, even in the entire Sichuan province, it might take more than a decade for one to appear. In the whole of Daxia, there are only a few S-level totems each year, and most of them come from the top prodigies in the capital. Are they just bragging? How could Linjiang No. 1 High School possibly produce a prodigy with an S-level totem?" Several people from Zigan No. 1 High School murmured, the shock on their faces lingering for a long time. "Impossible. We haven't heard of an S-level totem appearing in our grade." Exactly, if Linjiang No. 1 High School really had an S-level totem in our grade, how could we not know about it? Are they deliberately bluffing? The people of Zigan High School simply didn't believe it, subconsciously thinking it was just a bluff by Linjiang High School. However, Qin Feng remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the figure on the stage, like a dazzling phantom. Waves of shock surged in his heart, unable to calm down for a long time. S-level totem. This really seems to be an S-totem. That's right, only an S-level totem can possess such terrifying pressure and aura. Qin Feng was almost certain in his heart that the totem of the young man on the stage was indeed an S-level totem, because an inexplicable fear surged within him, as if a subject meeting their king, instinctively wanting to bow and kneel. This guy is really an S-level totem. Qin Feng's pupils trembled slightly, and an unprecedented look of seriousness appeared on his proud face. Even when facing Zhu Geiyu, he had never felt such a deep sense of powerlessness. Qin Feng forcibly suppressed the feeling in his heart, clenched his fists tightly, and a conspicuous bead of sweat involuntarily rolled down his forehead. He stared fixedly at Chen Ji's dazzling figure, his lips trembling slightly as he murmured, "This guy." On the arena, the atmosphere was so tense it was suffocating. Chen Ge stood there calmly, the vermilion bird's phantom behind him solidifying, radiating terrifying heat waves. The brilliant light was like blazing crimson flames, resembling a scorching sun hanging high in the sky. The vermilion bird totem gently flapped its wings, instantly igniting the surrounding air currents, making the entire arena seem engulfed in a raging inferno. Gulp! Lin Dong's heart tightened, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. His face turned pale, his forehead was covered in sweat, and his clothes were soaked through, as if he had just been pulled out of water. The scorching heat waves made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Such intense heat. Lin Dong quickly activated his spiritual power. His totem was the white sea bear, with a water attribute, hoping to use it to resist the surrounding heat, but the effect was minimal. No way! He grew anxious, gritted his teeth, and mobilized all his spiritual power. His body exploded with force as he charged toward Chen Gu. Here it comes! Here it comes! The surrounding spectators held their breath, their eyes fixed on the arena. It's the same move as before. Zhang Hua was eliminated by this very move. The faces of the Linjiang First High School crowd were heavy with concern. Although Chen Gu had displayed immense power, Zhang Hua's painful defeat left them uneasy. Chen Gu, you must win! Zhang Hua clenched his fists, his face full of hope. He would rather be beaten by Chen Gu again than see Linjiang First High School humiliated by Zigong First High School like this. On the stage, Lin Dong shouted angrily, raging wave fist. His right hand clenched into a fist, channeling all his spiritual energy, which instantly condensed into a surging wave, crashing toward Chen Gu like a raging storm. Pretty fast. Chen Gu was slightly startled, secretly impressed. Lin Dong crossed over 10 meters in an instant, charging straight at him. No wonder Zhang Hua was defeated in one move. This guy does have some skill. Although Lin Dong's strength was slightly superior to Zhang Hua's, it was mainly due to his initial advantage and Zhang Hua's underestimation that led to such an outcome. Facing the terrifying fist wind rushing toward him, Chen Gu remained calm and composed. Humph, scared stiff, are you? Lin Dong felt a surge of joy, a smug smile appearing on his face. He thought to himself, Chen Gu really was just bluffing. Lin Dong exerted all his strength, the countless waves of spiritual energy behind him surging violently. His fist was only a few centimeters away from Chen Ji's face. However, at this critical moment, Lin Dong's smile suddenly froze. Bang! A loud explosion echoed as Lin Dong's fist was firmly caught by a palm. What? Lin Dong's pupils trembled violently, his face filled with disbelief. How is this possible? He exerted all his strength, yet his fist felt as if it had struck a wall of steel and concrete, completely immobile, unable to advance even an inch. In the next moment, endless flames surged wildly, as if engulfing him in a raging sea of fire. Boom! Another deafening explosion erupted, unleashing terrifying energy. Lin Dong screamed in agony, his entire body flung like a broken kite, landing heavily outside the arena. Lin Dong! Several students from Zigan No. 1 High School rushed toward him, helping him up. The leading teacher's expression was grave, a shadow flickering in his eyes. He turned to Qin Feng beside him and said, Qin Feng, it's your turn. Make sure to use your full strength and take this guy down as quickly as possible. Qin Feng took a deep breath, nodded, and slowly stood up. The surrounding people instinctively turned their gaze toward Qin Feng, their faces showing surprise. They had originally thought this battle would be an easy victory, but unexpectedly, it still required Qin Xiao to step in. Under everyone's gaze, Qin Feng lightly tapped his toes, and his body instantly leaped onto the arena. Dressed in designer brands, he exuded a radiant aura of wealth and luxury. Young Master Qin is personally taking action. This time, we're sure to win. Cheers surged like a tidal wave. Exactly. Young Master Qin is at the peak of the second tier, not far from reaching the third tier. This year, young Master Qin is definitely going to secure a spot in the Great Xia Academy. Let this group of guys witness the power of our young Master Qin. The crowd from Zigan First High School shouted one after another, their faces brimming with confidence. Only Lin Dong, who was being helped to rest on the side, looked at Qin Feng's figure on the stage, slightly furrowing his brows with a hint of worry and tension on his face. This guy on the other side is really too strange. His strength is too powerful. Can young Master Qin win? At this moment, his heart was also filled with doubt and confusion. On the other side, the crowd from Linjiang No. 1 High School had yet to react when the opponent on the stage had already been replaced. Chen Gu won. Wow, that move was so clean and sharp. Absolutely stunning. Chen Gu is just too strong. Exclamations of amazement echoed one after another. However, when they saw Qin Feng's figure clearly, the gloomy atmosphere descended once again. This guy is Qin Feng. Qin Feng? Is he famous? Qin Feng is the eldest young master of the Qin family in Zigan City. His strength has already reached the peak of Tier 2, and it's rumored that he will step into Tier 3 before the college entrance exam. What? Tier 3? This guy is way too terrifying. In the entire Great Xia, those who can reach the third tier during the college entrance exam are extremely rare. That's right, so Qin Feng's strength is far superior to that of Lin Dong earlier. They're not even on the same level. What? Qin Feng is so strong, yet he's only ranked second. Then the first place in Zigan No. 1 High School must be insanely powerful. The first place in Zigan No. 1 High School awakened a B-level totem. Hiss. At this moment, as everyone discussed, they gradually came to understand just how powerful this year's Zigan No. 1 High School truly was. The joy of defeating Lin Dong was instantly wiped away. Even Zhang Hua couldn't help but reveal a trace of disappointment. So, I was really such a frog in the well? Is the gap this big? Everyone looked toward the arena, their eyes filled with worry and tension. Can Chen Gu win? I think it's unlikely. Probably very difficult. Qin Feng is at the peak of the second tier, and his totem is also one of the best among the C-level ones. Just him alone is worth 4 or 5 Lindongs. Sigh, if Chen Gu had awakened his totem in his first year of high school, he would definitely be able to crush them now. Such a pity that Chen Ji's totem awakening time has always been too short. The crowd let out helpless sighs. Although they secretly hoped Chen Gu could win, the reality before them made it impossible to hold on to such fantasies. Meanwhile, on the stage, Qin Feng carefully observed Chen Gu, his expression extremely serious. This was the first time he had treated an opponent with such gravity. Looking at the massive crimson shadow behind Chen Gu, Qin Feng's heart trembled violently. This guy's totem pressure and aura are actually so powerful. Is it really an S-level totem? Qin Feng took a deep breath and encouraged himself, but my cultivation has reached the peak of the second tier, so I might still have a chance to win. Let me see just how powerful this suspected S-level totem truly is. Qin Feng pondered silently in his heart and decisively activated the spiritual power within his body. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed, deafening, as if the very air trembled. A massive shadow slowly rose behind Qin Feng, its dazzling light flickering incessantly. It was a colossal tiger, its entire body engulfed in roaring flames, like leaping tongues of fire, radiating waves of scorching heat. Sea-level totem, Fierce Flame Tiger. As the king of beasts, the Fierce Flame Tiger is undoubtedly the most top-tier existence among totems of the same level. Relying on his family's powerful resources and this Fierce Flame Tiger totem, Qin Feng firmly holds the second place at Zigan No. 1 High School. Apart from Zhu Geiyu, the first place holder, almost no one can rival him. Even the totem of the principal of Zigan No. 1 High School is far inferior to him in quality. If it weren't for the existence of the monstrous genius Zhu Geiyu, Qin Feng would definitely hold the top spot. This is enough to prove how extraordinary Qin Feng's talent is. Young Master Qin has personally stepped in. This time, it's absolutely guaranteed. That's right, young Master Qin is just one step away from the third tier. That guy from Linjiang No. 1 High School is absolutely no match for young Master Qin. Go, young Master Qin, mighty and powerful. The students from Zigan No. 1 High School around them shouted one after another, their faces brimming with excited joy. In their eyes, although Chen Ji's totem seemed powerful, the totem was only part of it, one's own strength was the key. For someone like Lin Dong, who had just recently stepped into the second tier, his spiritual power reserve might suppress a first tier peak, but Qin Feng was at the peak of the second tier, and his spiritual power reserve was equivalent to 5 or 6 Lindongs. This gap was several times greater than the difference between the first and second tiers. Therefore, in their eyes, Qin Feng absolutely had no reason to lose. Homeroom teacher Mr. Li stood among the crowd, hands tightly clasped in front of his chest, his gaze fixed on Chen Ji's figure, his heart filled with tension. Can Chen Gu win? As a teacher, she naturally understands the situation better than ordinary students. Qin Feng's strength, even among the many geniuses in Shudu, is one of the best. As for Chen Gu, even though he has awakened an S-level totem, his training time has been too short, less than half a month. How could he possibly be a match for Qin Feng? However, she still held a trace of hope in her heart. Perhaps Chen Gu could bring another surprise? Meanwhile, in a dark corner of Linjiang Forest. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Didn't expect to fail this time. This S-level totem guy is really troublesome. Lin Weiwei, that useless waste, is such a burden. The werewolf of the demon clan angrily pounded the cliff, causing rocks to tumble down. This time, not only did I fail to devour that S-level totem, but I also exposed my whereabouts. It's simply not worth the loss. I still have a mission to complete. The werewolf of the demon clan was filled with anger and regret. If he had known this would happen, he would have launched a sneak attack right away and taken out that S-level totem human. Now the humans in Linjiang City must already know about my presence. Those 4th-tier experts are probably already searching for me in the Linjiang forest. The province might even send stronger 4th-tier beings. No, I can't just sit here and wait for death. Otherwise, I fear I will have no choice but to await my demise. The werewolf's face twisted, its claws clenched tightly, a mix of anger and anxiety intertwined. At that moment, its brow slightly furrowed, as if sensing a faint disturbance. This is a new mission. The pupils of the werewolf from the demon clan contracted. These new missions were all issued from the demon clan's territory thousands of miles away. The only ones capable of such a feat were high-level powerhouses. Its expression instantly turned to one of utter terror. A faint wisp of spiritual light appeared before it and then directly entered its forehead. A massive influx of information instantly flooded his mind. Wolf 7, which city are you in now? Have you infiltrated the southwest region of Daxia as planned? A series of questions, deep and resonant like the tolling of a bell, sent a shiver through Wolf 7's heart. As a 4th-tier powerhouse, Wolf 7 was nonetheless somewhat shaken by the commanding voice, which boomed like a great bell. He thought to himself, Master, I have successfully infiltrated Sichuan province in the southwest region of Daxia and am now lurking in the beast forest. After a moment, that voice sounded again, carrying an air of authority and oppression. Not bad, Wolf 7, well done. Next, you need to launch a beast tide in the surrounding areas, make it as large as possible, and preferably wipe out 1 or 2 nearby cities. Upon hearing this, Lang Chi's heart trembled. Launch a beast tide. This was within its expectations, but the demand to massacre a city made it feel immense pressure. Wiping out 1 or 2 cities wasn't that too difficult. My lord, wouldn't this be a bit too much for me? I'm only at the peak of Tier 4, and the nearest Linjiang city has 2 Tier 4 powerhouses, Lang Chi said worriedly. Moments later, that bell-like voice resounded, deep and powerful. Do not worry. Since I have made this arrangement, it will certainly not exceed your capabilities. Wolf 7 was puzzled. What does it mean to not exceed one's own capabilities? At that moment, a surge of spiritual energy suddenly surged within its body, as if an invisible force was awakening its potential. A warm current gathered at the center of its brow, shimmering with a strange blood-red glow. This is... Wolf 7's heart tightened, and in an instant, a powerful force erupted within its body. Boundless spiritual energy flooded in like a torrent, impacting its realm. I have infused power into your body through the ritual. Take these few days to absorb it well, and breaking through to the 5th tier will be no problem. The voice sounded again. After coming out of seclusion, release your demonic power to control the surrounding demonic beasts. The larger the range, the better, and the more, the better. Once the task is completed, I will reward you with an opportunity to enter the bloodline pool. Lang Chi's pupils suddenly contracted, his face full of shock and excitement. The bloodline pool, it exclaimed instinctively. The bloodline pool is a treasure of the demon race, capable of evolving bloodlines. If it could soak in it even once, it would be a chance to ascend. For years, it had been limited by its inferior bloodline, unable to break through the 5th rank. But once its bloodline evolved, the 6th rank would no longer be an unattainable dream. Wolf 7 agreed without hesitation. Alright, my lord, rest assured, I will complete the task perfectly. Immediately, it sat down, held its breath, and focused its mind, channeling the surging spiritual power emerging from its brow. Under the impact of this spiritual power, its realm began to gradually break through. The surging spiritual power crashed against a barrier like ocean waves. The breakthrough was right in front of it. This was the realm of the 5th rank, Linjiang No. 1 High School, on the arena. More and more students gathered to watch, and even most of the teachers came over. Xinfeng stared intently at Chenggu, his eyebrows slightly raised. Your totem is indeed impressive, but if you think you can defeat me with just your totem, it's not going to be that easy. He was full of confidence, having been at the 2nd stage for a long time and only a step away from the 3rd stage. In cultivation, one's level is the most important foundation. Moreover, he believed his fierce flame tiger totem was not inferior. Chenggu remained calm and responded indifferently. Then let's see the truth in action. Good. Xinfeng let out a loud shout, and in an instant, the overwhelming spiritual power around him surged forth, sweeping in like a raging storm. Is this the peak of the 2nd stage? His spiritual power is truly overwhelming. Just this aura alone makes my heart tremble with fear. It's several times stronger than Zhang Hua's aura. Witnessing Qin Feng's spiritual power aura, the surrounding students immediately let out bursts of exclamations. The atmosphere grew tense in an instant, and everyone silently prayed in their hearts, can Chenggu win? Boom! A deafening roar shook the air, and a majestic surge of spiritual energy rushed forward like a tidal wave. Chen Gu raised an eyebrow slightly, thinking to himself, so this is the peak of the second tier? Truly not to be underestimated. This spiritual energy aura is indeed overwhelmingly powerful, he murmured inwardly. The strength of the second tier peak was truly intimidating. If his totem today were only B level or A level, he might not have been able to hold his ground against this guy. Watch out! Qin Feng's voice boomed like thunder, and immediately, the spiritual energy around him surged, transforming into a massive tiger's claw that charged straight at him. Qin Feng launched the first attack. Skill, Blazing Flame Palm. In an instant, raging flames erupted all around. The massive tiger-shaped palm formed by spiritual energy was completely engulfed in fire, resembling a meteor crashing to the ground, descending with an overwhelming and unstoppable force. Oh my god, this guy's attack is way too powerful. This is beyond what a second tier can withstand, isn't it? I feel like the arena might not hold up. The surrounding students cried out in panic. Zhang Hua watched the scene, his fists clenched tightly, and his heart surged with waves of shock. This Qin Feng is at least 5 or 6 times stronger than Lin Dong earlier, he thought to himself. Lin Dong had been defeated due to underestimating his opponent, but facing this move from Qin Feng, even going all out, there was absolutely no way to resist it. Zheng Hua's heart sank slightly, a sense of loss surging within him, as if he had already envisioned Chen Gu being defeated by this strike. However, just as he was feeling disheartened, the surrounding crowd suddenly let out cries of immense surprise and delight. Zheng Hua instinctively looked over, only to see Qin Feng's fierce flame palm being blocked by a dazzling and radiant light. It was a brilliant platinum and crimson glow emanating from Chen Ji's body, forming a shield as impenetrable as a copper wall, firmly keeping the massive fierce flame palm at bay. Immediately afterward, the countless flames entwined with the fierce flame palm were visibly absorbed. Within mere seconds, all the flames were completely drawn into Chen Ji's body, merging into that platinum glow. What? Qin Feng was utterly shocked, his pupils instantly contracting. As he carefully sensed the situation, he discovered that not only were the flames of the fierce flame palm being absorbed, but even his own spiritual energy, through the medium of the spiritual energy flames, was being strongly attracted. The opponent was absorbing his spiritual energy. Qin Feng did not hesitate in the slightest and immediately severed the spiritual power connection. The fierce flame palm lost its spiritual power, support, and instantly turned into specks of light, dissipating on the arena. A strong sense of impact surged, as if shaking his very spirit. Is it because this guy's totem level is too high? Does it suppress my flames? Qin Feng's heart tightened slightly. The fierce flame tiger totem also controlled fire, but clearly, the opponent's totem was far more powerful. It seems I can no longer use fire attacks against him. Not only will they fail to harm him, but he might even use them to absorb my spiritual power. Qin Feng had already made up his mind. Meanwhile, the students from Linjiang First High School surrounding the arena erupted into excited and enthusiastic cheers. Oh my god, Chen Gu is actually gaining the upper hand. The opponent's attacks are completely ineffective. Go, Chen Gu, you're awesome, Chen Gu. The cheers echoed endlessly. However, the few people from Zigan No. 1 High School crossed their arms, their faces full of disdain. Humph, isn't this group of guys celebrating too early? Exactly, young. Master Qin hasn't even gotten serious yet, and they're already popping champagne. Just wait until young Master Qin gets serious. Let's see if you can still cheer so loudly. The leading teacher narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of surprise flashing across his face. He hadn't expected Linjiang No. 1 High School to produce such a figure. The totem level has created suppression, preventing Qin Feng's fierce flame tiger from using its fire abilities. However, relying on this alone to bridge the gap in realms is simply too far-fetched. Qin Feng's second skill isn't fire attribute. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, his expression remaining calm and composed. In his view, there was only one outcome to this battle, and that was Qin Feng's victory. On the arena, the atmosphere shifted in an instant, and the battle was about to escalate. All eyes instantly focused on Qin Feng. He took a deep breath, his expression gradually calming, and the blazing flames around him quietly extinguished. However, Qin Feng's aura did not diminish in the slightest. Instead, the fiery tiger's shadow behind him grew even more solid, as if gathering strength, ready to make a stunning move. Very good, this exchange competition is far more exciting than I expected. Qin Feng's lips curved into a confident and defiant smile. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening tiger's roar shattered the silence. The fierce flame tiger behind Qin Feng roared furiously at the sky, its sound waves sweeping through the area. The surrounding classmates quickly covered their ears, especially the younger students, who were almost overwhelmed by the powerful sonic blast, as if their eardrums were about to burst. In the next instant, Qin Feng's body shot forward like an arrow leaving the bowstring, leaping into the air. The shadow of the flame tiger transformed into a surge of immense power that enveloped him. At this moment, Qin Feng resembled a ferocious tiger, unstoppable and awe-inspiring. Tiger roar impact, he shouted, as all his strength converged into this single strike. Countless turbulent air currents gathered around him, carrying an unparalleled momentum, unstoppable and seemingly capable of destroying any obstacle in their path. This guy, he actually has an even stronger skill. Is this his full power? This time there's no fire in the skill. Shengo probably won't be able to withstand it, right? Sigh, so this is the peak of the second tier? It's overwhelmingly powerful, enough to make one despair. Witnessing this scene, the glimmer of hope in everyone's hearts was instantly extinguished, as cold water poured down on them. However, at this moment, Chengu still stood calmly in place, his eyes serenely fixed on the approaching light and figures, as if everything was under his control. TSK. Chengu clicked his tongue softly, his face composed. On the other side of the Linjiang forest, Jin Yi and Gao Yi met at the agreed location after a round of searching. The two had already expended most of their spiritual energy and physical strength, panting heavily. Huff, huff. Did you find anything on your side? Jin Yi asked, gasping for breath. No, not even a single clue. Gao Yi shook his head. At this moment, a heavy atmosphere spread between the two. This demon clan werewolf is lurking in the Linjiang forest, definitely plotting something. We must be prepared, Jin Yi said gravely. As the city's lord, he bore a heavy responsibility. Over the years, the Great Xia had faced countless beast tides internally, causing immense harm to ordinary people. Jin Yi could not allow the demon clan werewolf to trigger a beast tide and had to root it out before it could act. Let's rest for a while, recover our spiritual energy, and then continue the search, Jin Yi said slowly. He then took a pill and began restoring his spiritual energy. Gao Yi nodded, took out a pill, and began to restore his spiritual energy. By the way, did the people from Zigan No. 1 High come today? Jin Yi asked during the break. Yes, today's exchange competition. Gao Yi nodded in response. Exchange competition. They're here to show off again, aren't they? This group of guys is really annoying, Jin Yi said with a frown. But this time, they might be miscalculating. Gao Yi chuckled lightly, a meaningful smile appearing on his face. Jin Yi also smiled knowingly. Others might not understand Shen Ji's strength, but the two of them were well aware. Chen Go had relied on his second skill to save them from the self-destruction of a fourth-tier demonic beast. This kid Chen Gu is really good at hiding his abilities. He must enjoy playing the pig to eat the tiger, Jin Yi said. Exactly, let those guys from Zigan No. 1 High School learn a lesson, Gao Yi echoed. The two secretly anticipated what expressions the people from Zigan No. 1 High School would show and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Even though they weren't at Linjiang No. 1 High School, they had full confidence in Chen Gu. Linjiang No. 1 High School, atop the arena. Boom! A loud explosion. Qin Feng's body instantly leaped over 10 meters, with the shadow of a fierce tiger clinging to his back. A powerful spiritual energy. Radiance burst forth, his aura surging like a raging tide, instantly enveloping the area around the arena in an endless deep sea. At this moment, the faces of the spectators changed dramatically. Some of the weaker students even clutched their chests, struggling to catch their breath. My second skill completely abandons the power of attributes in exchange for even greater attack power. Even if you're an S-class totem, you absolutely can't withstand this. Qin Feng was brimming with confidence, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curving upward, his face full of pride. His second skill was so powerful that even Zhu Beiyu, the top student in the grade, dared not face it head-on, let alone this student from Linjiang No. 1 High School. Being able to make me use this move is enough for you to feel proud. Qin Feng let out a cold snort, and immediately, his entire body radiated dazzling light. A torrent of immense power surged forth like a flood, as if countless oxen and horses were stampeding. A massive fist enveloped in the phantom of a fierce tiger, its terrifying momentum continuously gathering, as if this punch could directly tear the earth apart. However, even though the fist was already within reach, Chen Ji's expression remained calm, as if the threat before him did not exist at all. Is that all? Finally, Chen Ge let out a soft laugh, his eyebrows slightly raised. Seeing this, Qin Feng frowned, thinking to himself, this guy's expression seems a bit disdainful. Immediately, Qin Feng was burning with rage, the power in his hands gathering to the limit, veins bulging on his forehead like coiled serpents. At this distance, there's no way you can dodge this strike. You are bound to lose. Qin Feng roared, charging forward with all his might, the distance to Chen Ge, only a single step away. Roar! Behind him, the massive tiger's shadow solidified to the extreme, the ferocious beast charging at Chen Ge as if it had emerged from hell, its bloodthirsty jaws wide open. It's over. This is simply too terrifying. The surrounding crowd exclaimed in shock, with some timid girls even covering their eyes, fearing the scene to come would be too gory. However, at this critical moment, Chen-gu finally moved. He slowly raised his palm, and light instantly flickered around him, like a sudden burst of thunder. Zing! A piercing sound seemed to echo from the void. Immediately afterward, the vermilion bird's phantom spread its wings, and flames surged like a tide. Chirp! A resounding cry, like thunder out of nowhere, shook everyone's ears, leaving their spirits deeply shaken. That is, everyone instinctively looked up, only to see a crimson light enveloping the entire arena. Terrifying flames rose into a mushroom cloud over 10 meters high, and a wave of heat surged toward them. It's so hot! Oh my god! It's terrifying! What kind of fire is this? For a moment, the surrounding crowd cried out in distress, retreating repeatedly to distance themselves from the arena. Ah! Miserable screams came from the arena. At this moment, flames were blazing, and the crowd couldn't see what was happening inside the arena. They could only perk up their ears and listen carefully. This voice doesn't seem to be Chen Ji's, does it? The students of Linjiang No. 1 High School exclaimed one after another. On the other side, the faces of the people from Zigan No. 1 High School turned ashen, because they recognized the voice. It was Qin Feng. Is this young Master Qin's voice? How is this possible? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Several people were dumbfounded, their faces filled with disbelief, completely unwilling to trust their own ears. They would rather believe they were hallucinating than accept that Qin Feng could make such a miserable sound. Everyone's eyes were focused on the arena, stretching their necks eagerly, desperate to see clearly what had just happened. Boom, boom, boom. A series of deep rumbles echoed continuously as the dust on the arena gradually dispersed, revealing two figures. The crowd held their breath, not daring to exhale, afraid of missing anything. Two figures, one standing steadily, while the other was awkwardly half-kneeling on the arena. That is, the crowd craned their necks, eager to confirm the identities of the two figures. Who was standing, and who was kneeling? Did Chen-gu win? Is it Chen-gu? The students of Linjiang No. 1 High School were thrilled, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. On the other side, several people from Zigong No. 1 High School, including the leading teacher, were unable to remain calm at this moment. Their expressions were extremely tense, filled with disbelief, and even showed a hint of panic. Could it be that young Master Qin really lost? Impossible, right? How could young Master Qin possibly lose to someone from Linjiang No. 1 High School? This is absolutely impossible. A few people murmured in disbelief. In their minds, Qin Feng was practically synonymous with invincibility. Apart from Zhu Geiyu, the top student in their grade, no one could withstand 3 moves from him. Even in Shidu, the capital of Sichuan province, he was considered a top-tier expert. Let alone Linjiang No. 1 High School, which was far inferior to Zigan No. 1 High School. Huff, huff, huff. The gentle breeze blew, and the two figures on the arena gradually became clear, drawing everyone's attention. Cough, cough, cough. Qin Feng, half kneeling on the ground, let out a few dry coughs and raised his head in a disheveled state, revealing a face full of disbelief. Yes, it was none other than Qin Feng. Gritting his teeth, Qin Feng pressed his hands against the ground with difficulty, struggling to steady himself to avoid collapsing completely. Cough, cough. How is this possible? How could I lose in a place like this? He found it hard to accept this reality. Raising his head, he looked up at the tall and imposing figure, his heart filled with shock. Chen-gu stood at the center of the arena, a crimson radiance shining as brilliantly as the blazing sun, dazzling and radiant. At this moment, in Qin Feng's eyes, Chen-gu seemed like a deity standing atop the sun. Mysterious, powerful, invincible, and existence completely beyond the reach of mere mortals like him. I lost. Finally, Qin Feng came to terms with reality. The last bit of strength in his body dissipated completely, and he collapsed directly onto the ground. Young Master Qin, young Master Qin, how is this possible? The crowd from Zigan No. 1 High School was dumbfounded, their faces filled with shock, as if their souls were about to leave their bodies. Even the leading teacher stood frozen in place, completely stiff. Around the arena, there was a moment of dead silence. After a brief pause, an earth-shattering cheer erupted. Chen-gu won! We won! Chen-gu is awesome! Chen-gu is mighty! At this moment, everyone realized that the tide of history had turned, and Linjiang No. 1 High School was about to usher in their era of glory. Riverside Forest. Gao Yi and Jin Yi, after a period of rest and recovery, were rejuvenated and ready to begin the next round of their search. By the way, old Gao, isn't that small secret realm supposed to open in the next couple of days? Jin Yi suddenly remembered something and asked hurriedly. A few years ago, a small secret realm was discovered between Zigong City and Linjiang City. After exploration by national staff, the dangers and rare resources were almost completely cleared out. However, the secret realm itself was rich in spiritual energy, nurturing a wealth of natural treasures. As a result, even after development, this secret realm remained a treasure trove in the eyes of high school students. Linjiang City and Zhegung City have reached an agreement to equally divide the entry slots each time it opens, specifically reserved for gifted students. The secret realm will open the day after tomorrow, Gaoi nodded and said. The recovery status of the realm is quite good this year, but for sustainable development, we've only allocated 2 slots, one for each city. Only 2 slots? That's so few, Genie said, somewhat disappointed. After all, this is a secret realm independently controlled by our 2 cities, so we have to use it sparingly, Gaoi explained. If too many people enter, the resources harvested would exceed the amount the realm can produce in a year, which would damage the realm. Golden Leaf nodded in agreement. At this moment, Gaoi seemed to have thought of something and revealed a mysterious smile. Speaking of which, this time I even set a trap for Zig in high school. Golden Leaf became interested and quickly asked, "What did you bet with them?" The corner of Gaoi's mouth curled into a mischievous smile. In addition to the regular rewards for the exchange competition, I specifically offered a secret realm slot as the prize for first place. Correspondingly, Zig High School also put up 5 mid-grade spirit pearls. Gaoi said with a laugh, "That bunch of guys must think they're guaranteed to win this exchange competition." Ha ha ha. Genie was amused by Gaoi's humor and laughed heartily. "You really are a mischievous one," Genie said with a laugh. Ha ha ha, I bet Chengu has probably made his move by now. The people from Zigan number 1 High must be furious. The two laughed and took off, gradually splitting in 2 directions to continue searching in the Linjiang forest. Meanwhile, at Linjiang number 1 High, around the arena, the students of Linjiang number 1 High School cheered and jumped with excitement. The atmosphere is lively as a festival. In contrast, the few individuals from Zhegung number 1 High School all had faces ashen as if they had suffered a tremendous setback. Ugh, ugh. Qin Feng was carried off the arena, unconscious on a stretcher, looking utterly disheveled. The supervising teacher examined Qin Feng, a peculiar glint flashing in his eyes. He then activated his spiritual power, his palms emitting glowing orbs as he approached Qin Feng to begin treating his injuries. What terrifying energy! Feeling the residual energy within Qin Feng's body, the supervising teacher was slightly startled. He increased the output of his spiritual power, his gaze slowly shifting to Chen Ji's retreating figure, his heart involuntarily shaken. This guy, is he really an S-level totem? Even the residual energy in Qin Feng's body actually makes me feel a bit troubled. The leading teacher thought to himself, but his level is ultimately too low, he definitely won't be a match for Zhugeyu. Thinking of Zhugeyu, the leading teacher couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, feeling fortunate. Luckily, this year's cohort produced such a monstrous prodigy like Zhugeyu. If it were like previous years, we might really lose to Linjiang number 1 High this time. Even if the kid defeated Qin Feng, he absolutely couldn't be a match for Zhugeyu. The leading teacher withdrew his thoughts and focused on treating Qin Feng's injuries. On the other side, Chengu was already surrounded by Linjiang number 1 High School students, leaving no room to breathe and making it hard for him to catch his breath. Chengu is amazing. Chengu, you're a superstar. Chengu, you're so handsome. Can I chase after you? Excited voices rose one after another. Chen Ji's eye twitched slightly, and faced with such enthusiasm, he was momentarily at a loss. Zhang Hua walked up to Chengu, his face full of excitement and gratitude. Chengu, thank you. If it weren't for you stepping in today, we would definitely have been humiliated by Zhegung number 1 High School. Chengu gently patted him on the shoulder, his attitude toward Zhang Hua improving slightly. I'm also a part of Linjiang number 1 High School, so there's no need to say such things. Zhang Hua nodded, the excitement on his face still undiminished. At this moment, the crowd suddenly made way for a path. Day. The sound of high heels was as crisp as a war drum, echoing in everyone's ears, as if heralding the arrival of a storm. Chengu looked up, and the scene before him made his heart race. A graceful figure dressed in a secretary outfit, like a goddess descending, walked toward him slowly. It was Bai Jie. So beautiful. Who is this teacher? The boys and girls around were all dumbfounded, their gazes as if blinded by a strong light, unable to look away. That's the mayor's secretary. Someone recognized Bai Jie's identity, and their expression instantly turned solemn and reverent. Bai Jie approached, her red lips curved slightly, revealing a captivating smile, like a spring breeze brushing past, instantly extinguishing all the tension and unease present. Congratulations, you got first place in this exchange competition. Her voice was like a heavenly melody, gentle yet firm. Chengu gave an awkward smile, but secretly felt proud. I've only played 2 matches. Bai Jie continued to smile, her eyes shimmering with an indescribable brilliance. The other rankings don't really matter, but first place is of great significance. Hearing this, Chen Ji's heart trembled, and a sense of anticipation surged within him. Before leaving, their homeroom teacher, Mr. Lee, had mentioned that the rewards for this exchange competition were astonishingly generous, even tied to a spot in a small secret realm. His heart stirred, realizing that Bai Jie's appearance here was not simple. Perhaps this was the turning point of his destiny. Linjiang No. 1 High School. The playground was crowded with countless students, the noise rising and falling, the atmosphere so tense it seemed ready to explode. Why is it so crowded? Move aside. A student from Zigong No. 1 High School shouted angrily, his eyes full of urgency. Behind them, Qin Feng, lying on the stretcher, remained unconscious, his face pale. The crowd wanted to leave but was surrounded by a sea of people, making it impossible to move. The students of Zigong No. 1 High School, who had been arrogant earlier, now appeared extremely disheveled, with a hint of panic in their eyes. Under Secretary Bai Jie's guidance, a path was finally cleared, allowing them to barely carry Qin Feng's stretcher away. The leading teacher of Zigong No. 1 High School, along with a few students, hurried away in a sorry state, not daring to linger for even a moment, as if fleeing from something terrifying. Afterward, Secretary Bai Jie led Chenggu to the principal's office, her expression grave. Chenggu, let me tell you about the small secret realm. You must listen carefully. Bai Jie sat upright, her face showing a deep seriousness. Chenggu nodded, secretly on guard in his heart. First of all, this small secret realm has already been explored. The powerful beasts inside have been cleared out, leaving only first and second tier beasts. Bai Jie's voice carried a hint of tension, but there is still danger. Before entering, you must prepare your equipment and spiritual power recovery items. She paused, her fair fingers gently tapping the table, as if brewing some important information. In addition, there is one more thing you must pay special attention to. This time, there are only 2 spots for the small secret realm. You are one of them, and the other spot has been given to the top student of Zigong First High School, Zhu Geiyu. Zhu Geiyu? Chen Ji's brows furrowed slightly, and alarm bells rang in his heart. Is she the top student of Zigong No. 1 High School? Bai Jie nodded and said slowly, that's right. The one named Qin Feng earlier is the second-ranked student of Zigong No. 1 High School. Chenggu was startled. Qin Feng was not his match, but his cultivation had already reached the peak of the second tier, and his totem was extremely powerful. Yet, he was only ranked second. It seemed that Zhu Geiyu's strength was absolutely not to be underestimated. Zhu Geiyu can be considered a top-tier genius rarely seen in Zigong City for decades. Even in Shudu, she could hold her own against the best. Bai Jie's tone became more serious. The two of you entering the secret realm together naturally makes you adversaries. You must be cautious of her and try to avoid unnecessary conflicts. Chenggu silently nodded, understanding in his heart that although he had defeated Qin Feng in the competition, his strength still seemed insignificant when facing Zhu Geiyu. Bai Jie had also heard a bit about Zhu Geiyu, who had showcased extraordinary prowess in the high-level competition in Shudu, advancing through rounds and ultimately securing a spot in the top 3, earning widespread renown. Even though Bai Jie knew Chenggu had awakened an S-level totem, she couldn't help but feel a trace of apprehension when it came to Zhu Geiyu. I understand, Chenggu replied earnestly, secretly making up his mind. Even though Shudu boasted abundant educational resources and fierce competition, he was determined not to give up easily. With a flip of her wrist, Bai Jie revealed 5 glowing mid-level spirit beads in her palm. These are your rewards from the competition. Thank you. Chenggu took the medium spirit orb, his heart filled with anticipation. Tomorrow morning, I'll take you into the small secret realm. Go home and prepare well. Bai Jie reminded. All right, Secretary Bai. Chenggu responded, already planning his next steps in his mind. After returning home, Chenggu couldn't wait to lie on the bed and start exchanging the 5 medium spirit orbs. System evaluation in progress. System evaluation complete. Current redeemable points, 5,000. The value of a mid-grade spirit pearl is as high as 100,000, which converts to 1,000 points. Chenggu felt a surge of joy. In his heart, today's exchange competition had earned him 5,000 points, an efficiency far surpassing that of hunting demonic beasts. However, the number of beasts in the forest outside the city is countless, while opportunities for such exchange competitions are extremely rare. Hope tomorrow's small-scale secret realm won't disappoint me. Chenggu muttered to himself, his eyes gleaming with determination. Afterward, he checked his information panel. Name, Chenggu. Cultivation, second tier, 0/50,000. Totem, Vermilion Bird, SSS level. Skills, Southern Bright Flame, Vermilion Bird Wings. Equipment, Spirit Ring, Spirit Fire Sword. Item, none. Points, 22,100. The points had already surpassed 22,000. With 50,000 points needed to break through to the third tier, Chenggu felt a surge of excitement in his heart. He knew he was standing at a crossroads on the path to becoming stronger. Still 28,000 to go. He muttered to himself, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. I will definitely find an opportunity in this small secret realm to break through to the third tier. Chen Ji's heart ignited with a flame, as if the whole world was cheering him on. On the other side, in a dark corner by the river, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. A demon race werewolf, Lang Chi, was sitting cross-legged on a solitary boulder, his fur bristling wildly. Cultivation, second tier, 0/50,000. Totem, Vermilion Bird, SSS level. Skills, Southern Bright Flame, Vermilion Bird Wings. Equipment, Spirit Ring, Spirit Fire Sword. Items, none. Points, 22,100. The points had already surpassed 22,000, nearly half of the 50,000 points required to advance to the third tier. Still 28,000 short? Shengu murmured, a surge of anticipation welling up in his heart. He had a premonition that the opportunity to break through the third tier lay within this small secret realm. On the other side, in a dark corner by the river, the wolf demon Lang Chi of the demon clan sat cross-legged on a solitary boulder, his fur gently swaying in the breeze, resembling a towering pine tree resisting the fierce wind. His aura continued to rise, and the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be strongly attracted, flowing incessantly toward Lang Chi. This spiritual energy gathered around him, gradually transforming into a visible platinum hue, dazzling and radiant, exuding a mesmerizing brilliance. Immediately afterward, these rays of spiritual energy circled around Lang Chi twice, resembling spirit snakes, and swiftly burrowed into Lang Chi's body. Boom boom boom. A series of muffled rumbles erupted from the void. Lang Chi's chest rose and fell slightly, with streaks of light shimmering within his black fur, as if containing boundless power. Boom! Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out. Lang Chi abruptly opened his eyes, his blood-red pupils gleaming with a sinister scarlet light, like a blood demon from hell. Huff, huff, huff. Lang Chi exhaled a long breath of turbid air, his eyes shining even brighter, as if he were brewing immense power. Great! This power is simply immense, Lang Chi murmured excitedly. Now, its level had already reached the peak of the 7th tier, its spiritual energy abundant, just a thin membrane away from breaking through to the 5th tier. This power still has half remaining, enough for me to break through to the 5th tier. After settling down tonight, I can step into the 5th tier realm. At that time, not just Linjiang City, but even the surrounding cities, everyone will bow to me. Lang Chi excitedly stuck out his tongue, licking the corner of his mouth, his eyes gleaming with countless hungry and greedy lights. This time, I must devour that S-level totem human. As long as I eat it, I might even have a chance to break through to the 6th tier. A blazing fighting spirit ignited in Lang Chi's heart, as if he could already see the glory of that moment. Zigong City. Inside a spacious manor, the surrounding blooming flowers were as dazzling as a rainbow, shimmering brilliantly under the sunlight. At this moment, in the center of the manor, a young girl sat cross-legged, exuding an extraordinary sense of tranquility. Dressed in a plain white dress, her hair swayed gently in the breeze, resembling a fairy. She was none other than the top student of Zigong No. 1 High School, Zhu Geiyu. Miss, there's been a bit of an issue at the exchange competition with Linjiang No. 1 High School. The old butler approached slowly, his face tense and carrying a hint of unease. Zhu Geiyu slightly opened her eyes, her face full of confusion. What happened? Exchange competition, opponent Linjiang No. 1 High School, which had always been inferior to Zigong No. 1 High School in previous years. Could it be that Qin Feng has failed? Miss Qin Feng lost to someone from Linjiang No. 1 High School named Chen Ge, the butler said in a low voice, as if afraid of disturbing something. What? Zhu Geiyu's pupils instantly contracted, her astonishment evident. Qin Feng's strength under her command was undefeated in a single move, but how could he lose to an unknown person? Could it be that Linjiang No. 1 High School has produced some remarkable talent this year? A vague sense of unease crept into her heart. 2 years ago, when the totems awakened, the strongest were merely a few sea-level totems. How could anyone possibly defeat Qin Feng? How could Qin Feng lose? That Chen Ge, what's his background? Could he have transferred from Shudu? Zhu Geiyu asked urgently. The butler quickly shook his head. Miss, that Chen Ge is a native student of Linjiang, but he awakened an S-level totem. What? Zhu Geiyu was stunned, her mind in chaos. S-level totems were extremely rare throughout the entire Great Xia, and the last S-level totem in Sichuan province had been many years ago. An S-level totem. She stood up in shock, waves of emotion surging in her heart. Moments later, her emotions gradually calmed, and she frowned. That doesn't make sense. If Linjiang No. 1 High School had an S-level totem, how could they possibly endure for 2 years without letting him rise to prominence? What exactly is Linjiang up to? Zhu Geiyu was filled with doubt. The butler explained, Miss, Chen Ge failed the totem awakening ceremony for the past 2 years. It was only on his 3rd attempt this year that he awakened an S-level totem. Zhu Geiyu's mind immediately conjured up a distant memory. Hiss. Failed to awaken 2 years ago. I think I heard about this. Someone at Linjiang number 1 high school couldn't even awaken their totem. She murmured to herself, a trace of surprise flashing through her heart. The failure of a totem awakening had once caused a sensation at Zigan number 1 high school, where everyone had mocked Linjiang number 1 high school with scorn. Hiss. 2 years of failed awakenings, only to end up with an S-grade totem. Zhuge Yu secretly felt envious. If she could achieve the same, she wouldn't mind enduring 2 years of silence. But if this guy only decided to reveal his totem this year, then that means, her heart trembled. He's been cultivating for less than half a month. Even if it's an S-level totem, in such a short time, at most, it would only break through to the first tier, right? Zhuge Yu became increasingly doubtful as she thought about it, her heart filled with questions. Miss, this Chengu did indeed awaken recently, but he has already broken through to the second tier, which is how he defeated Qin Feng, the butler explained once again. Zhuge Yu's pupils slightly contracted, and her heart surged with waves of emotion. This was absolutely shocking news. She hadn't expected that in just half a month of cultivation, Chengu could reach such a level. It seemed that this exchange competition was far from being as simple as she had imagined. Less than half a month of cultivation, and he had already broken through to the second tier. What kind of heaven-defying speed is this? Zhuge Yu was shocked in her heart, recalling that she had been cultivating for over 2 years and had only reached the peak of the second tier. Yet this young man before her had achieved such accomplishments in such a short time. Could it really be due to that S-grade totem? This guy definitely has some background. Zhuge Yu narrowed her eyes slightly, her beautiful pupils glinting with a few traces of brilliance. She thought to herself, interesting. It seems this trip to the small secret realm won't be so boring after all. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly, revealing a playful hint of anticipation on her face, as if she could already sense an intense battle about to unfold. Ever since returning to this small place, Zigan City, she had been invincible for too long, too lonely, and her heart yearned for a thrilling and satisfying fight. Early the next morning, Bai Jia parked an expensive luxury car downstairs at Chen Ji's building. As the city lord's secretary, Bai Jia's car naturally represented the city lord's image, with a starting price of at least several $100,000. The people around turned to look. This car must be pretty expensive, right? TSK. It's surprising to see it come to our shabby neighborhood. Truly rare. The elderly men and women gathered around, chatting animatedly, cracking sunflower seeds in their mouths, their eyes sparkling with curiosity. Hey, isn't that Chengu? It really is. He got in the car. Sigh, I never thought Chengu would actually. Is he being capped? Did he land a rich woman? What a pity. Born into a poor family but with such good looks, it's so easy to go astray. Everyone sighed in regret, as if they were witnessing a decent young man being dragged into the mire. At that moment, Chen Ji's figure appeared outside the car window. The sunlight fell on his face, revealing an air of fearlessness. He smiled faintly, seemingly unbothered by the surrounding gazes, but secretly thought to himself, this storm has only just begun. In the car, Chengu looked through the car window at the elderly men and women muttering to themselves not far away, and his eye twitched involuntarily. From their lip movements and pointing gestures, Chengu roughly understood what they were talking about. Ahem, Secretary Bai, maybe you should pick me up at school in the future. Chengu sighed and said, these idle elderly folks always like to imagine things randomly and spread pointless gossip, which is truly exasperating. School? Bai Jia narrowed her eyes slightly, a beautiful curve forming at the corner of her mouth. Do you think your classmates at school won't gossip? Chengu leaned against the back of the chair, various images flashing through his mind. Indeed, if Bai Jia really drove to the school gate to pick him up, the whole school would likely be abuzz with rumors like kept man, pretty boy, and disgraceful. Sigh, being too handsome is also a kind of trouble, Chengu muttered to himself, touching his handsome face with a hint of helplessness. If he looked like some celebrity, holding a peerless beauty in his arms, others definitely wouldn't think he was being kept. Instead, they'd believe he was the one keeping someone else. You know, instead of wasting time thinking about these things, why not use the time to carefully review Zhuge Yu's information? Bai Jia teased. With a smile, the materials I sent you last night, make sure to think them through. Once you're in the secret realm, you must act cautiously. All right. Chengu nodded, closed his eyes, and began to recall the information Bai Jia had sent him about Zhuge Yu. Zhuge Yu, the eldest daughter of the Zhuge family, one of the 2 major families in Zigan City. Her awakened totem is Grade A. A Grade A totem is a top-tier existence throughout the entire Great Xia. It is worth noting that not a single Grade A totem has ever appeared in the entire Linjiang City. Therefore, Therefore, Jugayu is undoubtedly the strongest prodigy Zigan City has seen in decades. Even in the entire Sichuan province, Jugayu's strength is on par with the geniuses of the top aristocratic families in Shidu. Even across the entire Great Xia, apart from those few with S-grade totems, Jugayu is a first-class existence. As such, Chengu took her strength very seriously. However, Chengu was still full of confidence in himself. Although Jugayu was an A-level totem with cultivation at the peak of the second tier and highly likely to step into the third tier before the college entrance exams, he himself was a powerhouse with the SSS-level totem Vermilion Bird, completely unafraid of facing third-tier powerhouses. This was the confidence brought by an SSS-level totem. Of course, confidence did not mean he would lower his guard or underestimate his opponents. The car quickly left Linjiang City and soon entered Zigung City. Through the car window, Chengu saw streets lined with towering buildings and bustling traffic. Compared to Linjiang City, Zigung City was indeed more prosperous, but not by much. The city that truly outshone the surrounding areas was Shidu, which concentrated all of Sichuan province's resources. The key to unlocking the secret realm is temporarily kept by Zigun City, but the process isn't complicated, just the two of you. Bai Jie said as the car quickly stopped beneath a massive building. This is the Zigun City Administrative Building. Bai Jie led Chengu inside, presented her credentials, and smoothly made her way to the top floor. Several powerful individuals with deep auras had been waiting here for quite some time, and behind them stood a beautiful woman in a white dress. Greetings, everyone. Bai Jie walked over with a smile, carrying a hint of apology as she said, "My apologies, City Lord Jean is currently unavailable, so this time I could only bring Chengu here myself." It's alright. We also know a bit about what's happening with Lord Jean. Our City Lord has already gone over to provide support. The group chatted enthusiastically. Chengu also understood what they were discussing. It seemed that in order to search for the demonic werewolf in the Linjiang forest, the Golden Leaf City Lord not only mobilized Linjiang City's forces but also sought assistance from Zigun City. With so many Tier 4 experts stationed, that demonic werewolf should have no chance of escape. Chengu let out a slight sigh of relief and focused entirely on preparing for his journey to the secret realm. At that moment, a white figure emerged from behind the group. Her beautiful eyes sparkled like stars, staring intently at Chengu. Tisk, so this is Chengu? Fair-skinned and clean-cut, quite good-looking. I wonder if this S-class totem is just a pretty face or... Jugayu murmured, her eyes shimmering with a radiant brilliance, like two dazzling gems that captivated the heart. Chengu caught her gaze, gave a faint glance, and left a slight impression in his heart. So this is Jugayu, he pondered silently. This aura of spiritual energy is indeed profound. It seems she's not far from breaking through to the third tier. Chengu murmured inwardly. Without a doubt, Jugayu was the high school student who had advanced the furthest in Linjiang City, Zigun City, and even the entire Sichuan province, aside from Shidu. However, Chengu did not feel envious. After the small-scale secret realm, he was highly likely to overtake her. A strong premonition surged in his heart. This time, he might truly break through to the third tier. Alright, let's not waste any time and begin directly, shall we? Okay. As soon as the words fell, a middle-aged man with a profound aura took out a glowing stone, which was the key to opening the secret realm. He infused his spiritual power into it, and the key instantly radiated an extremely dazzling light. The light condensed into a vortex gate large enough for 2 or 3 people to pass through side by side. Alright, you can go in now. Chengu and Jugayu nodded and walked straight in. The light flashed, and the world spun. When Chengu opened his eyes again, he found himself in a dense jungle. If he hadn't known beforehand, he might have thought he had returned to Linjiang Forest. The spiritual energy here is so dense. Even the core area of the Linjiang Forest doesn't have such concentrated spiritual energy. Chen Ji's heart surged with waves of emotion. Although he had been mentally prepared, he hadn't expected the spiritual energy within the secret realm to be this intense. After all, the core of the Linjiang Forest was home to a spiritual fruit tree. Chengu felt a surge of excitement in his heart. Clearly, this secret realm must also harbor treasures no less valuable than that spiritual fruit tree. He then scanned his surroundings but did not see any sign of Jugayu. It seems that entering the secret realm results in random teleportation locations. Well, that's fine, there's no need to clash with her for now, he muttered to himself. At that moment, a pungent and overwhelming scent of demonic beasts filled his nostrils. Roar! 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 3 deafening roars pierced the air like thunder. A fierce wind howled, carrying the scent of the beasts, and in the next second, 3 massive figures descended from the sky. Boom! A thunderous explosion shook the heavens, and the air was thick with tension. The aura of battle had already arrived. The rooftop of the Zigan City Administrative Building. Baijia and a few others sat in a circle, with the small table in front of them filled with tea, fruits, and snacks. Secretary Bai, I heard that your Chenggu actually awakened an S-level totem. In yesterday's exchange competition, he even defeated Qin Feng. A middle-aged man leaned in, his eyes filled with curiosity and surprise. Baijia smiled faintly, like a blooming flower, captivating. Chenggu did indeed awaken an S-level totem, but unfortunately, he wasted the past 2 years. He's only been training for less than half a month. Her words seemed to carry a hint of regret, but the others clearly heard a strong sense of boasting. This is outright bragging. Defeating Qin Feng after just half a month of training, this is practically defying the heavens. Every year, the S-level totem holders entering the Great Xia Academy are legendary figures in the spotlight, yet even they might not possess such astonishing training speed, right? The higher the totem level and quality, the stronger the corresponding power. However, training speed isn't solely determined by the totem's level. Even those with high-level, high-quality totems couldn't possibly be this fast. If this news had come from elsewhere, they would never have believed it. However, Linjiang City is only a dozen kilometers away from Zigung City, and many rumors can be easily verified. Although they were shocked in their hearts, they did not show it too exaggeratedly on their faces. After all, no matter how strong Chenggu was, defeating Qin Feng was not a big deal, because among the strong individuals of their generation, there was the presence of Zhuge Yu. If Chenggu trains for another year or so, I think even Zhuge Yu might not be his match. Ha, that's right. Several people said with a laugh. The implication was obvious. At the moment, Chenggu was clearly no match for Zhuge Yu. Baijia merely responded with a polite smile upon hearing this and did not refute. Although she also felt that Chenggu indeed stood no chance against Zhuge Yu, this trip to the secret realm was not a competition, so winning or losing was not important. As long as Chenggu can gain something, that's enough. By the college entrance examination in the second half of the year, with the strength of Chen Ji's S-level totem, he has a good chance of surpassing Zhuge Yu. By that time, Baijia took a gentle sip of tea, her heart full of anticipation, imagining what expressions would appear on this group's faces during the college entrance examination 6 months later. Inside the small secret realm, 3 massive beasts, as large as small mountains, appeared before Chenggu. Roar! A deafening roar erupted from their bloodthirsty maws, so pungent it was suffocating. It's actually a 3-headed demon spirit wolf. Chen Ji's pupils slightly contracted as he flipped his wrist, gripping the spirit flame sword tightly, his heart sounding alarm bells. The demon spirit wolf was an extremely powerful and rare existence among demonic beasts. Even in high school textbooks, it was scarcely mentioned, and even those seasoned warriors who hunted demonic beasts for years might never encounter one. The 3-headed demon spirit wolf had a massive body, nearly 4 to 5 meters tall, resembling a prehistoric beast. Its blood-red eyes exuded an unparalleled aura of dominance. Roar! The deafening sound echoed once again. The 3-headed demonic wolf lunged instantly, its black and blood-red intertwined light flickering, carrying an incredibly fierce attack, moving at a breathtaking speed. An ordinary second-tier cultivator would likely be unable to react in time. Chen Ji's heart tightened, and he immediately gripped the spirit fire sword, infused it with spiritual power, and raised his hand for a sudden slash. Crimson light suddenly burst forth, and a blazing sword beam 7 or 8 meters long roared out like a raging tide. Boom! A scorching heat wave erupted instantly, directly cutting off the 3 approaching demon spirit wolves. Roar! 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 The flames immediately coiled around the 3 demon spirit wolves, the intense burning causing them to wail incessantly. At this moment, Chenggu leaped into the air, surrounded by flames, resembling a deity born from the raging inferno. Slash! He roared, the spirit fire sword flickering once more as terrifying heat waves poured out. In an instant, several crimson sword beams swept out like fire dragons, completely engulfing the 3 demon spirit wolves. Howl! 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 Oh whoa! The 3-headed demonic spirit wolves no longer had their previous imposing aura, rolling and struggling in the blazing flames. In just 2 seconds, there was no movement left. Withdraw, Chenggu commanded softly, and the raging flames instantly vanished. The 3 wolf corpses, with barely any fur remaining, lay before Chenggu. System, redeem. System evaluating. System evaluation complete. Current redeemable points, 550. Would the host like to confirm the exchange? Exchange. Chen Ji's heart instantly filled with joy. These 3 demon spirit wolves were actually worth 550 points, truly an unexpectedly generous reward. Congratulations to the host for earning 550 points. The 3 demon spirit wolf corpses before him instantly dissipated, as if absorbed by an invisible force. At that moment, Chen Ji's keen senses suddenly detected a surge of dense spiritual energy, emanating from the direction where the 3 demon spirit wolves had appeared. This spiritual energy, it feels very similar to that spirit fruit tree from before. Could it be that these 3 demon spirit wolves were also guarding some precious heavenly treasure? Without the slightest hesitation, Shengu immediately rushed toward the direction of the spiritual energy. A strong premonition surged in his heart. Although this heavenly treasure might not compare to that spirit fruit tree, it would undoubtedly far exceed the value of the 3 demon spirit wolves. The capital of Daxia, Jinchang. Inside an ancient and rustic courtyard, an elderly man with a head full of white hair looked at the information in his hands and couldn't help but gently furrow his brows. Oh, this child only awakened their totem during the 3rd awakening ceremony, and it's an S-level totem. The elder's astonishment was evident. After all, in all these years, no matter the country or the human race, such a situation had never been heard of. Carefully reviewing the information to confirm its accuracy, the elder lightly pinched his brow. Shaoli, make sure to provide all the resources this child needs. We can't let a principal from another school cover these resources. The elder spoke slowly, then approved a directive. The young man beside him nodded. Understood, Elder Long. I'll handle it right away. The young man immediately withdrew. The elder leaned back in his chair, pondered for a moment, and murmured with a hint of worry on his face, "That's right, this child has just awakened their totem. I'm afraid there's not enough time to improve their level, which will definitely put them at a disadvantage in the college entrance exams. Although the totem's quality is very high, their cultivation has fallen far behind." After thinking for a moment, the old man made a phone call. "Elder Long? What's the matter? Did something happen?" A steady voice came from the other end of the line, and the old man slowly said, "It's like this, I want you to reserve a spot for a special child." Reserve a spot? The voice on the other end was clearly a bit shocked. Although Elder Long held a high position, he had never used his power for personal gain. And now, he was actually asking for a backdoor. Elder Long smiled faintly, realizing the other party had misunderstood, and quickly explained, "You've misunderstood. Here's the situation. There was a child who couldn't awaken a totem in the past 2 years, but this year, he awakened an S-grade totem. That's why I wanted to ask you to reserve a spot for him at the Great Xia Academy." The person on the other end of the phone suddenly understood. "Ah, I see. No problem, Elder Long, rest assured. I will take care of this matter. After all, a prodigy with an S-grade totem must not let their talent go to waste." At this moment, within the secret realm, Shengu was moving swiftly through the jungle and soon arrived at an open area. The ground beneath his feet was parched, crisscrossed with dense, jagged cracks, creating an eerie sight. In the center of the clearing, there grew a jade green plant, radiating a visible jade green glow that appeared both eerie and captivating. Such dense spiritual energy. This spiritual plant must be incredibly valuable. Shengu felt a surge of joy in his heart. Although the density of this spiritual energy couldn't compare to the spiritual fruit tree obtained by the Lord of Golden Leaf City, it was still exceptionally rich, undoubtedly a genuine treasure of nature. However, Shengu did not let his excitement cloud his judgment and instead cautiously observed his surroundings. After all, treasures of this caliber were often guarded by powerful beasts. At that moment, Shengu distinctly felt the ground beneath him begin to tremble. Boom, boom, boom. A muffled sound accompanied the vibrations emanating from below, causing Chen Ji's brow to furrow as a chill surged through his heart. Vermilion bird wings. Without a moment's hesitation, Shengu immediately activated his spiritual energy. The vermilion bird wings enveloped him, and with a flap of his wings, he soared straight into the air. Boom! A loud explosion shook the entire secret realm. Suddenly, from the dense cracks beneath Chen Ji's feet, a gigantic rhinoceros beetle emerged. Its body was 5 or 6 times larger than those demonic spirit wolves from before. This is a demonic spirit rhinoceros beetle. Chen Ji's pupils instantly contracted. This demon spirit rhinoceros beetle is an extremely troublesome beast. Normally, rhinoceros beetles are relatively small creatures, but this particular demon spirit rhinoceros beetle underwent a massive mutation after the arrival of the demon race, growing to an enormous size. This mutation granted it terrifying offensive and defensive capabilities, making it difficult for beasts of the same realm to inflict any substantial damage on it. Shengu carefully examined the demon spirit rhinoceros beetle's earthy yellow shell, which shimmered with a hard, glossy sheen. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be such a troublesome demonic beast. It seems this spiritual plant won't be so easy to obtain, Chengu murmured, his eyes narrowing slightly, a deep look of solemnity appearing on his face. Although the realm of this demon spirit rhinoceros beetle was only at the peak of the second tier, even if those 3 demon spirit wolves attacked together earlier, the demon spirit rhinoceros beetle could have simply rolled over and crushed all 3 of them to death. Of course, even though the demon spirit rhinoceros beetle was incredibly powerful, Chengu still had enough confidence, his eyes gleaming with an intense and unyielding fighting spirit. Hiss! At this moment, the rhinoceros beetle let out a sharp sound, its massive body completely emerging from the ground. Then, it gently shook itself, flinging off some of the dirt on its body. Let me see if your shell can withstand my southern bright flame. Chen Ji's lips curled slightly, forming a graceful arc as the vermilion bird's wings suddenly vibrated, and countless flames surged with the extension of his arm. Boom! A loud explosion. A streak of crimson platinum flame instantly shot out from Chen Ji's palm, darting away like a divine bird at incredible speed. Chirp! The cry of the vermilion bird echoed through the skies. The massive body of the demon spirit rhinoceros beetle trembled uncontrollably, as if it had been greatly provoked. To be precise, it was fear. That scorching aura seemed capable of destroying everything. Even though the cultivation level of this demon spirit rhinoceros beetle was far superior to Chen Ji's. Hiss! The demon spirit rhinoceros beetle let out an extremely piercing sound. Immediately after, its horn, which was a full 3 to 4 meters long, emitted an earthy yellow glow. The surrounding ground instantly cracked, raising chunks of rock and soil, which then coalesced in front of it, transformed into a massive earthen wall 7 or 8 meters high. Boom! The southern bright departure fire surged forward, and the platinum flames instantly ignited the entire earthen wall. It seemed as if this was not an earthen wall, but rather a pile of dry straw. Boom! 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 The raging fire instantly disintegrated the entire earthen wall, all in just a moment. Hiss! 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 The demon spirit rhinoceros beetle let out an incomparably terrified sound in an instant. Immediately afterward, it hurriedly tried to burrow back underground. However, the southern bright leaving fire would not give it any time to catch its breath. Boom! A loud bang. The southern bright leaving fire instantly shot onto the demon spirit rhinoceros beetle's body, and its earth-yellow hard shell was ignited in an instant, directly turned into a blazing pile of fire. SSSS! SSS! Moments later, the massive body of the demon spirit rhinoceros beetle collapsed to the ground, completely motionless. Collect! Chengu quickly put away the southern brightly fire. The vermilion bird wings gently fluttered and landed in front of the corpse of the demon spirit unicorn beetle. System, redeem. System evaluating. Assessment complete. Current redeemable points, 220. Would the host like to confirm the redemption? System assessment in progress. Assessment complete. Current redeemable points, 220. Would the host like to confirm the exchange? Chengu was startled. He hadn't expected this demonic unicorn beetle to be so valuable. The same second-tier peak cultivation, this is dozens of points higher than the previous demon spirit wolf. Confirm exchange. Congratulations to the host for earning 220 points. The massive corpse of the demon spirit unicorn beetle instantly vanished. Chengu did not hesitate and directly crossed the desolate land, arriving in front of this spiritual plant exuding an aura of vitality. This was a plant resembling a cactus, its entire body covered with sharp, densely packed thorns. However, at the very top, there was a bright, shimmering fruit. Unlike the surrounding emerald green, this fruit was pink, radiating an enchanting blush, as delicate as a slightly tipsy maiden. This is... Chengu stared intently at the fruit, his heart surging with emotion. Is this a jade thorn fruit? He recognized the spiritual plant with delight. The jade thorn fruit is a rare spiritual plant. Although its quality is not considered top-notch, for Chengu, who is only at the second tier, it is undoubtedly a treasure. This green thorn fruit has just matured. If I had entered the secret realm a few days later, it would have likely been refined by the demon spirit unicorn beetle, allowing it to step into the third-tier realm. For the demon spirit unicorn beetle, which had already reached the peak of the second tier, this green thorn fruit was enough to help it advance to the third tier. System, redeem. System evaluation in progress. System evaluation complete. Current redeemable points, 10,000. Chen Ji's pupils suddenly contracted, hardly able to believe his ears. 10,000 points. This is even more than the previous spiritual fruits. He subconsciously muttered to himself. However, thinking about it carefully, this isn't surprising. After all, the previous spiritual fruit tree could bear several fruits at once, while the bi-thorn fruit can only bear one at a time. In terms of total value, the bi-thorn fruit is far inferior to the spiritual fruit tree, but in terms of unit price, the bi-thorn fruit is much more expensive. redeem. Chenggu did not hesitate and immediately chose to redeem. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 points. As the green thorn fruit in front of him disappeared, 10,000 points were credited. I didn't expect this heavenly treasure to be worth 10,000 points. If I get 2 more, I can step into the 3rd tier, and there'll still be plenty left for the lottery. Chenggu was overjoyed and full of energy. The small secret realm was definitely the right choice. Then, he continued forward. At the same time, on the other side, in a corner of the Linjiang forest, boom! A dull sound exploded loudly, but it did not echo outward. Finally, stepped into the 5th tier. Lang Chi slowly opened his eyes, his blood-red pupils flickering, and his sharp teeth exuded a sense of blood and carnage. His robust figure shimmered in the shadows, and his fur emitted an indescribable sheen. Spiritual power solidified, surrounded by a powerful aura of oppression. At this moment, this demon clan werewolf had completely stepped into the 5th tier realm. Jia jia jia, jia jia jia. Lang Chi's lips curled up as he excitedly examined his own body. At this moment, it felt an infinite power surging within, an unprecedented strength. Is this the power of the 5th tier? It's absolutely marvelous. Next, launch the beast tide and break through Linjiang City. I will devour that S-tier totem guy, charge into the 6th tier, and maybe even the 7th tier. Lang Chi howled at the sky. Among the demon race, the werewolf clan is considered mid to lower tier. If this mission is completed, it will receive the reward of the bloodline pool and evolve its bloodline. At that time, its potential might very likely break through to the 6th tier. And if he could devour that S-level totem, the ceiling would rise once again. Lang Chi's heart burned with excitement, as if he could already see himself becoming the ancestor of the werewolf clan. Time is almost up. Lang Chi slowly stood up, stretched his body, and slightly narrowed his blood-red eyes, gazing ahead. These little bugs have been looking for me for so long, I should have some fun with them. Wolf 7's lips curled into a smirk, and his sturdy legs suddenly kicked hard, leaving a pit several meters deep at the spot. And its body, like a cannonball, shot out with incredible speed, carrying an incomparably fierce momentum, as if it were about to tear the entire world apart. A few seconds later, Lang Chi's figure streaked across the sky, leaving a blood-black trail of light, like a meteor carrying an omen of destruction. This is the demon race. Not far away, Jin He and Gaoi both tensed up, instantly realizing the danger approaching. They quickly channeled their spiritual energy, released their totems, and prepared for battle. Ha ha ha! Ants, prepare to die. Lang Chi sneered coldly, his right hand forming a claw. A blood-red orb of light condensed on his sharp claws, filled with terrifying energy, as if it could devour all living beings. Jin Yi and Gao Yi's pupils instantly contracted, and a chilling sense of despair surged in their hearts. This aura, it's tier 5. Jin Yi and Gao Yi exclaimed, their faces instantly turning extremely grave. This is an entire tier higher than their strength, an insurmountable difference. Although Jin Yi is only one step away from tier 5, that single step is like a chasm, impossible to cross. Not good. Retreat quickly. Jin Yi and Gao Yi did not hesitate in the slightest, swiftly changing direction and flying out at the fastest speed. They knew very well that staying behind to face the 5th-tier demon race werewolf would be a death sentence. Retreating, regrouping their forces, was the only chance to resist this 5th-tier demon race werewolf. However, how could Lang Chi let them escape so easily? TSK, still trying to run? How ridiculous. A cruel smile appeared on Lang Chi's face. The next second, his figure vanished from where he stood, as if merging into the darkness, charging straight ahead. Within the secret realm, collect. The raging flames dissipated once again, revealing the charred corpses of several demonic beasts before Chen Ji's eyes. System, redeem. System assessment in progress. System evaluation complete. Current redeemable points, 600. Would the host like to confirm the redemption? Exchange. Congratulations to the host for earning 600 points. Chenggu let out a long breath, and the 4 demonic beast corpses before him instantly vanished. Immediately after, he checked his information panel. Name, Chenggu. Cultivation level, 2nd tier, 0/50,000. Totem, Vermilion Bird, SSS level. Skills, Southern Bright Flame, Vermilion Bird Wings. Equipment, Spirit Ring, Spirit Fire Sword. Items, none. Points, 35,570. After obtaining the green thorn fruit, Chenggu spent several more hours hunting over a dozen beasts, earning several thousand points. Now, there is less than 15,000 points left to reach the 50,000 points needed to break through to the 3rd tier realm. There's still plenty of time. Even without other rare treasures, the beasts here alone are enough for me to accumulate 50,000 points. Chenggu murmured, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Fortunately, he had the Spirit Fire Sword, which could channel the Southern Bright Flame, greatly reducing spiritual energy consumption. Otherwise, his spiritual energy would likely have been completely depleted by now. Boom! At this moment, a sudden loud roar came from the distance, as if something had exploded. Chenga raised an eyebrow, flames flickering behind him as the vermilion bird's phantom appeared. In an instant, it flapped its wings and soared into the sky, looking toward the direction of the explosion. In the distance, the ground trembled, dust filled the air, and the surrounding forest toppled like a row of dominoes. Then, a dense wave of spiritual energy spread out in all directions. This spiritual energy, it's a treasure of heaven and earth. Chen Ji's heart was filled with joy. It seems that the battle was triggered by some kind of treasure of heaven and earth, he pondered. I wonder if it's a fight between beasts or that Zhugeyu. Chen Ji's eyes narrowed slightly, then he vibrated the vermilion bird's wings, transforming into a crimson streak of light and shooting toward that direction. In a massive pit, Zhugeyu slightly hunched her body, her white dress stained with bright red blood. Not far in front of her stood a towering and imposing earth forest tiger. Unexpectedly, this earth forest tiger is actually so troublesome. Zhugeyu gently wiped away the filth on her body, her beautiful eyes flickering with a trace of solemnity. Radiant spiritual energy surrounded her, and behind her emerged the massive and dazzling totemic phantom of an A-level totem, the mystic moon spirit snake. At the same time, a sharp longsword appeared in Zhugeyu's hand. The blade shimmered with a venomous green hue, resembling the fangs of a viper. I'd like to see if you, this beast, can withstand my poison, she said coldly. Her white figure flashed instantly, leaping into the air as the venomous fang sword in her hand erupted with a brilliant green glow. Countless poisonous mists shot out from the blade, transforming into venomous snakes that howled toward the earth forest tiger. Skill, Venomous Strike. Transform spiritual power into countless toxins, condensing them into venomous snakes to attack the enemy. This skill is extremely fast, and at the same level, it is difficult to evade unless the totem specializes in speed. Once hit, although it won't be immediately fatal, it will cause significant toxic effects. This toxin can erupt in a short time, triggering intense negative effects. When facing Qin Feng, Zhugeyu was able to firmly suppress him, thanks to this skill. When confronting the top prodigies of Shudu, she relied on this skill to squeeze into the top three. Roar! The earth forest tiger suddenly bellowed, releasing a violent sound wave as its body shimmered with an earthy yellow glow. Bang! Countless rocks and soil instantly rose beneath its feet, forming a massive earthen wall, towering 4 to 5 meters high. Hiss hiss hiss. The poisonous gas, which had transformed into venomous snakes, slammed fiercely into the earthen wall. Soon, the earthen wall was tainted by the emerald green poison, with its deepest parts even turning black. Crash! A few seconds later, the earthen wall collapsed with a thunderous crash. Zing! At that moment, a white figure suddenly shot out from the debris of the wall, accompanied by a dazzling sword light, charging straight ahead. The pupils of the earth forest tiger contracted sharply, unable to react at all. In the next second, the sword blade flashed, and Zhugeyu's figure had already appeared behind the earth forest tiger. A glaring crimson bloodstain was left on her pristine white dress, like a line of fresh blood, striking fear into the heart. TSK, I really regret wearing this dress. Zhugeyu looked at the bright red bloodstain on the hem of her skirt, frowning slightly as she thought to herself. Bang! The earth forest tiger collapsed with a thunderous crash, blood gushing from its corpse like a spring, instantly forming a pool of blood. Huff huff huff, huff huff huff. Zhugeyu turned around and looked at the earth forest tiger's corpse. She let out a long breath, her chest rising and falling slightly. A hint of pallor appeared on her delicate face, and a few bead-like drops of sweat emerged on her forehead. At this moment, nearly half of the spiritual energy in her body had been depleted. With a thought, she flipped her wrist, and a pill the size of a fingernail appeared in her palm. Without hesitation, she swallowed it. In an instant, Zhugeyu's body emitted a faint glow, and the surrounding spiritual energy surged toward her like a tide, as if responding to her call. Moments later, Zhugeyu finally exhaled a long breath of turbid air, and her delicate face regained some of its rosy color. This earth forest tiger is truly extraordinary. If I hadn't struck with all my might, it would have been incredibly difficult to kill it. However, she turned around, her gaze locked on the row of towering ancient trees. Behind them grew a luminous spiritual plant, radiating dazzling light, its dense spiritual energy almost suffocating. Zhugeyu's eyes sparkled with excitement, fully aware of what this spiritual energy signified. This spiritual plant was undoubtedly a priceless treasure. She quickly crossed the row of towering ancient trees. On the clearing ahead stood a sleek plant, its top bearing 2 plump fruits, surrounded by spiritual energy so dense it seemed ready to drip like water. Zhugeyu was instantly overjoyed and instinctively wanted to rush over to pocket the 2 fruits. However, at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. Hiss hiss hiss, hiss hiss hiss. Behind the spiritual plant, thick vines slithered out like snakes, incredibly agile. Jugayu's pupils contracted, and he immediately retreated, alarm bells ringing in his heart. Behind the spirit plant, a monster entwined with vines took shape, exuding an incredibly intense aura, with terrifying pressure pouring out like a tidal wave. Jugayu's expression changed drastically. This is a third-tier vine demon tree, a third-tier demonic beast. Moreover, it's a plant-type beast. Jugayu's face instantly turned pale, and a wave of tension surged in his heart. How could there be a tier 3 beast in a small secret realm? That's outrageous. It's actually a plant-type beast. She felt a wave of unease in her heart, and a few drops of cold sweat instantly appeared on her forehead. Although plant-type beasts are limited in their range of activity and speed, their dominance within their own territory is almost absolute. Unless one's cultivation level can clearly overpower the opponent, it's almost impossible to contend with them. Jugayu stared intently at the spiritual plant, a trace of hesitation flashing across her face. Facing a third-tier demonic beast, especially a plant-type one, there was almost no chance of snatching the spiritual plant from its grasp. But this spiritual plant was simply too rare. Her heart surged with fervor. If she could obtain this spiritual plant, even just one fruit, it would shorten the time needed for her to break through to the third tier by at least half. Such a tremendous temptation made it difficult for her to decide. No, with my current condition, forcing my way through would definitely be courting death. It's too dangerous. However, moments later, Jugayu made a decision. Let's retreat for now. She immediately activated her spiritual power and retreated explosively backward. The strengths and weaknesses of plant-type beasts are obvious. Although they have absolute advantages within their territory, their power quickly diminishes once they leave it. Thus, after Jugayu retreated, the countless leaping vines did not continue their pursuit. Huff, huff, huff. After confirming that the beast was not chasing them, Jugayu leaned against an ancient tree, panting heavily, her face covered in fine beads of sweat. Luckily, I ran fast. If I had been a bit slower, I would definitely have been entangled by those disgusting vines. The image of that scene flashed in her mind, causing her to feel a wave of discomfort. At that moment, her brows furrowed tightly as she swiftly entered combat mode, staring vigilantly at a spot not far ahead. Chirp! A deafening screech instantly pierced her eardrums. What kind of powerful monster is this? Fear and despair surged into her heart in an instant. The aura she felt, the overwhelming pressure was far too intense, causing an extreme fear to well up from the depths of her soul. Even the third-tier beast just now did not give her such a terrifying feeling. At this moment, she finally saw clearly the figure descending above her. It was a handsome young man enveloped in crimson flames. Shan-gu, is it you? Jugayu slightly raised an eyebrow, surprise evident on his face. That powerful aura just now, was it actually Chen-gu? Didn't he just recently break through to the second tier? Jugayu? Chen-gu slowly descended in front of her, the vermilion bird wings on his back still spread. After all, they were still considered competitors at the moment. Didn't expect to run into you so soon. Chen-gu was also a bit surprised. After all, this secret realm was so vast that if they were randomly teleported, they might not have encountered each other. Immediately, Chen-gu seemed to sense something, slightly narrowing his eyes and looking up behind Jugayu. The aura over there is very intense. It feels even more intense than the bythorn fruit. A wave of joy surged in his heart, but he quickly calmed down. Jugayu's current state is somewhat disheveled. Considering her strength, it seems the beast guarding the spiritual plant must be quite formidable. Could it be a third-tier beast? This speculation surfaced in his mind. Jugayu is an A-level totem, with her cultivation already at the peak of the second tier. It's no exaggeration to say that no beast below the third tier would likely be her match. However, at this moment, she appeared so flustered, clearly having encountered a more formidable opponent. Meanwhile, Jugayu carefully observed Chen-gu, his gaze flickering with a hint of brilliance. Chen-gu, is your totem really S-class? Principal Gao said so himself. Upon hearing this, the light in Jugayu's eyes grew even brighter as he excitedly asked, Chen-gu, are you interested in teaming up with me? Teaming up? Chen-gu raised an eyebrow slightly. Tell me more. Jugayu's eyes flickered. Over there is a rare spiritual plant, highly valuable, but it's guarded by a third-tier vine demon tree. Chen-ji's heart trembled. Indeed, Jugayu had encountered a third-tier demonic beast. Such a challenge both excited him and made him vigilant. Who would have thought there would be third-tier demonic beasts in this secret realm? He murmured, silently assessing the situation. Jugayu continued, this secret realm used to have 4th and 5th tier demonic beasts, but they've all been cleared out now. Look, The spiritual energy here is so abundant that even second-tier demonic beasts can break through to the third tier, truly unexpected. That spiritual plant is definitely worth a try. It happens to have 2 fruits, so we can split them evenly. What do you think? Zhuge Yu became increasingly convinced that this plan was feasible. Although Chen Gu had just stepped into the second tier, the powerful aura he displayed earlier was absolutely not to be underestimated. Zhuge Yu thought to herself, if we join forces, perhaps we really have a great chance to deal with that third-tier vine demon tree. The two exchanged a smile, a tacit understanding already formed in their hearts, determined to face this challenge together. Zhuge Yu stared directly at Chen Gu, her heart full of confidence. She firmly believed that Chen Gu would not refuse her proposal. In her view, Chen Gu had no reason to refuse. However, in reality, deep down, Chen Gu was hesitating, considering whether to reject her. Although there are 2 fruits, if I deal with that beast myself, both fruits would be mine alone, he thought to himself. Collaborating with her would mean giving away half of the spoils for nothing. Is it really necessary? Obviously, no one would want to do this. But Chen Ji's hesitation was not merely due to greed, there were deeper considerations. That demonic beast was a third-tier beast. Although he possessed the SSS level Vermilion Bird Totem, killing it would undoubtedly require a tremendous expenditure of spiritual energy and physical strength. And if he became weakened, how would he deal with Zhuge Yu taking advantage of the situation to strike? Even if it wasn't Zhuge Yu, there were still so many demonic beasts in the secret realm. If he were in poor condition, there would be no time to recover. This risk, objectively, existed. If the situation worsened, that third-tier demonic beast might become even more troublesome. Teaming up with Zhuge Yu was clearly the safest choice. After some thought, Chen Gu finally nodded. All right. Zhuge Yu frowned slightly, a hint of doubt flashing in her eyes. What's there to hesitate about for so long? Although she felt a bit displeased inside, since Chen Gu had agreed, she chose not to show her dissatisfaction. The two of them returned to the small clearing once again. It really is a third-tier vine demon tree. Chen Ji's pupils slightly contracted. This type of plant-based demon beast was indeed troublesome. If he were to fight it alone, he would likely have to pay a hefty price, and it would be difficult to efficiently hunt other demon beasts or search for rare treasures afterward, making it not worth the effort. Therefore, teaming up with Zhuge Yu might not be a bad idea after all. I have one additional condition. He stared directly at the vine demon tree and said slowly, I want the corpse of this demon beast. Is that acceptable? Sure, I don't care. Zhuge Yu was indifferent. Although the corpse of a third-tier demon beast was valuable, to someone from her wealthy background, it was simply too filthy. She had no interest in such dirty things. Hiss, hiss, hiss. At that moment, the vine demon tree suddenly went berserk, and countless vine tendrils, like giant pythons, lashed out at the two of them. Accompanied by the piercing sound of the air being torn apart, the battle was about to begin. I'll take the lead. You assist from the side and try to limit the range of its vine attacks, Chen Gu decisively ordered, then leapt forward. Flames ignited once again, flickering with platinum and crimson hues, as a terrifying heatwave surged out like a tide. Zhuge Yu couldn't help but curl her lips, thinking to herself, how could she possibly play support for him? Did he really think he was stronger than her? However, she didn't argue, though she felt slightly unconvinced. Still, she followed Chen Ji's instructions. She believed that this third-tier vine demon tree wouldn't be a match for them, so it didn't matter who took the lead or who supported. Besides, Chen Ji's totem was fire-based, which indeed had an advantage against the vine demon tree, this much she acknowledged. Immediately, Zhuge Yu channeled her spiritual energy, and a verdant green totem appeared behind her. Visible toxic gas surged out from her body, transforming into countless tiny venomous snakes that charged toward the vine demon tree. The massive body of the vine demon tree resembled an ancient tree wrapped in countless vines. The venomous snakes released by Zhuge Yu coiled around the vine demon tree, and its vines began to visibly wither from the poison. However, in the next moment, the vine demon tree erupted suddenly, its dense vines growing to 7 or 8 meters long, resembling giant pythons. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The vines were covered in sharp thorns, brimming with deadly poison. As the toxin spread, Zhuge Yu's venomous snakes were completely wiped out in an instant. This guy's toxin can actually resist my toxin. Zhuge Yu's pupils slightly contracted as she exclaimed in surprise. Her toxin skills had always been invincible, but today she encountered resistance, truly a rare occurrence. However, as long as its attack range is restricted, it shouldn't be a problem, she thought to herself. The battle had just begun, and the hope of victory was still ahead. Zhuge Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, and the spiritual energy within her surged wildly, as if it were about to tear the entire world apart. dense, emerald green poisonous gas surged like a torrent, instantly enveloping the area around the vine demon tree tightly, resembling a protective shield. At the same time, Chengu suddenly raised his hand and slashed with his sword. Crimson flames instantly swept out, transforming into a fire dragon that charged forward. Boom! The terrifying heat wave, like a volcanic eruption, instantly swept across the surroundings. Accompanied by the whistling of the sword's radiance, the momentum was ferocious to the extreme, as if it intended to burn everything to ashes. So strong, such scorching breath. Zhuge Yu instinctively raised an eyebrow, waves surging in his heart as his gaze toward Chen Ge grew a few degrees more serious. Could he really be this powerful? Or was it just that he appeared so imposing? Boom! 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 The scorching heat waves transformed into fiery dragons, instantly igniting the serpent-like vines extended by the demonic vine tree. The raging flames spread at an astonishing speed, like the tentacles of a demon, devouring everything in their path. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The demonic vine tree let out a pitiful cry and immediately made a decisive decision, abandoning the burning vines in a desperate bid for survival. After all, as a third-tier demonic beast, it understood that in moments of life and death, choices had to be made. Sizzle! The fallen vines on the ground were instantly consumed by the raging flames, turning into a pile of ashes, leaving not even a trace of residue behind. What terrifying flames! Witnessing this scene, Zhuge Yu was shocked and incredulous. Even with the advantage of elemental suppression, it was usually difficult to overcome the gap in realms. However, Qin Ji's flames posed a fatal threat to the vine demon tree. This is an S-level totem. Truly formidable. Zhuge Yu murmured to herself, her eyes gleaming with excitement and fighting spirit. What she longed for was precisely such a powerful opponent. Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently, as if it were about to tear everything apart. Boom! The ground beneath their feet surged upward instantly, countless thick tree roots erupting like waves from the earth, seemingly intent on devouring the entire space. An even stronger aura instantly enveloped the surroundings. Zhuge Yu's face changed drastically, her pupils trembling violently, her lips turning pale as she stammered, "This creature is at the peak of Tier 3. It was hiding its strength all along. A third-tier peak demonic beast, no matter how talented they are, is absolutely not an opponent they can handle. It's over. It's over." Zhuge Yu panicked inwardly, her face deathly pale. Meanwhile, Chen Ge slowly gripped the spirit flame sword, his deep eyes surging with endless flames and battle intent, as if gathering all his strength at this moment, ready to face the earth-shattering battle about to unfold. "Chan Gu, we," Zhuge Yu subconsciously murmured, her delicate face showing unprecedented panic and helplessness. "I'm fine," Chen Ge slowly spoke, his deep gaze fixed on the frenzied vine demon tree ahead. At this moment, the vines surrounding the vine demon tree were like the disheveled hair of a ghostly woman, shaking wildly and exuding a chillingly eerie aura. This made Zhuge Yu's heart involuntarily tremble. Third-tier pinnacle, this. Although Zhuge Yu was a top prodigy renowned throughout Chuan province, she couldn't help but show a look of fear when faced with a certain death situation. After all, she was merely a girl who had just come of age. Hiss hiss hiss. The vine demon tree emitted even more intense sounds, and the surrounding surging roots exuded a powerful aura. Chen Ge gripped the spirit flame sword tightly and suddenly slashed toward it. Boom! 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 A series of roaring sounds erupted as blazing flames swept through, burning all the tree roots to ashes. However, before the raging flames could reach the vine demon tree itself, the latter had already completely abandoned that part. "No, to kill it, I must use the southern bright flame to strike its core." Chen Ge slightly narrowed his eyes, staring intently at the thick trunk of the vine demon tree. Only by attacking there can this third-tier demon beast be completely killed. "Zhuge Yu, can you help me block its vines?" Chen Ge asked gravely. The vine demon tree's seemingly endless vines could constantly consume his Nanmingli fire. If this continues, he would only be exhausted to death. Therefore, Zhuge Yu must hold these vines at bay to create a perfect opportunity for him to attack. Just once, as long as the vine demon tree gets touched by even a trace of Nanmingli fire, that's enough to annihilate it. Hearing Qin Ji's words, Zhuge Yu calmed down slightly and asked in confusion, "Chen Ge, are you really confident about this?" A wave of confusion surged in her heart. Facing the power of the vine demon tree, she felt despair. However, Qin Ji's words inexplicably stirred something in her heart. "Of course there is. Besides, it must be worth a try." Chen Ge spoke calmly, his eyes filled with determination, like a resolute warrior. Zhuge Yu gazed at Qin Ji's steadfast profile, and a warm feeling surged in her heart. The originally tense and flustered emotions seemed to be calmed by his words. His confidence seemed to have a magical power, truly sparking a glimmer of hope in her heart. "All right, I'll do my best to fight for you." Zhuge Yu nodded in agreement. At this this point, there is no other choice. Rather than waiting for death, it's better to fight with all you've got. Immediately, Jugayu channeled all the spiritual power within his body. The totem on his back glimmered, and emerald green poisonous gas spread out, transforming into a massive serpent 7 or 8 meters long. The venomous giant serpent roared as it charged forward. Hiss hiss hiss. The vine demon tree emitted a violent sound, and its vines shot toward the two like snakes. Jugayu controlled the giant python, wrapping all the incoming vines. Although her venom had limited effect on the vine demon tree, it was more than enough to hold it back for a while. Shan-gu, hurry up! I can't hold on much longer. Jugayu was drenched in sweat, shouting anxiously, "Leave it to me." Chen-gu leaped into the air, his entire body radiating light. The crimson glow resembled blazing flames and a scorching sun, dazzlingly bright, with waves of heat pouring out incessantly. Nan Ming Liua! Chen-gu shouted loudly, and the spirit fire sword in his hand instantly swung, with fiery sword beams roaring out like a storm. Hiss hiss hiss. The vine demon tree felt extreme fear and desperately mobilized its spiritual power, attempting to resist the fiery sword beams once again. However, under the influence of Jugayu's poison, the movement of these vines was restricted, making it impossible to block completely. With a gap, the opportunity was left to Chen-gu. Right there! Chen-gu aimed at a gap, and with a single thought, a pair of massive crimson wings appeared instantly behind him, the vermilion bird wings. Immediately after, Chen-ji's figure vanished from the spot. The next second, a scorching breath, as if an inferno was consuming everything, pierced through countless vines, heading straight for the front of the demonic vine tree. Chen-ji's figure hovered in midair like a deity, a platinum flame blazing in his palm, scorching and dazzling. Nan Ming Liua. Riverside Forest. Jinya and Gaoyi were in a sorry state, their spiritual energy nearly depleted. Behind them, the werewolf of the demon clan followed relentlessly, neither hurried nor slow, firmly cutting off their retreat, leaving them no chance to widen the distance. This werewolf from the demon clan is deliberately toying with us. Jinyi gritted his teeth, burning with rage. Damn it! Gaoyi also felt endless humiliation and anger, the flames in his heart growing ever fiercer. The gradually clearer cityscape ahead filled Jinyi with unease. Even if we return to Linjiang City, this werewolf from the demon clan is already a genuine 5th-tier powerhouse. If it launches a beast tide, we won't be able to resist at all. Gaoyi's face turned pale, and a tide of fear surged in his heart. Even worse, we can't even wait for reinforcements from the province's strong fighters. Jinya's despair was like a dark abyss, devouring his hope. At that moment, Chen-ji's figure descended like lightning, platinum flames burning in his hands, as if heralding an earth-shattering battle about to erupt. Within the secret realm, the southern bright leaving fire burst forth with an incomparably dazzling brilliance, instantly engulfing the surrounding space. The terrifying heat wave, even a mere trace of its release, was enough to turn the entire forest to ashes. Boom! 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 The deafening roar thundered like a storm, carrying an incomparably fierce momentum. The southern bright leaving fire transformed into a massive platinum-colored divine bird, piercing through the dense vines in an instant. Wherever it passed, the scorching heat waves reduced the vines to ashes. Boom! A loud explosion echoed as the southern bright leaving fire directly struck the vine demon tree, and platinum flames instantly engulfed the entire tree. The raging fire burned fiercely, and the vine demon tree let out an unbearably painful scream, akin to the heart-wrenching cries of an infant, sending chills down one's spine. However, the sound quickly vanished without a trace. Compared to other demon beasts, the vine demon tree, a plant-type demon beast, had almost zero resistance to the southern bright leaving fire, even less than the second-tier demon spirit wolf and demon spirit unicorn beetle encountered earlier. Retrieve! Chen-gu decisively withdrew the southern bright leaving fire, thinking to himself that this third-tier vine demon tree was undoubtedly of great value. After all, a second-tier demon beast could be exchanged for over 100 points, and a third-tier demon beast should be worth close to 1,000 points, right? Once the southern bright leaving fire was withdrawn, the flames on the vine demon tree instantly extinguished, leaving only charred remains. Seeing this, Jugayu's face was filled with astonishment. This flame's power is incredible, she exclaimed in awe. The vine demon tree is a third-tier beast, yet it couldn't resist at all. She understood that the gap in cultivation levels often outweighed elemental advantages. However, the scene before her had completely shaken her worldview. With the fall of the vine demon tree, countless surrounding vine roots also ceased their writhing and lost all vitality. Jugayu slightly parted her lips, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. She knew very well that this was a genuine third-tier peak-level beast, and even if she herself broke through to the third tier, she would definitely not be its match. Chen-gu, that guy, he just broke through to the second tier, she marveled inwardly. Even if it's an S-grade totem, no matter how high the totem's quality is, it shouldn't be this exaggerated. Chen-gu, on the other hand, pretended to store the Vine Demon Tree's corpse into his spatial ring, but in reality, he had exchanged it with the system. System assessment in progress. System evaluation complete. Currently, redeemable points, 900. Would the host like to confirm the redemption? Redeem. Chen-gu let out a sigh of relief. Although he felt a bit regretful, after all, this plant-type beast had suffered heavy losses under the southern brightleaf fire, otherwise, it would have been worth over 1,000 points. However, Chen-gu didn't dwell on it. His gaze fixed intently beyond those menacing ravines, landing on the spiritual plant ahead. This is a true star fruit. On those two crystal-clear fruits, faint star-shapes shimmered, clearly marking them as extremely rare treasures of nature, with a unit price even higher than the previous emerald thorn fruit. It really is a true star fruit. Zhuge-yu also calmed her emotions and walked over, her eyes glimmering with a radiant light. The true starfruit's effects on cultivation for us low-level practitioners far surpass most other treasures of nature. The two said no more, each picking a true starfruit. Zhuge-yu carefully examined the fruit in her hand, and a noticeable expression of joy appeared on her pale, delicate face. She looked at Chen-gu and said slowly, Chen-gu, this time I took advantage of you. I'll remember this favor. If you ever need anything, feel free to come to me. Zhuge-yu had her pride and naturally did not want to take advantage of her peers. Alright, Chen-gu nodded, unwilling to be overly pretentious in his heart. Since the items have been distributed, let us part ways here. Chen-gu put away the true starfruit, turned around, and left without looking back. Afterward, he activated the vermilion bird wings, soaring off the ground and leaving behind a fiery red streak of light. Zhuge-yu squinted slightly, pouting angrily, just leaving like that? Isn't that a bit too rude? Humph. She felt secretly displeased. Zhuge-yu let out a cold snort in frustration, silently vowing in her heart, although you gained the upper hand this time, I won't let you off so easily. In the future, there will surely be a chance to show you my true strength. Although the power Chen-gu displayed earlier was astonishing, Zhuge-yu still believed deep down that Chen-gu had merely taken advantage of an elemental counter. With her cultivation, she was confident she could evade his flame attacks. My cultivation is higher. The advantage is mine. A cold smile curled at the corner of Zhuge-yu's lips as she secretly felt smug. However, she was unaware that her sole advantage was about to collapse. After leaving, Chen-gu found a safe corner to recover and exchanged the true starfruit with the system. System assessment in progress. System evaluation complete. Current exchangeable points, 15,000. Would the host like to confirm the exchange? Redeem. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 15,000 points. Chen Ji's pupils suddenly contracted, and a storm surged in his heart. 15,000 points. I didn't expect this true star fruit to be so valuable. He couldn't help but exclaim, the excitement in his eyes impossible to conceal. He quickly checked his information panel and excitedly discovered. Name, Chen-gu. Cultivation, second tier, 0/50,000. Totem, Vermilion Bird, SSS level. Skills, Southern Bright Flame, Vermilion Bird Wings. Equipment, Spirit Ring, Spirit Fire Sword. Item, none. Points, 51470. The points have finally broken through the 50,000 mark, and there's still over 1,000 points left. Chen Ji's eyes sparkled, his face full of excitement. System, break through the realm. Would the host like to confirm spending 50,000 points to elevate the realm to tier 3? Confirm. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to tier 3 cultivation. In an instant, a surging spiritual energy gushed forth from the void like a tidal wave, relentlessly impacting Chen Ji's entire body, as if 10,000 galloping horses were charging within him. Boom, boom, boom. The rumbling sounds continued, and the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, converging toward Chen-gu and forming a massive vortex of energy. Moments later, Chen-gu slowly opened his eyes, and a dazzling brilliance burst forth from his deep gaze. His entire body shimmered with a gentle glow of spiritual energy, as if draped in a layer of golden gauze. Finally, I've broken through to the third tier, Chen-gu murmured to himself, feeling the boundless power surging within his tightly clenched fists. This is the third tier, a whole new realm. With just my strength now, I can easily crush 5 of my previous selves. Amid his excitement, a question popped into Chen Ji's mind. By the way, how many points are needed to break through to the 4th tier? Immediately, Chen-gu hurriedly checked the updated information panel. Name, Chen-gu. Cultivation level, 3rd tier, 0/400,000. Totem, Vermilion Bird, SSS level. Skills, Southern Bright Flame, Vermilion Bird Wings. Equipment, Spirit Ring, Spirit Fire Sword. Items, none. Points, 1470. Ah, what the? Did it suddenly jump to 400,000? Chen Ji's eye twitched slightly. For him right now, 400,000 points was practically an astronomical figure. When will I ever save up that much? Chen Gu couldn't help but mutter. 50,000 points. I've been saving up 5,000 points for so long. It's truly unimaginable. However, as my cultivation level improves, the speed of earning money and resources will definitely increase significantly. Huff, huff, still have over 1,000 points left. Let's do a 10 draw. After all, this 1,000 points is way too far from 50,000. Might as well just go for the lottery. By the way, let's see if I can draw a skill. After all, I've now stepped into the third tier. System, 10 consecutive draws. Chen Ji's mind moved. Suddenly, a massive roulette appeared before his eyes, flashing with various colors: white, blue, purple, gold, and red. 1,000 points vanished, and the pointer began spinning rapidly, with rays of light flickering. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations to the host for obtaining strengthening and fitness pill times 1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining strengthening and fitness pill times 1. 10 consecutive draws triggered a guaranteed purple reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a limited time breakthrough card, purple, times 1. Suddenly, Chen Ji's eyes lit up. Got this limited time breakthrough card again. That's great. Chen Gu was overjoyed. If it weren't for this limited time breakthrough card, he would have already been swallowed whole by that werewolf from the demon clan. With my current third tier level, using this limited time breakthrough card will significantly boost my combat power to the fourth tier. Coupled with the totem skill and the attribute enhancement from the body strengthening pill, I now have the strength to face even a 5th tier expert in battle. Chen Gu murmured, his eyes gleaming with unwavering confidence and determination. Immediately, Chen Gu swallowed all the strengthening pills he had drawn. Warm currents flowed out from within, spreading into every part of his body. As his cultivation level advanced to the third tier, the enhancement effect of the strengthening pills on his physical body also diminished. But small increments add up, and the results were astonishing. Huff, huff. Chen Gu let out a long breath of turbid air, his eyes involuntarily flashing with a few traces of brilliance. He then stood up directly, his body steady while faintly emitting a golden glow. There should still be 1 or 2 hours left before the secret realm ends. Let's see if there are any other gains to be made. With that, Chen Gu activated his spiritual power and shot out directly. On the other side, in the forest by the river, Gao Yi and Jin Yi were still on the run. TSK, ants will always be ants. Can't you even let me enjoy myself? How boring. Wolf 7's massive figure sped through the air, but his expression was one of amusement and frivolity, looking down with great disdain at the two fleeing figures ahead. Having broken through to the 5th tier, Wolf 7's speed had already far surpassed that of 4th tier experts. Therefore, Wolf 7 moved unhurriedly, showing no urgency to catch up with the two people. It was now using this method to savor the pleasure of a strong oppressor humiliating the weak. However, as time passed little by little, they were about to enter the vicinity of Linjiang City. Seeing this, Wolf 7's heart slightly tightened, and it put away those few thoughts of toying with them. Had enough fun. This game, it's time to end it. Wolf 7 said coldly, his eyes suddenly surging with countless powerful rays of light, like extremely sharp blades. Immediately after, his two sturdy arms swung forward abruptly, instantly unleashing a blood-black beam of light. It contained an extremely fierce momentum, as if it could destroy everything. In the blink of an eye, it directly rushed behind Jin Yi and Gao Yi, leaving only a few inches between them. Lao Gao. Understood. Jin Yi and Gao Yi suddenly turned around, and the previously disheveled expressions on their faces were instantly replaced with an extreme look of determination. In the next moment, a dazzling brilliance erupted from within their bodies. The power of 4th tier experts poured out without reservation. The radiant light surged forth along with waves of spiritual energy, forming a massive shield in front of the two. Boom! A loud bang. The terrifying momentum suddenly exploded, as if the heavens and earth were trembling because of it. The intense impact directly sent Gao Yi and Jin Yi flying, like kites with broken strings, powerless as they crashed onto the Linjiang city wall. Humph! Seeing this scene, Lang Chi let out an angry cold snort, his eyes flashing with a sinister gleam. Using my power to break in? These humans are truly cunning. But in the face of absolute power, what does this little trick amount to? Lang Chi slightly narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the towering city walls ahead, the corner of his mouth curling into a chilling arc. Humph, I'll let you cling to life a little longer. With just one night, I can summon an army of beasts. By then, I will personally crush your city and make you wail in despair. Wolf 7 finished speaking, then suddenly turned around, transforming into a streak of blood-black light, rushing swiftly into the depths of the Linjiang forest. Before long, waves of unrest surged within the Linjiang forest, as if a storm was about to descend. At the same time, within Linjiang City, a sharp, piercing alarm suddenly blared, echoing throughout the entire city, as if foretelling the arrival of a catastrophe. The tranquility of the past has been completely shattered, and a tense atmosphere pervades every corner.